Chapter 10. Why mistakes are your best real teachers. Using mistakes to get smarter. I wish I could say getting rich was easy. I wish I could say I was a boy wonder, a natural entrepreneur. I wish I could say I was always joyous and happy, that I got along with everyone. I wish I could say everyone I met and did business with was an incredible, smart, generous, honest, law-abiding citizen of highest integrity, ethics, and morals. But I can't. The journey from poor to rich and from employee to entrepreneur was a journey of very high highs and very low lows. It was a journey meeting wonderful people and horrible people. Oftentimes that was the same person, a person who was wonderful in one instance or situation and horrible the next. A person who was honest to your face, then stabbing you in the back, ripping you off, lying, cheating, and stealing as soon as you signed the contract. And I have met the best of people who were consistently great, no matter how good or bad things got, no matter how much money we made or lost. I wish I could say the same about myself. Human beings being human. This is not to say I am perfect and wonderful. I am not on the short list for sainthood. The point is, none of us is a god. We are all human beings, which means we are humans, being human. We all have strengths and weaknesses, a good side and a dark side. We are not God. We are not perfect. We don't know all the right answers, which means we are not always right. And most importantly, being human means that we all make mistakes. A baby learns to walk by falling down. Next, the child learns to ride a bicycle by falling off the bicycle. Then they go to school and are taught making mistakes makes you stupid. That is insanity. The problems of the world. When you look back at human history and your own history, it is easy to see that most of the problems of the world and our personal problems begin with the need to be right. Wars, violence, arguments, murder, and hate grow very deep roots in the human need to be right. The insanity of being right. The other side of being right is the fear of being wrong. In our society, admitting you made a mistake is a sign of weakness. In our society, making a mistake means you are stupid. In our society, the need to be right is killing us. The fear of being wrong, looking stupid, amplifies the insanity of being right. Before we can have peace on earth, humans need to step back, take a deep breath, and rethink the psychosis, the duality of right and wrong. I use the word duality because right cannot exist without wrong. Right and wrong are joined at the hip. When someone says something is right, they are simultaneously saying something is wrong. Three sides of a coin. In Chapter 9, I use the example of a three-sided coin as a metaphor for real intelligence. I say real intelligence because whenever we see life through the prism of right and wrong, we become less intelligent. You can refer to photo 9.1 in the accompanying PDF for a visualization of this metaphor. One of Bucky Fuller's generalized principles that are true in all cases, no exceptions, is unity is plural, at minimum two. In other words, the concept of one does not exist. In the real world of planet Earth, two is the minimum, not one. For example, the concept of up cannot exist without understanding down. In cannot exist without comprehending out. Smart cannot exist without stupid. Left would not exist without right. Rich would not exist without poor. And man could not exist without woman. An important quote from F. Scott Fitzgerald that I often refer to is, "The test of a first-rate intelligence is the ability to hold two opposed ideas in mind at the same time and still retain the ability to function. Translation: the moment you operate from the concept of right and wrong, your intelligence is cut in half. This is why standing on the edge of the coin, seeing both sides rather than taking sides, increases your intelligence. Learning through mistakes. In his book Mistake, Mystique, Buckminster Fuller, one of the greatest geniuses of our time, describes how current educational and religious practices, as well as parents, keep students cut off from learning. Paraphrasing, Fuller: humans have learned only through mistakes. Translation: if you are not making mistakes, you have stopped learning. Fuller: mistakes are sins only when not admitted. Translation: God designed humans to learn by making mistakes. You become a sinner when you ignore the lesson God wants you to learn via your mistake. Fuller: witnessing the mistakes of others, the preconditioned crowd reflexively says, "Why did that individual make such a stupid mistake?" Translation: today society believes people who make mistakes are stupid. Fuller: so effective has the non-thinking group's deceit of humanity been, it now says, "We knew the answer the whole time." Translation: we are smart. We know the right answers. Don't make mistakes. All you have to do is memorize the right answers we give you, and you will be smart like us. Fuller: this means not yielding unthinkingly to in movements or crowd psychology. Translation: think for yourself. Fuller: in love-generated fear for their children's future lives, in days beyond their survival, parents train their children to avoid making mistakes, lest they be put at a social disadvantage. Translation: parents, out of love and a desire to prepare their children for life when they are gone, teach students not to make mistakes so they can be accepted socially. Fuller: it's only at the moment of humans' realistic admission to selves, or having made a mistake, are they closest to that mysterious integrity governing the universe. Translation: when a human being admits to making a mistake, they are tuning in to God. God becomes their real teacher. Fuller: God speaks to each of us directly. God speaks only through an individual awareness of truth and our most spontaneous emotions of love and compassion. Translation: God does not punish people for making mistakes. Humans do. When mistakes are made, God speaks to us individually through love and compassion. When you make a mistake, seek the truth and be kind and loving to yourself. When someone else makes a mistake, treat them as God would treat them. Then they can learn God's lesson from the mistake. When Fuller spoke of God, he was not referring to a religion or a human God. Fuller referred to God as that mysterious integrity governing the universe. You're going to fail. I remember like it was yesterday, the day I stopped being an employee and became an entrepreneur. On that day, the paychecks stopped, and I was on my own. No more job security, no more benefits, no more paid vacations, no more medical benefits, and no more pension plan. On that day, I had 3 employees who needed job security, a steady paycheck, medical and dental benefits, paid vacations, and a pension plan. They earned more than I did. On that day, I was working for the Xerox Corporation in downtown Honolulu. As I left the Xerox offices, heading across Bishop Street, the main street in downtown Honolulu, to my new office, the Xerox receptionist Elaine smiled and said, "You're going to fail, and you will be back." Elaine had seen many hotshot salesmen like me leave and do just that, fail and return to Xerox. I smiled and said to Elaine, "I may fail, but I will never be back." First big mistake. One big piece of advice from my rich dad was, you cannot know what you do not know. In other words, be very aware of the mistakes you will be making. Rich Dad also said upsets are the first signs that you do not know what you need to know. Things were going fine in my first business, my nylon and Velcro surfer wallet business. The problem was, as it is in most startups, money was going out and nothing was coming in. There were production problems after production problems, legal problems after legal problems, employee problems after employee problems, cash flow problems after cash flow problems, problems most of my employees are not aware of. Raising capital. I went to my rich dad to borrow $100,000. He threw me out of his office, calling my business partners clowns. After convincing my poor dad that the nylon wallet business was set to take off, he took a second mortgage on his house and loaned the business the $100,000. He said he would rather give me the money while he was alive than after he was dead. It was all he had. After losing the election, he still did not have a job. Happy to have bought us some time, I took the check to Stanley, our CFO, one of the business's 3 employees. I remember asking Stanley, "Will this $100,000 solve the problem?" Stanley smiled and nodded. 3 days later, Stanley had cleaned out his desk and was gone with the $100,000. The $100,000 had solved the problem, his problem. He repaid himself the money he had loaned the company. Even after launching a number of successful new products, including one product that was the #1 product in the sporting goods industry in 1978, the company eventually folded, and I was left with my dad's $100,000 loan to pay back. As Elaine, the receptionist, said, "You will fail, and you will be back." I did fail, but I never went back to Xerox. A $100,000 loss at the time was the biggest in my life. I wish I could say $100,000 was my biggest mistake, but there were bigger, more expensive mistakes coming. As Fuller said, mistakes are great. The more I make, the smarter I get. Stanley turned out to be a crook, yet he helped me become a rich man. 3 sides to a coin. When I stood on the edge of the coin, on one side was Stanley and a loss of $100,000. It was a painful, horrible, and miserable lesson. It took nearly 10 years to pay back the money Stanley stole. On the other side of the coin were God's lessons, God's blessings. Because it was my father's house on the line, I could not stop. I could not declare bankruptcy. The thought of losing my dad's house was my motivation, my inspiration for not quitting. I knew I needed to keep going. The blessing was that my younger brother John, realizing how much I had effed up, jumped in with a new partner and we rebuilt the business. It was the rebuilding of the business that made all of us smarter, better, wiser entrepreneurs. Through the love and compassion of my younger brother, God was teaching me what I needed to learn. My mistake was my real teacher. As I've said, I wish I could say getting rich was easy. I wish I could say I was a boy wonder, a natural entrepreneur. But I can't. Customized mistakes. I often think a book on all my screw-ups would be the best, most beneficial book I could write. It would be a giant, multi-volume set of books. But my mistakes are my mistakes. Your mistakes are your mistakes. In other words, my mistakes are customized to me. Your mistakes are customized just for you. The most important thing I can do is encourage you to make your own mistakes and to learn from them. Unfortunately, making mistakes in our society is frowned upon. Our society wants us to listen to smart people, memorize their right answers, and not make mistakes. If you make mistakes, you will be punished. Rather than punishment, I have found that Fuller's ways of learning from mistakes starts with first admitting you made a mistake, and then using love and compassion to learn God's customized lesson just for you. Then mistakes will make you smarter. An important lesson. From Sunday school, I learned, lead us not into temptation. In today's dysfunctional society, the temptation is to 1. Pretend to never make mistakes. People like to pretend they are perfect. These people treat mistakes like cats covering up their mess in kitty litter, pretending the kitty litter is clean. 2. Lie. I remember President Bill Clinton saying, I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Having sex is not a crime. On December 19, 1998, he was impeached for lying under oath. 3. Make excuses. Excuses are like air fresheners. Although the bathroom may smell good, you can still smell the lie. 4. Blame is really 2 words, be and lame. Someone who blames is a wimp, not willing to take responsibility and learn. 5. Go to court. Sue the person who caught you in the lie. Keep the lie going for years. This has happened to me twice. I was sued after discovering people I trusted were cheating, lying, and stealing. 6. Go big or go home. Rather than cut their losses, people will double down or bet the ranch, hoping to win back all their losses. They go big and most go home broke. I suspect many Ponzi schemes are created when the promoter keeps lying and raising more money, robbing Peter to pay Paul to cover their mistakes, their losses. I suspect that is what happened to Bernie Madoff, promoter of the largest Ponzi scheme, $65 billion, in American history. He could not admit he had lost investors' money, so he kept raising more and more investors and kept losing. Bernie Madoff should be running the U.S. government, the biggest Ponzi scheme in world history. Lesson: lead us not into temptation. It is better to be loving and compassionate to yourself and admit you made a mistake than to punish yourself and others for their mistakes. Then you may learn what God wanted you to learn, even if you do not like the lesson. In real life, simple apologies are better than lawsuits and less expensive. If more of us treated mistakes in a loving and compassionate way, I think we would have a more peaceful, prosperous, and intelligent world. Mistakes are the key to success. Thomas Edison changed the world by making mistakes. He reported failing 3,000 times before inventing the electric light bulb. Henry Ford went bankrupt before Ford Motor Company became a success. And Jeff Bezos' Amazon offshoot Z-Shops failed. Larry Ellison struggled for years and was on the verge of bankruptcy and mortgaging everything before Oracle took off. Fred Smith received a failing grade in business school for his business plan, which today is FedEx. Colonel Sanders had to reinvent himself many times and found himself broke at age 65 before KFC succeeded. Higher levels of teacher. Take another look at the diagram of the higher levels of teacher in the accompanying PDF as figure 8.1. You will see the difference between real and fake teachers. Fake teachers teach from the bottom of the higher levels diagram. Real teachers teach from the top. The biggest difference of all lies in the second line, simulating real experience. In real life, that is called practice. Practice is how a person makes his or her mistakes before doing the real thing. My rich dad had his son and me practice by playing Monopoly. Then he took us to see his real green houses, which would one day become a huge red hotel. Kim and I designed the cash flow game so that people could learn by making mistakes with play money. When you learn in the real world from a stockbroker, financial planner, or real estate broker, you do the real thing with real money, your money. The Power of Practice. Tiger Woods did not become the greatest golfer in the world without practicing, making millions of mistakes, and hitting millions of practice golf balls. George Clooney, the actor, did not become a famous movie star until after he kept practicing, showing up, and auditioning for smaller parts. And in his book Outliers, author Malcolm Gladwell states no band in history practiced more than the Beatles. Gladwell also wrote that talent alone is not sufficient to guarantee success. The difference is hours of practice. He cites a survey of violinists at a Berlin academy that found that those musicians who were likely to become music teachers had practiced roughly 4,000 hours in the course of their career. Good performers, meanwhile, had practiced around 8,000 hours. Elite, world-class performers, on the other hand, had all practiced upward of 10,000 hours since first picking up the instrument. If a person practiced 4 hours a day, it would take nearly 7 years of practice to become world-class. The Beatles played up to 8 hours a night for years before becoming successes. Doctors, lawyers, and dentists do not call their business a business. Professionals call their business a practice. They practice on you. Translation: real teachers practice what they teach. Fake teachers do not. That is why my first real estate teacher encouraged us to look at 100 properties over 90 days before buying anything. He was a real teacher. My accounting teacher was not a real accountant. He had no real-life experience. He required us to listen to him talk, memorize his answers, take his tests, and not make mistakes. He was a fake teacher. You're fired. In today's world, people who make mistakes are fired. At the Rich Dad Company, everyone works as a team and is encouraged to own their own businesses and to make mistakes. The only time anyone at a Rich Dad is fired is if they lie about making a mistake. As Fuller said, mistakes are sins only when not admitted. People teaching people. Again, Kim and I designed the cash flow game so people could teach people. Many of the deals in the game are real deals, deals Kim and I worked on. Many of them failed. It frustrates me when someone says to me, "I played your game once. It was fun." The people who gain the most value from the game are those who play it at least 10 times and then teach 10 people. As the saying goes, give and you shall receive. A better saying is, teach and you will learn. Many cash flow clubs meet regularly, play the game, hold classes, compare real deals and real investments, cooperate, teach, and learn from each other. There are rules like no pitching deals to members or dating members. As you know, money and sex can interfere with real learning. Learning can be fun and profitable if the rules, morals, ethics, and laws are followed. The beauty of cash flow clubs is not how much money you make. As Gladwell argues, it's the number of hours you practice. If you join a cash flow club, your most important job is to practice, learn, teach, and support others as they learn. There are no guarantees, but I suspect if you commit to learning and teaching, you will see those efforts deliver a solid ROI. Real assets. One of your most important assets is good people. People who are honest, law-abiding, moral, ethical, and generous with their knowledge, experience, and wisdom. These are people who love learning, practicing, doing the real thing, and learning from their mistakes. As Gladwell found, real learning requires thousands of hours of practice. The good news is that rather than try to get rich quick, if a person keeps learning, keeps practicing, keeps learning from their mistakes and the mistakes of others, real financial success is in their real future. Lesson: mistakes are the key to real success. Why losers keep losing. Rich Dad often said, "The fear of losing creates more losers." One reason why the study of economics does not work is because economists, the academic elite, believe that when it comes to money, people are rational. We all know that's not true. When it comes to money, people are not rational. Yet our academic elite economists, such as former Fed Chairman Ben Bernanke, do not know this. They actually believe people will work hard, pay taxes, live below their means, pay their bills, save money, and avoid debt. That may be why Ben Bernanke, the most powerful banker in the world, earned only $199,700 in 2013. He thinks everyone thinks like him. Most entrepreneurs would not work for that amount of money, which is why employees and entrepreneurs are so different. Money is a crazy subject. People do crazy things for money, even kill a loved one, deal in drugs, sell their body, marry, or work at a job they hate. The subject of risk. Nobel Prize winners found out some interesting things about people and money. One thing I found particularly interesting had to do with the subject of risk. They found the more a person avoids financial risk, the greater financial risks they take. Risk-averse people fall into 4 distinct categories. The worker. Often a risk-averse person will work 3 low-paying jobs. That is why so many people have a full-time job, then drive for Uber and take a job on the weekends. Earning more money in the E and S quadrants means moving into ever higher tax brackets and sacrificing time with family, the people they love the most. The gambler. A risk-averse person will play the lottery, bet on the ponies or sporting events, or go to Las Vegas and pretend to be a high roller. Although everyone knows these gambles are built on losers, many risk-averse people hallucinate about getting lucky. The student. The reason student loan debt is the U.S. government's #1 asset is because there is a quasi-religious belief in education that a good education can be salvation from the harsh, cruel world. When I ask most people, "What did school teach you about money?" all I get back is a blank stare, or they say, "I learned about economics." Bad news. Economics is not money. Economics is based upon the belief that people are rational when it comes to money. Besides, economics is a soft science, not subject to the rigors of a real science, political manipulation, or greed and fear. The criminal. Many honest, risk-averse people become petty criminals. They work for cash so they do not have to pay taxes. They may sell a few recreational drugs on the side, hack into databases and steal identities, or earn a few dollars in the online sex trade. The investment classes. When I speak to these types of risk-averse people about taking investment classes, they often say, "Investing is risky." An example I have heard used to describe economists Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky's findings is, a person needs to feed his family. He is given 2 choices to hunt wild game. One path has lots of wild game, but because it has lots of game, there are lions who feed on the game. The second path has no game. The game is all gone. Because there is no game, there are no lions. The risk-averse person will take the second path. Going to school. Most students are taught by teachers who have chosen the second path. Revisiting Fuller's words from his book Intuition, "In love generated fear for their children's future life in days beyond their own survival, parents train their children to avoid making mistakes, lest they be put at a social disadvantage. Mistakes are sins only when not admitted. God speaks to each of us directly and speaks only through our individual awareness of truth and our most spontaneous and powerful emotions of love and compassion. The next time you or someone else makes a mistake, don't punish them. Treat yourself and others as God would treat you. Treat them and yourself with love and compassion. Babies would never learn to walk if they did not fall. Humans would not be flying to distant planets if hundreds of inventors, such as the Wright brothers, had not risked crashing. And I would not be a rich man today if I had listened to Elaine, the receptionist at Xerox, who said I would fail and return to Xerox. After I failed, I got stupider, borrowed $100,000 from my poor dad, then handed the money over to Stanley, who ran away with it. If I had not made so many stupid mistakes, many much bigger than $100,000, and learned from them, I would not be a rich man today. The key to learning is being humble, being willing to say, I screwed up. Then, seek wiser men and women and learn from them. That is true learning. Origins of education. The word education comes from the Latin word educere, which means to draw out. Unfortunately, our school system does not draw out. It puts in many cases, fake answers from fake teachers. Teachers who punish students for not repeating those fake answers on fake intelligence tests, and then implanting, by force and threat, the insane idea that mistakes make you stupid. Today, millions of students leave school deeply in debt, searching for high-paying jobs that are rapidly disappearing, having learned little about money, terrified of making mistakes, angry and living in fear of failing. Many of their parents and grandparents are in the same boat. The fear of failure. The fear of failure is a powerful human emotion. The fear of failure can be embodied in the metaphor of the three-sided coin, with heads, tails, and the edge of the coin. Fake education involves only one side of the coin. Real education requires each of us to stand on the edge of the coin and see both sides. On one side of the coin. For most people, the fear of financial failure paralyzes them, keeps them small, poor, and obedient. They often work at jobs that kill their spirit. A little more every day they go to work. A few turn to crime and violence in order to survive. Fake education causes people to be fearful of failing. The fear of failing also causes many to become cocky, arrogant, and greedy. Many of these people believe they are better, smarter, and richer than others. They often look down on people they feel are not as smart, attractive, or rich as they are. The other side of the coin. For a few people, the fear of failing financially inspires them to learn, to become real students, and to seek real teachers. Mistakes are not failure. For this person, mistakes are real learning experiences. Each failure, although painful, is a lesson in humility, for only through genuine humility does a person learn. Fake education causes a person to be cocky and arrogant with a fixed mindset of, I am right, I never make mistakes. Real education, on the other side of the coin, inspires people to make mistakes, to be humble, and to learn from their mistakes. For this person, mistakes make them smarter, richer, more generous, and a more human being. Real education inspires sharing, generosity, love, and compassion for other people, our planet, and ourselves. Real education promotes love and compassion because real education teaches. We are all human beings, and real human beings make mistakes. Real teachers have made mistakes. Fake teachers have not. Lesson: mistakes are God's real teachers. Your questions, Robert's answers. Question: when buying gold and silver, how do you know who to trust? Cameron R., USA. Answer: let the buyer beware is true even when buying real gold. Lately, there have been many instances of fake or salted gold being sold. Salted gold is gold that contains impurities, base metals like nickel and tin added in the bar. Salting gold is the same trick the Roman government used as the Roman Empire collapsed. Recently, China rejected a large shipment of gold bars from the United States because the bars were salted, not pure. The bad news is those gold bars are still floating around the country. The way I find reputable dealers is by asking innocent, conversational questions. 1. How long have you been selling gold and silver? 2. Why do you deal in gold and silver? 3. May I talk to one or two of your customers? 4. Do you recommend rare coins for beginners? 5. Where should I store my coins? 6. What is the difference between 999 gold and 9999 gold? The dealer's answers to those general questions should give you some insight into the wisdom, experience, and the soul of the gold dealer. Again, when buying anything, the real answer is always, let the buyer beware. Question: what's your best advice for finding and choosing good and trustworthy partners? What things do you look for in employees, in advisors, in partners? Marshall B., Argentina. Answer: that is the multi-million-dollar question. A business partnership is like a marriage partnership. If you find the right partner, life is heaven. If you find the wrong partner, it can be hell. The good news is that all of my bad partners have led to great partners. For example, I met every one of my good advisors as a result of bad advisors. The two most important questions to ask when looking for a great partner are: 1. Am I a great partner? 2. What do I have to do to become a better partner? Question: why is it bad to buy real estate using equity instead of debt? I know that banks give debt, not equity. I want to understand the shortcoming and benefits connected to equity, as you have outlined with debt. Stanley P., Poland. An important question, to which I offer 5 answers. 1. I do it for the challenge. Buying one property with 100% cash is easy. Buying 100 properties with 100% debt is hard. 2. Debt is dangerous. There is less risk using cash. There is a lot of risk using debt. If you want to use debt to invest, please take real investment seminars. 3. After 1971, the U.S. dollar became debt. Most people become poorer working for dollars, equity, or cash. The challenge was to become richer, acquiring assets, increasing income, and reducing taxes, using debt. 4. I wanted to live my life in the B and I quadrants, the business and investor quadrants of the cash flow quadrant, included as figure 9.1 in the accompanying PDF. People in the E, employee, and S, specialist or small business owner quadrants use debt to become poorer. People in the B, big business, and I, investor quadrants use debt to become richer. In 1972, I took my first real estate seminar. In 1972, I learned to transform debt into equity. Without financial education, most people turn equity into debt. 5. The infinite return. The goal of the B and I quadrants is to achieve an infinite return on every investment. An infinite return is the ability to make money without using any of your money. An infinite return is a sign of very high financial IQ, or FIQ. Financial IQ measures the size of the financial problem a person can solve. Financial IQ is measured in dollars. For example, a survey found that the average American cannot solve a $400 money problem. That means they have less than a $400 FIQ. A person who knows how to turn debt into equity can solve very large financial problems. On the flip side, a person who turns equity into debt can cause very large financial problems. Chapter 11. How going to school keeps people poor. Bucking an obsolete system. You can't do that here. I have heard that statement 1,000 times. No matter where I am in the world, every time I explain my rich dad's lessons on money, debt, and taxes, and what I do in real life, people always say, "You can't do that here." And that person is right. They can't do what I do, but I can, and I do, and I can do it virtually anywhere in the world. That is the power of real education. In other words, real education empowers people. It empowers them to do things others can't, and in many cases, things they thought might never be possible for them. Fake education keeps people poor, small, limited, and tethered to tiny filaments of life, limited by limiting thoughts. I can't. The most destructive words a person can use are the words "I can't," especially when those words are tied to money. I can't afford it. What causes poverty? When it comes to the cause of financial poverty, it is those few short words, "I can't afford it," that keep people poor and keep people small. If a person cannot change those words into the question, "How can I afford it?" they will always live in financial poverty, no matter how much money they may make. I wish. The other day, a friend's wife asked me, "Where are you going this year?" I said, "This year I will be in Australia, Japan, Africa, and Europe." She replied, "I wish I could do that, but I can't afford it." Which takes me back to the opening thought of this chapter. Wherever I am in the world, when I explain how I use debt and taxes to get richer, someone always says, "You can't do that here." As you know, when one finger points forward, 3 fingers point back. These statements, challenges, charges, whatever you choose to call them, are as much about the person making the statement as they are about me. And that is the problem with going to school. Without real financial education, most people spend their lives saying things like, "I can't afford it," "You can't do that," "I wish I could do that." Education creates poor dads. Rich Dad, Poor Dad is really about my poor dad. My poor dad is a metaphor for the inadequacy, obsolescence, and delusion of modern education's inability to prepare students for the real world. I have asked millions of people countless times, "What did school teach you about money?" The answer is usually a blank stare or statements like, "I studied economics," or "I learned to balance a checkbook." Sorry, but economics and balancing a checkbook are not the same as learning about money. Every time I ask what someone learned in school about money, it is meant to be a spear directed into the heart and soul of modern education. My people are destroyed. As I learned in Sunday school, Hosea 4:6, "My people are destroyed from lack of knowledge. Because you have rejected knowledge, I also reject you as my priests. Because you have ignored the law of your God, I also will ignore your children." I am not selling religion. I am quoting ancient wisdom. Those who direct our modern educational system need to look into a mirror and ask themselves, what knowledge am I rejecting? What subjects are we not teaching? Why do so many people hate school? Why do so many people say going to school was a waste of time? Why is the subject of money not taught in school? Why are the priests of education, the teachers, paid so poorly? Why are so many students leaving school crippled with student loan debt? Those questions are reflected in my poor dad, a great man who dedicated his life to public education and, unfortunately, an educational system that failed him. You can't do that here. A few months ago, I was invited to speak at a local church, where I did my usual talk on debt, taxes, and why the rich are getting richer. Asking for questions at the end, an irate parishioner raised his hand and said, "You can't do that here." I pointed out to him that the church was less than 5 miles from my house, and I assured him I was doing what I said I was doing, right here. And then I reaffirmed to those in the audience that what I was doing here was being done by the rich all over the world. That is why the rich are getting richer. The person who asked the question stood and said, "I am a medical doctor. I have the best financial advisors, and I know you cannot do what you say you are doing." Having gone through this fire drill all over the world, I asked, "What do you invest in?" "I am a medical doctor in private practice. That is why I have an IRA. I have millions in savings, and I own my house and a vacation condo, free and clear." "Is that it?" I asked. He nodded his head and waited for my answer. "You're right," I replied. "You can't do what I do, but I can." The medical doctor is obviously a highly educated man. As a private practitioner, he operates out of the S quadrant, the small business, self-employed quadrant. He also invests from the S quadrant, and he pays taxes out of the S quadrant, the quadrant that typically pays the highest percentage in taxes. And he is right. He cannot do what I do. Changing quadrants. In 1973, the year I signed up for an MBA program, I was in school preparing to find a job in the E quadrant as an employee. That same year, 1973, I signed up for a real estate course, a seminar to learn to be a professional investor in the I quadrant. The reason most people cannot do what I do is because they went to school to be in the E or S quadrants and are passive investors, not professional investors. A medical doctor telling me I cannot do what I do is as ludicrous as saying to me, "You cannot fly because I cannot fly." The reason I can fly is because I spent 5 years in flight school flying professionally and flying in Vietnam. I can do what I do financially because I went to school in the B and I quadrants. The education is different for different quadrants. The power of education. Real education should empower you to do anything you want to do. If you want to become a doctor, go to medical school. If you want to be a pilot, go to flight school. If you want to learn to be rich, where do you go? That is the power of real education. The problem is that most people leave school disempowered. Many leave the educational system hating school. When they run into something they cannot do, they say, "I can't do that." Just like the limiting thoughts that trigger statements like "I can't afford that" or "you can't do that." Rather than seek real education and real teachers, they close their minds and their options. Is education obsolete? The second part of this book, Part 2, Fake Teachers, is the most important part of this book because there is nothing more important than education. There would be no need for Part 1, Fake Money, if our educational system were functional. There would be no need for Part 3, Fake Assets, if education were real. If our educational system offered and delivered real financial education and real spiritual education, our leaders would not get away with printing fake money or selling fake assets. That is why Part 2 is the most important part of this book. There is nothing more important than real education, academic, professional, spiritual, and financial education. All are important today. Disempowering education. The reason people challenge me saying you can't do that is because our educational system is designed to keep people powerless. As stated earlier, most of our greatest universities were started by and funded by robber barons, men like John D. Rockefeller, Cornelius Vanderbilt, Leland Stanford, and Cecil Rhodes. Their interest in education was fueled by their need to find the best and brightest students, educate them, and train them to work for them. Employees who would do their bidding, but entrepreneurs or innovators who would compete against them. As Bucky Fuller said, the reason the robber barons founded the country's greatest universities was to look for the best and brightest minds and teach them to be E's, executive employees, or S's, specialists such as lawyers and accountants, who would work for the rich, but not be a rich person in the B or I quadrants. That may be why our greatest entrepreneurs like Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Michael Dell, and Mark Zuckerberg dropped out of great schools. Apparently, they were not receiving the education they needed, education for the B and I quadrants. Changing quadrants. Today, millions of people are stuck in jobs they hate or jobs that don't pay enough, or both. They know they need to change. The problem is they are afraid of changing, and they do not know how to change. Their education, or lack of education, keeps them stuck, afraid of failing, afraid of changing. When I explain the differences between the four quadrants, I see many people who want to change. The problem is, to be able to change quadrants from the E and S side to the B and I side requires real spiritual and real financial education. That is why most people remain paralyzed, like my highly educated poor dad. After my poor dad challenged the governor of Hawaii and lost the election, he was unable to stand back up. It was the first time in his life that he had failed. His education had trapped him in the E quadrant. He was unable to change quadrants even though he was unemployed. He bought an ice cream franchise to get into the S quadrant and failed. He was not an entrepreneur. He could not get out of his E quadrant education and mindset. He could not change. Invisible poverty. Schools teach people to be poor with a term known as invisible poverty. Schools reinforce invisible poverty by 1. Punishing students for making mistakes. 2. Teaching that mistakes make you stupid. 3. Memorizing answers rather than learning by making mistakes. 4. Decreeing that there is only one right answer that the teachers have. 5. Delineating right versus wrong, rather than the concept of 3 sides to every coin. 6. Lacking real financial education. 7. Viewing cooperation as cheating. 8. Taking tests on your own. 9. Making it unacceptable to ask for help. 10. Never saying, "I don't know." 11. Not helping others. 12. Grading on the bell curve, where there are smart people and stupid people. The crisis. Bucky Fuller was a futurist. In the opening statement to his 1982 book, Critical Path, he writes, "Twilight of the world's power structures. Humanity is moving ever deeper into crisis, a crisis without precedent." Being a futurist, he was not talking about a crisis in 1981. He was warning of the crisis we are facing today, the crisis the class of 1981 baby boomers would face in the 21st century. Accelerating acceleration. Fuller was warning of a phenomenon he called accelerating acceleration. Accelerating acceleration would occur when humanity transitioned from the industrial age to the information age. Prior to his death in 1983, the futurist predicted there would be a new invention that would radically change the world before the end of the decade. In 1969, more than a decade prior, the foundation of the Internet, known as ARPANET, was released to the world. The Advanced Research Projects Agency Network was an arm of the U.S. Defense Department. Its initial purpose was to link computers at Pentagon-funded research institutions over telephone lines. In 1989, with the invention of the World Wide Web by Sir Tim Berners-Lee, the world transitioned from the industrial age into the information age, and accelerating acceleration began. Education, however, has not changed. Education remains frozen in time. Repeating the lesson from Sunday school, Hosea 4:6. My people are destroyed from lack of knowledge. Because you have rejected knowledge, I also reject you as my priests. Because you have ignored the law of your God, I also will ignore your children. In the 21st century, billions are being destroyed from lack of knowledge. And as Fuller warned in Critical Path, humanity is moving ever deeper into crisis, a crisis without precedent. Speaking to our class in 1981, he explained the reason why billions of people were in trouble. Change in the information age is invisible, he said. People do not get out of the way of things they cannot see moving toward them. Rich Dad was making a very similar statement when he said money became invisible in 1971 when Nixon suspended the convertibility of dollars into gold. In Critical Path, Fuller writes, because of my driving conviction that all of humanity is in peril of extinction if one of us does not dare, now and henceforth, always to tell only the truth, and all the truth, and to do so promptly, right now. Talking to parents. Since Fuller passed on, I have warned parents of education's failure to prepare their children for the real world, warning of education's reinforcement of invisible property. I mentioned that schools, 1, punish students for making mistakes, 2, view cooperation as cheating, 3, make you take tests on your own, 4, discourage you from asking for help, 5, discourage you from helping others, 6, grade on the bell curve. Nearly 100% of the time the parents say, I know education is in trouble, but not in my child's school. My child's school is doing a great job. My kids are happy, they have fun, they cooperate, and they love their teacher. Or they say, my children are very bright. One is in a great law school and the other is in graduate school working on his PhD. Both will have good, high-paying, secure jobs. As Fuller warned, people do not get out of the way of things they cannot see. Sunday New York Times Book Review, July 15, 2018. Barely Afloat in America. This is an excerpt by Robert Reich, U.S. Secretary of Labor from 1993 to 1997, concerned about the changes in employment that are on the way. Reich writes, I'm not just referring to big-brained robots taking over civilization from us smaller-brained humans, but the more imminent possibility they'll take over our jobs. It's already happening. Robots and related forms of artificial intelligence are rapidly supplanting what remain of factory workers, call center operators, and clerical staff. Amazon and other online platforms are booting out retail workers. We'll soon be saying goodbye to truck drivers, warehouse personnel, and professionals who can do whatever can be replicated, including pharmacists, accountants, attorneys, diagnosticians, translators, and financial advisors. Machines may soon do a better job than doctors at scanning for cancer. This does not mean a future without jobs, as some doomsayers predict, but robots will almost certainly push down wages in all the remaining human-touch jobs: childcare, elder care, home health care, personal coaches, sales, and so on, that robots can't do because they're not, well, human. Even today, with technology having already displaced many workers, there's no job crisis. Instead, we have a good jobs crisis. Today's typical American worker earns around $44,500 a year, not much more than what the typical worker earned in 1979, adjusted for inflation. Nearly 80% of adult Americans say they live from paycheck to paycheck, many not knowing how big their next paycheck will be. I offer this warning to parents. In the information age, because change and money are invisible, without real financial education, how can parents know what schools have and have not taught their children? All most parents know is what they were taught in school. They do not know what was missing from their education. That is why most parents I talk to say, "My child is in a good school." Without real education, the gap between the rich and everyone else will grow, even if kids do well in school. If the gap between rich and poor grows, the probability of civil unrest and revolution grows as well. Human assets and liabilities. As we grew older, Rich Dad made his son and me aware of human assets and liabilities, not just financial assets and liabilities. You can see the diagram that Rich Dad drew for his son and me in the accompanying PDF labeled as Figure 11.1. Rich Dad then said, "Your greatest assets are people, so people are your greatest liabilities." When a parent says these words to me, I know education is in trouble, but my child goes to a great school. I draw the same diagram of human assets and liabilities. Once the class had an idea of how a financial statement works, especially assets putting money in their pockets and liabilities taking money from their pockets, I would then show them Rich Dad's balance sheet of people. I would ask the class to look at the financial statement and discuss who are assets and who are liabilities in their lives today and in the future. Discussions are awkward at first. No one wants to label anyone a liability. Yet, as the discussions progressed, a few truths started to come to the surface. As truths begin to be told, I hear statements such as, "My son dropped out of school and now I have to pay off his student loan debt. He still can't find a job. My daughter's husband is a drug addict. She left him with her 5 kids, and now she lives at home with us. She has a college degree but can't work because 3 of her kids are under 12 years of age. My father lost his job as an executive when the store he worked for closed. He has used up his 401k savings. Now he lives with us. He wants to work but can't find a high-paying job. My financial advisor's advice has not made me any money. I am 6 years from retirement. I am wondering how I will be able to retire. My business partner is ill. Now I have to support him and his family. I owe back taxes. The government is threatening to garnish my wages. The reason I owe back taxes is because I do not earn enough to live on. I can't even afford to live paycheck to paycheck. I fall further behind every month. On top of that, I can't afford prescriptions for my wife and me." At the end of the discussion, I ask, "Do you still think education is preparing people for the real world?" It's a warning that bears repeating. In the information age, because change is invisible and money is invisible, without real financial education, how do parents know what schools have not taught and are not teaching their children? One of Fuller's reasons for writing Critical Path was, "Because of my driving conviction that all of humanity is in peril of extinction, if each one of us does not dare, now and henceforth, always to tell only the truth and all the truth, and to do so promptly, right now." Translation: For humanity to survive, each of us needs to start telling the truth. When people start talking about the human liabilities in their lives, they start telling the truth about the inadequacy of their children's and their own education. Simply put, education is failing to prepare people for a changing world of accelerating acceleration, a world of invisible change and invisible money. Without real spiritual education, people are paralyzed, because fake teachers teach them not to make mistakes and not to ask for help, because asking for help is cheating. Without real financial education, people are blind, because it is easier for the academic elite to steal the wealth of blind people via the money they work for. Without real spiritual and financial education, you are right. You cannot do what I do. This is not new information. It stood the test of time in the Bible. My people are destroyed from lack of knowledge. There is good news. In the next chapter, you will learn about entrepreneurs in education, people who are doing what needs to be done outside the obsolete educational system. Your questions, Robert's answers. Question: Isn't there value in a college education apart from the academics? Gary B., Singapore. Answer: Sure there is. For many people, college can be the first time they're exposed to a wide variety of points of view. It's a time to test wings and boundaries, a time to experience new things and meet new people who, in many cases, will have different backgrounds, ideas, and opinions. Education takes many forms, and the college experience is one of them. What each person must weigh is the ROI, the return on investment into a traditional college education, and the potential burden of student loan debt. There is no one-size-fits-all formula, and each person must evaluate the pros and cons, as well as his or her goals and vision for the future against the expense. Question: What irks you most about most traditional education? Adam C., Czech Republic. Answer: A few things, actually, and they're all connected. Bottom line is that traditional education does not prepare people of any age for the real world. We don't exist or work in silos. We need to cooperate and collaborate. School calls that cheating, and in my opinion, the true measure and test of intelligence is our ability to be open-minded enough to evaluate and appreciate other points of view, other ways at looking at things. In school, there's usually one right answer. In the real world, the right answer is often dependent upon individual circumstances or conditions. Question: When you say that saying "I can't" or "I can't afford it" shuts down your mind, what do you mean? Cecilia J., United Kingdom. Answer: I mean that statements like those close your mind to possibilities. It's small thinking when you should be thinking big, or at least bigger. If you ask yourself instead, how can I afford it? You are engaging your brain to think of ideas, solutions, and opportunities. Question: Would it be better to start learning in university with lower cost and then try to move to a better one? Agim B., Estonia. Answer: Each of us needs to decide what's right for us. The value of any particular school, university or otherwise, is often a product of the student. Question: So what is real education? Billy K., South Africa. Answer: Real education should empower you to do whatever it is that you want to do. That education comes from real teachers, people who have actually done what you want to do, and you should be an active participant in the process. Question: In this age of accelerating acceleration, with information overload and everything moving so fast, how do you know who you can trust? Alexi C., Turkey. Answer: That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? And as with so many things in life, the answer starts with education. It starts with you becoming smarter so you can better evaluate truth from lies and what's real and true from what is fake. Question: How can I learn the language of money? Angela S., New Zealand. Answer: Start with expanding your vocabulary related to words about money, finance, and the economy. Words have power. Learn a new word every day, and soon you'll find that you hear those words on television and on the radio and see them in news articles or on the internet. Take the time to understand what you hear and read, and if you don't understand something, find someone who can explain it to you and discuss it with you. Question: I've always felt that a huge part of education is the responsibility of parents. What's your take on that? Justin J., USA. Answer: Well, since I call my most powerful mentor Rich Dad, I guess the answer to that question is pretty obvious. Our parents are our first and in many cases best teachers. This is especially true if parents raise children who are naturally curious, eager to explore and experience, willing to ask questions, and open to considering more than a single right answer. Most important, perhaps, is that parents can have a huge impact on how a child views mistakes. Mistakes are how we learn, and there's a lesson in every one of them. Mistakes are opportunities to learn, positive experiences in our learning curve of life. Chapter 12. Entrepreneurs in Education. Can you see the future? In July 2018, U.S. President Donald Trump issued an executive order proclaiming the re-education and retraining of American workers. Many big corporations are behind the president's education initiative. This is an example of fake news. President Trump's executive order sounds great, a great idea, obviously timed to attract more votes from workers. Real news. The real news is that the United States already spends over $1 billion a year on re-education and retraining of its workforce. Real news. The real news is that re-education and retraining programs are not working. Why re-education does not work. The idea of retraining and re-education is a noble idea. The problem is that re-education programs, as they exist, have not worked. And the reason the programs do not work is because our educational methods do not work. All one has to do is look at the higher levels of teacher diagram, and it becomes apparent that how we teach is obsolete, ineffective, and boring. This diagram is figure 8.1 in the accompanying PDF. As stated earlier, one of the greatest crimes of education is how many young people leave school hating school. How many people struggle financially because they left school hating school. How many people are in jail because they hated school. How many people are stuck in jobs they hate because they hated school. Granted, traditional education does a great job for approximately 25% of the population. The chaos that it creates for the other 75% is the problem. I was on the borderline, often close to dropping out because I hated school. I knew I was not stupid. I had high aptitude scores. I just hated traditional schools, traditional teachers, and especially the boring process of traditional education. 8 life events saved me from quitting school. 1. Being an apprentice to Rich Dad and working in a real business. 2. Rich Dad teaching via the game of Monopoly. He made learning fun. 3. Having great teachers such as my 5th grade teacher, Harold Ely, a teacher who inspired me to learn rather than memorize answers. 4. Attending a military academy rather than a traditional university. 5. Attending seminars regularly rather than returning to traditional schools for advanced degrees. 6. Following the 3 wise men from the Bible, constantly seeking great teachers outside the educational system. 7. Having 2 dads and learning that all coins have 3 sides. 8. learning that in real life there is more than one right answer. President Kennedy and education. President Trump is not the first president to propose the re-education of our displaced workers. As Stephen Brill recounts in his book Tailspin, in 1962, President John F. Kennedy proposed that the United States expand global trade by lowering tariffs and restrictions on foreign imports. Both Republicans and Democrats were tentatively in favor of trade liberalization at the time during the Cold War, though the Republicans were more protectionist. Kennedy was aware expanding global trade would wipe out U.S. jobs. That is why, in 1962, he also proposed the formation of TAA, Trade Adjustment Assistance, a federal program to re-educate unemployed workers. President Kennedy did not want a small group of workers who would lose their jobs to be the price for a national benefit to millions of Americans. Kennedy said, "When considerations of national policy make it desirable to avoid higher tariffs, those injured by that foreign competition should not be required to bear the full brunt of the impact. Rather, the burden of economic adjustment should be borne in part by the federal government." Translation: lower tariffs will benefit America and Americans. A few will lose their jobs. The burden of re-education of unemployed workers should be the responsibility of the federal government. Kennedy's TAA offered displaced workers as much as 65% of the individual's average weekly wage for 52 weeks and up to 65 weeks for workers over age 60, and enrollment in education and training programs to develop higher and different skills. The program also provided funds to families if they needed to relocate to find a new job. Strong opposition. President Kennedy's program faced strong opposition from Republicans. One of the most vocal opponents was Senator Prescott Bush, father and grandfather of future Presidents George H.W. Bush and George W. Bush. In spite of the opposition, Kennedy succeeded in getting TAA passed. TAA has had mixed reviews. It's been reported that during the first 6 years after its passage, and although TAA came with a $1 billion price tag, not a single worker had received assistance from the government. For most workers who lost their jobs, TAA proved to be an extension of unemployment insurance, not education or job retraining. One reason why workers did not use the education and retraining program was due to TAA's educational requirements, the prerequisites before the worker was required to receive educational assistance. Workers had to complete a high school equivalency and enroll full-time in a community college or vocational school before TAA allocated funds for further education and training. This was impractical because most workers needed to replace lost income as soon as possible. They could not afford to go back to school before they received TAA funds for education and training. EBT versus education. Earlier in this book, I mentioned that in 1994, the sugar plantations left Hilo, Hawaii, and leaving many once highly paid workers unemployed. Many sugar plantation workers did not have a high school diploma because they did not need a high school education to get a high-paying job. Today, rather than receive the education and retraining they need, many live on EBT cards. Rather than re-educate workers, which would return them to being taxpayers in a capitalist system, they receive welfare in a socialist system. That is why socialism is growing in America. As Brill further researches in Tailspin in 2001, the Government Accountability Office, GAO, conducted case studies, including one in Martinsville and Henry County, Virginia. The study found that of the 6,000 jobs lost in less than a decade, fewer than 20% of the TAA-eligible workers enrolled in re-education programs. Of the 20% who did enroll, many dropped out because they could not complete remedial classes and occupational training before their income support expired. Another GAO study found 3/4 of workers who did qualify for TAA never used it. Another TAA program study reported that the few who did complete the program never ended up with jobs remotely equivalent to the jobs they had lost. It's our education, stupid. Our education is the problem. It is what we teach, how we teach, and who teaches that is the problem. Again, I'll refer to the higher levels of teacher diagram. 1. How many times have you been sitting in class only to realize that your body was there, but your brain wasn't? 2. How many times have you sat in class looking at the time rather than listening to the teacher? 3. How many times have you crammed for a test rather than being inspired to learn? Learning from Rich Dad. I love the higher levels of teacher diagram because it illustrates the difference between my rich dad and my poor dad. I worked for free as an apprentice for my rich dad, doing the real thing. In exchange, Rich Dad had us play Monopoly and narrated lessons as we moved our pieces around the game board. On a regular basis, we would visit his real greenhouses, which eventually became a giant red hotel. Real education was fun, exciting, and challenging, certainly never boring. There were so many times that I got in trouble at home because I came home late. I came home late because I did not want to stop learning from Rich Dad. I always wanted to learn more. When I came home late, the only words I heard were, "Have you done your homework? If you don't get good grades, you won't get a good job." Becoming an entrepreneur in education. In 1983, after Fuller passed and I read Grunch of Giants, I knew I could no longer remain an entrepreneur in the rock and roll business, making a lot of money producing licensed products for rock bands like Duran Duran, Van Halen, Judas Priest, Boy George, Ted Nugent, and the Police. Something inside of me told me it was time to become an entrepreneur in education. I did not know how I was going to do it. I just knew I could not keep doing what I was doing. In 1983, I met Kim, someone who was also searching for her life's purpose. In 1984, we held hands and took our leap of faith, leaving beautiful Hawaii and landing in California. It was not long before our money ran out, yet we kept going. After our money ran out, we were homeless for a week, sleeping in an old brown Toyota Celica at beach parks in San Diego, California, before finally living in the basement of a friend who took us in. It was our test of faith. David versus Goliath. In 1983, Kim and I realized we were taking on the educational system of Grunch and the academic elites. It was David versus Goliath. What kept us going were friends and family who encouraged us to stay the course, many of whom offered financial assistance, which we never accepted. We were on a mission to find out if there really was a God, and we knew if we accepted money, that money would dilute our faith. Instead, we survived on wisdom from people like Bucky Fuller, who went through a similar test of faith for years, never working for money, only doing what he thought God wanted him to do, and constantly asking himself, "What can I do? I'm just a little guy." It took Kim and me 10 years to achieve financial freedom. In 1994, Kim and I retired, finally free. Kim was 37 and I was 47. In 1996, Kim and I created the Cash Flow board game. In 1997, Rich Dad, Poor Dad was released as a self-published book because every book editor we approached said that I did not know what I was talking about. In 2000, Oprah called, and the rest is history. In 2002, Donald Trump and I met backstage at an event where we spoke to thousands of raving fans in America and Australia. Since then, we have written 2 books together, becoming partners in real financial education. In 2008, I was interviewed by Wolf Blitzer on CNN and predicted the crash and bankruptcy of Lehman Brothers. 6 months later, Lehman Brothers filed for bankruptcy and the Great Recession began. The gap between the rich, middle class, and poor is growing, just as Donald Trump and I predicted and wrote about in our books. Repeating Fuller's statements from his introduction to Critical Path. Twilight of the world's power structures. Humanity is moving ever deeper into crisis, a crisis without precedent. Translation: in 1982, Fuller was warning the information age is coming. Grunge will lose its power in the information age. The crisis will grow worse because grunge will fight to hold on to its power. Desperate people do desperate things. Fuller also stated the information age will usher in the age of integrity. Grunge will be exposed. The crisis will accelerate due to grunge doing anything in its power to hold on to power. You can sense grunge holding on for dear life. Its central banks being challenged by the people's money, such as Bitcoin. Another way grunge holds on to its power is via a corrupted education system, a system without a soul and void of real education. That is why Kim and I became entrepreneurs in education. Our board game Cash Flow is designed to bypass the education system and return real education to the people of the world via people teaching people. People teaching people. Kim and I designed the Cash Flow game not to give people answers that people should memorize, but to inspire people to learn more by giving players a tiny glimpse into the possibility of a richer life. Each time a person plays the game, they gain another spiritual glimpse into a brighter future for themselves and their families. My earlier warning to parents bears repeating. I think, in today's invisible world of technology and money, it is almost impossible for teachers, parents, and students to know what is missing from real education. In the information age, it is imperative that people take back control of education from the government. Clinton and China. In 1962, President John Kennedy, concerned about globalization, introduced TAA. In 1972, President Richard Nixon opened the door to China. In 1999, President Bill Clinton encouraged the admission of China into the WTO, the World Trade Organization. Clinton promised that opening trade with China would increase U.S. jobs and reduce our trade deficit. He also said, "This is a 100-0 deal for America." In 2001, China was admitted to the WTO. As you know, Clinton often has a problem with the truth. The deal turned out to be a 100-0 deal in favor of China. As Brill notes in Tailspin, from 2000 to 2009, the U.S. trade deficit with China nearly tripled, ballooning from $83 billion to $227 billion. Over the same period, the U.S. lost 5.6 million manufacturing jobs, including 627,000 in computer and electronic products. By 2016, the trade deficit with China was $347 billion. The side effects of trade deficits. The lopsided trade deficit not only has hurt workers who have lost their jobs, the trade deficit hurt mom-and-pop savers, homeowners, and investors. The trade deficit contributed to the financial collapse in 2008. Brill writes, "Because the Chinese were accumulating so much cash and need a safe place to invest it, they dramatically increased demand for U.S. Treasury bonds. That pushed interest rates in the United States down to unprecedented lows, which contributed to easy money being available to finance even the riskiest mortgages and, with them, the mortgage-backed securities and their derivatives. In 2008, the stock market and real estate markets nearly collapsed and interest rates plunged further. In 2018, the crisis is not over. It's only gotten bigger. As Fuller wrote in 1981, humanity is moving ever deeper into crisis, a crisis without precedent. The good news is entrepreneurs are coming to the rescue. Entrepreneurs in education. One notable entrepreneurial business is Khan Academy, a company that makes academic education available to millions of students throughout the world. Students do not need to take out student loans to learn from Khan Academy. In Tailspin, Brill highlights C4Q, which stands for Coalition for Queens, an educational organization started by Jukay Su, a U.S. Army captain, an Iraq war veteran, and an immigrant born in Taiwan and educated at Harvard. As Su tells Brill, some of the smartest, hardest working people I've ever met were soldiers who didn't graduate from college. C4Q teaches non-techies to become techies who are able to write computer code. While there are many schools and educational programs that teach the same subject, C4Q is different in the way it teaches. A few differences are: 1. Founder Jukay Su is not a programmer. He has no computer background or experience. 2. Jukay Su hires real teachers from the industry rather than fake teachers from academia. 3. C4Q is run like a military academy. The educational process is devoted to intense teamwork, with teachers and students working cooperatively rather than competitively. 4. In 2013, his first class of 21 students earned about $18,000 a year. Most were service workers without much education. 52% of graduates are female and 60% African Americans. 55% lacked college degrees. 5. The 88 recruits who started in September 2016 and graduated in June 2017 landed jobs averaging $85,000 a year. They were hired by companies such as Uber, Blue Apron, Pinterest, Google, BuzzFeed, and JP Morgan Chase. 6. The graduates agree to pay the organization 12% of their earnings for the following 2 years. 7. It is not like a student loan, which often traps students who do not graduate or get good jobs into a lifetime of horrible debt. 8. The 12% inspires charitable donors to become investors, sharing in the returns from successful students, making it more than another hot charity. Adding a capitalistic profit component to the nonprofit C4Q adds a financial component socialism lacks: financial sustainability. Brill also highlights Year Up, founded in 2000, another private nonprofit offering re-education and training for a broader mix of job categories. This from Tailspin. Year Up currently has 20 locations across the United States and has trained over 18,000 students for technology-related jobs such as hardware repair, help desk operations, and communication skills that employers expect for those filling entry-level middle-skill jobs. Each student signs a contract committing to tough standards of conduct and participation. They receive 200 points at the beginning and lose points for any transgressions, such as being late or disrespectful or failing to complete homework on time. 25% typically lose their 200 points and are removed from the program. Much like a military school, brains and grades at Year Up are not enough. Much like the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy, a student could be removed for demerits received for not obeying the code of honor and or not behaving like an officer and a gentleman, even if they had the highest grades. Although Year Up does not secure its graduates the high-paying jobs that C4Q secures for its coders, Year Up gets students out of poverty and into the middle class. Small potential for success. Another academic elite like Stephen Brill breaks his silence. This time, it's a Harvard alum named Sean Achor, who has become an entrepreneur in education. In his book, Big Potential, published in 2018, the lecturer writes, "3 years ago, as I was researching the hidden connections that underlie success and human potential, I had a breakthrough. I became a father. When my son Leo came into the world, he was quite literally helpless. He couldn't even roll over by himself. But as he grew older, he became more capable. And with each new skill he picked up, like any good positive psychology researcher would, I found myself praising him, saying, 'Leo, you did that all by yourself. I'm proud of you.' And after a while, Leo began parroting it back to me in a soft but proud voice. 'All by myself.' That's when I realized, first as children, then as adults in the workplace, we are conditioned to disproportionately value things we do on our own. As a father, I stopped my praise and guidance there. My son might come to view independent achievement as the ultimate test of our mettle. But in reality, it is not. There is a whole other level. The cycle begins at a young age. At school, our kids are trained to study diligently and individually so they can best others on exams. If they seek help on projects from other students, they are chastised for cheating. They are given multiple hours of homework a night, forcing them to trade time with others for more time working in isolation. Sabotage and win. My wife, Kim, recalls being a student at University of California at Santa Barbara. She said, students would sabotage other students' projects just for a better grade. She also said a few students would go to the library and actually cut out the pages of books that other students needed to study. Kim ultimately left UC Santa Barbara before graduating from the University of Hawaii simply to get her degree and get out of school. I left, never wanting to return to higher education and higher degrees. The rise of depression. Achor's Big Potential is a big book for our times. A few of the book's main points are: the formula is simple. Be better and smarter and more creative than everyone else, and you will be successful. But this formula is inaccurate. Success is not just about how creative or smart or driven you are, but how well you are able to connect with, contribute to, and benefit from the ecosystem of people around you. It isn't just how highly rated your college or workplace is, but how well you fit in there. It isn't just about how many points you score, but how well you complement the skills of the team. By clinging to the old formula for success, we are leaving enormous amounts of potential untapped. I saw this firsthand during my 12 years at Harvard as I watched students crash upon the shoals of hypercompetition, then get stranded on the banks of self-doubt and stress. A staggering 80% of Harvard students report going through depression at some point in their college life. Leaving Harvard and becoming an entrepreneur in education, Achor began sharing his findings on the power of cooperation to schools and businesses all over the world. Now that I have done this work all over the world, I know depression is not a problem reserved for Ivy League students. The average age of being diagnosed with depression in 1978 was 29. In 2009, the average age was 14 and a half. Depression and violence. Could the rise in students murdering students in schools with guns be due to depression, loneliness, and isolation? Why was U.S. Congressman Steve Scalise shot while practicing baseball just because he was a Republican? Why was Congresswoman Gabby Giffords shot while greeting constituents just because she was a Democrat? Why is gun violence in major cities on the rise? Why are people less civil and more disrespectful toward each other? Why is bullying in school a serious and growing problem? Do terrorism and violence begin in school? Virtuous cycle. Acor offers solutions. One is called the virtuous cycle, which he defines as such: a positive feedback loop whereby making others better leads to more resources, energy, and experiences that make you better, fueling the cycle again. Thus, making others better takes your success to the next level. Thus, small potential is the limited success you can achieve alone. Big potential is the success you can achieve only in a virtuous cycle with others. Schools promote small potential by competing rather than cooperating. Acor teaches how to unlearn what is taught in school, learning how to cooperate and tap into your bigger potential by first helping others become more successful. Rich Dad's Virtuous Cycle. Rich Dad had his own virtuous cycle, one Saturday each month. That is how he and his group got smarter and richer, learning from each other. They were real teachers, working together, helping each other solve real problems, without going back to school. One of the most popular new Rich Dad books is More Important Than Money. The book includes chapters by each of the Rich Dad advisors, real teachers, doing the real thing in real life. The book is about how we all support each other, getting smarter, richer, and more successful without going back to school, where cooperating and helping fellow students is considered cheating. A picture is worth 1,000 words. Images 12.1 through 12.3 in the accompanying PDF tell the story about the difference between civilian flight school and military flight school. It's the difference between small and big potential, between cheating and collaborating. Intense teamwork requires intense spiritual education. What does it take to become a military pilot? Intense spiritual education requires dedication to a mission, the highest degree of respect for yourself and for everyone on your team, and precise mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual discipline while training to be the best of the best. This intense spiritual teamwork is instilled in every student pilot from the first day of flight school. This intense spiritual teamwork is carried into every mission, in every pilot, even if they do not become one of the elite Blue Angels, the best of the best pilots in the world. Intense spiritual teamwork is the reason entrepreneurs in education are making a difference, while traditional education programs like TAA cost billions and are failing. In the next chapter, you will learn who your best teacher can be. Your questions, Robert's answers. Question: you call them elites. Who are they specifically? Alex P., Germany. Answer: elites are generally higher income, college-educated people. Most elites are not rich. Many are managers, executives, and professionals, people who make more money than the working class. There are differences between elites and snobs. The world has many snobs, many of whom are neither elite or rich. Question: where are these elites found and how many of them are there? Pippa M., Romania. Answer: elites tend to gather in neighborhoods, organizations, and clubs, but so do the rich, the poor, and the working classes. They gather around shared values and interests and are often unified by education and economic status. Question: are all elites bad? Paul G., Ireland. Answer: no, not at all. Elite does not mean bad. Most of them do great work and contribute greatly to society. Elite is more of a socio-economic educational classification juxtaposed against the working class. Minorities join the elite via higher education. Many minority families, including my family, stress higher education for that very reason. 4 generations ago, my ancestors came to Hawaii as laborers. Going to college was their ticket off the plantations, out of the working class, and into the ranks of the educated elite. As you know, I did not want to be a highly educated elite government employee like my poor dad. I wanted to be rich, so I became an entrepreneur like my rich dad. Question. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between what's real and what isn't. How do we know if you are fake or real? James V., South Africa. Answer. You don't. Only my bankers and accountants know if I am real or fake. In today's world of fake social media, I can be anything. I've been called a fake many times by many people. I'll let my numbers, my financial statement, speak for me. Question. What's your response to those who say that gold is obsolete? Peter C., USA. Answer. I say, ask that same question in 20 years. Then you will have your real answer. Until then, in gold I trust. Question. Do you think that the introduction of the internet, iPhone, and other technologies will eventually expose the elites and what they have done to the rest of us? Elaine K., United Kingdom. Answer. According to Roger McNamee, author of Zucked, artificial intelligence will only make fake news and disinformation more potent, more real, and more destructive to the lives of the unsuspecting. Simply said, AI, artificial intelligence, will make our lives much better and much worse. The information age is just beginning. We have not seen anything yet. Chapter 13. A Student of God. Choose your teachers well. Mayday, mayday, mayday. Yankee Tango 96. Engine failure. We're going in. Our gunship had been circling in an oval racetrack pattern about a mile away from the carrier at 1,500 feet when our engine quit. We had been circling, waiting for the larger troop transport helicopters to launch. Our tiny, single-engine aircraft was heavy, very, very heavy, with a crew of 5, 6 machine guns, canisters of ammunition, and 2 rocket pods that held 18 rockets. When I am asked, how does a gunship fly without an engine? My answer is, like a rock. Due to years and years of practicing emergency procedures, including crashing, every day we flew, the moment the engine failed, I reflexively pushed the aircraft's nose toward the ocean, although everything in me was screaming, pull back, pull back, pull back, add power, add power, add power. If I had pulled back on a control called the cyclic, the stick, and added power, pulling up on the collective, the gas, we would have all died. Helicopters do not glide like planes. When the engine on a helicopter quits, there is no glide time, no time to think about what to do. There are no parachutes for helicopter crews. When the engine quits, we go down. That is the reason why on every flight we simulate an engine failure by turning off the power. I assure you, practicing an engine failure is frightening, although we know we can turn the engine back on. On every practiced engine failure, we roll the power off, pushing the nose forward and go face to face with the eyes of death. Helicopter pilots repeat to ourselves the mantra, pilots who pull up to avoid death die. Pilots who push forward to face death live. As the higher levels of teacher diagram explains, for years we simulated engine failure after engine failure. On this day, we graduated to do the real thing. As soon as the engine quit, the crew, 2 gunners, and a crew chief also began following their training, jettisoning the machine guns, rockets, and throwing ammo cans out the door. We were well rehearsed. We were now doing the real thing. There was no time for panic. The fall from the sky went into a slow-motion silence. A calm came over all of us as the noise and chaos going on outside the aircraft faded from our consciousness. Going exterior. Suddenly, as I sat flying a dead aircraft, I entered another dimension of life. Later, I would learn this dimension is called going exterior, or some spiritual practices call becoming the observer. For an eternity, there was a break in the reality we call time. There seemed to be no past, no future, only the present, only the now. I was now observing myself and the crew from another dimension of life. I could see the back of my own helmet, the back of my co-pilot's helmet, the crew behind the pilots, systematically running through the to-dos on their emergency checklist. I could also see the aircraft carrier and the other ships in the flotilla in the distance, and the vast ocean below. For an eternity, I was exterior to that moment in time. I was outside of time. Rather than fear, I felt a sense of peace, compassion, and love for myself and my crew as the aircraft silently auto-rotated toward the ocean and our possible deaths. All in all, it was surreal, not of this world. The final phase of the crash was textbook, as they say. There was no panic, no fear, just a calm sense of being in the present, outside of time. Just before the aircraft impacted the water, I finally pulled back, causing the craft to glide silently just above the water. As airspeed bled off, the nose pulled, now pointing into the sky. The blades grabbed the air, the silence disturbed by a loud whoop, whoop, whoop. After stalling, I then rocked the nose forward to level, and just before the aircraft hit the water, the collective, the power control that guides the aircraft up or down, was finally pulled, and the centrifugal forces stored in the blades came to life, holding the aircraft to hover for one last time and allowing the gunship to settle gently into the ocean. As soon as the aircraft touched the water, the aircraft tipped to the right. The blade hit the water, tearing the engine and transmission off, cutting through the cockpit as the aircraft began to sink into the ocean, almost as fast as we fell toward the ocean. All 5 of us were rescued 4 hours later by a Navy motor launch. Swimming in shark-infested waters for 4 hours was more terrifying than the 2-minute fall from the sky. During the post-crash debrief and investigation, I said nothing about going exterior to the investigators or my crew. The experience was outside my reality at that time, and I had no way to sensibly talk about an experience I had never previously experienced. So I said nothing because I did not know how to talk about it. My search for teachers. As I stated earlier, I returned from Vietnam to be stationed in Hawaii in January 1973 for the final years on my military contract. My flying days were coming to an end, and I, like the 3 wise men, went in search of my next teachers. To keep my poor dad happy, I enrolled in traditional education. I enrolled in the MBA program at the University of Hawaii. I did not care for the MBA program or the teachers and dropped out after 6 months. At the suggestion of my rich dad, I enrolled in a 3-day real estate investment seminar. I wanted to learn to use debt, or no money down, to make money. I loved the seminar and the teacher. 90 days after leaving that 3-day course, analyzing 100 properties, I purchased my first income property for nothing down, using 100% debt, putting $25 a month in my pocket, tax-free, an infinite return, and a life-transforming experience. Satori. In Buddhism, a Satori experience is a flash of enlightenment. Creating $25 out of nothing, even if it was only $25, was my Satori experience. Although only $25, it was still an infinite return. I had money without using any of my own money. I had made $25 a month out of pure financial education. In that Satori moment, I realized I would never have to spend my life working for money, chasing a paycheck, clinging to job security, living below my means, saving money, and investing in the stock market in hopes of a secure retirement, as most people will spend their lives doing. I called my real estate instructor to thank him. Almost every year since, I have attended 1 or 2 investment seminars a year seeking higher financial enlightenment, not job security. Also, at the suggestion of my rich dad, I began job interviews with companies that offered sales training programs. Rich Dad said, "The number one skill of an entrepreneur is the ability to sell." He also said, "Sales equal income." The reason most people struggle financially is because they can't sell. One business that advertised professional sales training as a benefit was New York Life. So I called and asked for a job interview. I showed up in downtown Honolulu in my Marine Corps uniform, which was risky in many ways and on many levels. The executive in charge of hiring was a great guy. He sung praises on how great New York Life sales training program was, as well as how much money I could make. As the interview wound down, he asked me questions I had never been asked before. It seemed he was searching for my spiritual aspirations more than my money and professional dreams. Realizing I had no idea what he was talking about, he reached into his desk and handed me a ticket to a free guest seminar. Having the evening for this free seminar open, I showed up at the Hilton Hotel's Coral Ballroom in Waikiki. This time not in my military uniform, yet obviously in the military due to my Marine haircut. Immediately, I was pleasantly surprised at the lines of happy, smiling people greeting me along the way to the ballroom. No one was spitting or glaring at me. Even the women were nice to me, which was a real surprise, since back then women tended to avoid men in uniform. Immediately, I suspected they were phonies or members of some strange hippie or religious cult. There were about 300 guests at the seminar. There was no alcohol being served, and I needed a drink. I sat farthest from the front and nearest the back door. Finally, all these happy, smiling people began to clap as a stunningly beautiful woman named Marcia Martin, dressed in white, took the stage, welcoming us before introducing the speaker. Werner Erhard was just as spectacular, trim, fit, handsome, also dressed in white and an even more eloquent speaker. There was no rah-rah or motivational phoniness, although clear and eloquent. I had no idea what either of them was talking about. It was not long before I was ready to run. I knew it was some Kool-Aid drinking cult, yet for some reason I decided to stay at least until the first break. Even at the break, I still had no idea what they were talking about. I heard a lot about getting it, although I had no idea what I was supposed to get. At the break, the full court press was on. These happy, smiling people were walking around, putting the hard sell on the guests. I saw the executive from New York Life and avoided him. The other smiling guys were easy to stiff-arm, but I could not say no to the beautiful, happy women. A girlfriend of a fellow pilot was there. Her name was Linda, and she was one of the smiling, beautiful women, so I felt more at ease to ask her more direct questions. "How much do you get paid to sell for this guy, Erhard?" was my question. Her answer was, "We do this for free." "Why do you do this?" was my next question. When she could not answer that question, at least to the satisfaction of my logical mind, I was gone. I was ready to leave. As I turned to leave the guest seminar, my fellow pilot's girlfriend came up to me and asked, "So are you going to sign up for the EST seminar?" "Hell no," I said. "I don't need this, whatever it is." She asked again and again. I said, "I do not need this stuff." Fed up with me, she finally said, "Of all the people in this room, you need this training the most. You know I love your fellow pilot, Jim. He wants to marry me, but I can't marry him. He won't even do what you did tonight, show up and listen to something new, a different type of education. He needs this 2-week program as much as you do. You Marines have the biggest bullshit macho act running your lives. You guys are all acts, great guys, but total acts, total machines, total robots. I just wish one of you had the guts to take a look behind your super macho Marine pilot acts and find out who you really are." At one level, she was pissing me off. On another level, I finally kind of understood what the guy at New York Life, Erhard, and my fellow pilot's girlfriend were talking about. I was finally getting it. Giving in, I put my $35 deposit down for the next 2-weekend EST, or Erhard seminar training, and left without returning to the guest seminar. About a month later, I was walking into another hotel ballroom in Waikiki for a 2-weekend EST training. EST had great teachers. I thought the Marines were tough. These guys were as tough, if not tougher. The opening statement from instructor Landon Carter, a Harvard graduate, was, "Your lives do not work." I had to agree. My life looked good from the outside, but on the inside, I knew my life was a mess. No one could go to the bathroom or for any break for over 11 hours. 300 of us sat there through process after process, re-examining our lives that were not working. At the end of 2 weekends, I had a breakthrough. I popped into a different dimension and better understood where I went on the day of my crash, the day I went exterior, met the observer, the day I radioed, "Mayday, Mayday, Mayday," the day I called for help. Our mind is our problem. The reason I could not talk about my Mayday Day was because of my mind. My mind was the problem. The reason I could not understand what the recruiter at New York Life was talking about was my mind. My mind was my problem. My mind was in the way of the message. The reason I could not understand Martin or Erhard was because my mind was in the way. The reason Jim and I could not understand Linda was because his mind and my mind were in the way. Only when she insulted my ego, calling us both super macho acts, was there a brief crack in the armor of my mind, and I heard what she was desperately saying. It took 2 long and painful weekends for the EST trainers to get my mind out of the way, put a crack into my macho act, and let the sunshine in. When I returned to my squadron the Monday after the seminar, my fellow pilots thought I had joined a religious cult, drank the Kool-Aid, become a pot-smoking hippie, or come out of the closet, none of which was true. I was simply happier and more at peace with who I really am, behind my macho Marine pilot act. I was even happier with my act. The difference was I knew it was an act, not the real me. Seminar junkie. After the EST experience, I became what is known as a seminar junkie. Whenever there was a new age seminar in town, I was there. The stranger, the weirder, the more out there, the better. I simply wanted to get outside my limiting mind and ego and test my reality. When movie star Shirley MacLaine came to town to give a talk on past lives, I was in the audience, keeping an open mind, doing my best to expand my awareness of life. My Marine pilot friends knew I had tumbled off the deep end. I had dropped out of the MBA program and was buying real estate with no money, using 100% debt for infinite returns. I was less macho, and more importantly, I was happier with me. I was also dating beautiful, happy women I happened to meet at these seminars. Anytime a fellow Marine called me a New Age hippie or used other slurs and insults, I would simply smile, introduce them to my happy, beautiful date, and ask them how their luck was picking up women at the officers' club. Our mind is our enemy. For centuries, humans have prided themselves with the education of the human mind. We still do, which is why so many people worship at the altar of education, and why so many parents say to their child, "You must go to school." Or as adults, we often say, "I am going back to school," hoping to find some sort of financial salvation from the challenges of life. Humans realize it is the development of our mind that separates us from the animals. And granted, the human mind has done some miraculous things, such as rockets to the moon, life-saving medicines, wonderful art, and an extremely high standard of life. Split-screen mind. The problem is the human mind is a dualistic, often ego-driven mind. Our mind is like a split-screen TV. It sees the world through the prism of right and wrong, good and bad, up and down, in and out, pretty and ugly. That is why all humans have a good side and a dark side. Many wonderful and magical human experiences are derivatives of our split-screen mind. So are wars, arguments, fights, divorces, crimes, unhappiness, addictions, depression, murders, and suicides, all derivatives of the same dualistic mind. Our educational system educates our split-screen minds. If we did not have smart people and stupid people, schools would go broke. Religions would go broke without saints and sinners. Why do religions promote holy wars and crusades against other religions? All sports are played for split-screen TV minds with winning teams and losing teams. If there were no winning teams and losing teams, the multi-billion-dollar sports industry would go broke. Without an enemy, real or imagined, the multi-trillion-dollar global military-industrial complex would go broke. Why are so many students walking into a classroom and murdering their own classmates with guns? Why is advertising about making our outsides more beautiful while youth depression grows? Why is social media so antisocial? Without Republicans and Democrats, liberals and conservatives, we would have governments that functioned. The question is, how do we turn off our split-screen, dualistic, ego-driven minds before we destroy ourselves? Evolution or extinction. Technology is going through evolution after evolution. Just look at what has happened since the turn of the century. A few years ago, the iPhone did not exist. Today, iPhones are everywhere. Our minds are in the process of developing space tourism and driverless cars and trucks. The United States spends billions on weapons, yet a hacker with a laptop can do more internal systems damage than all our military weapons. When I was a kid, no one locked their doors. Today, locks on doors will not keep predators, thieves, or perverts out. They enter invisibly from all over the world. Today we have billionaire millennials born in the 1980s. At the same time, in many parts of the world as well as in the United States, youth poverty is rising. The human mind is flawed. Evolution. The problem is that technology is evolving, but humans are not. Humans have not changed much in the last 500 to 1,000 years. Throughout history, humans have always used the latest technology against other humans. Today, much of social media is antisocial bullying. This is the problem with having split-screen, dualistic, ego-driven right and wrong, up and down, good and bad minds that never shut up. We have all seen people walking around talking to themselves. In reality, we are no different. We are always talking to ourselves, commenting, criticizing, labeling, and kibitzing about anything and everything. How many times have you been talking to someone and their body was there, but they were not? Their mind was talking to themselves. How many times have you been that person? For humans to evolve, the next education level will require us to turn our minds off, shut up, and tune into God. Again, I'm not talking about a religious God. I support religious freedom. We all know religions have a lot to answer for, and many religious zealots thrive in the garden of good and evil. If humans do not learn how to turn off their split-screen, right and wrong, dualistic mental TVs, we will use our mind-created technology to destroy ourselves. If we do not learn how to turn our minds off, humanity is finished. We are all angels. During one of the New Age seminars I attended, the presenter told this story. Not too long ago, all of us were happy little angels floating around heaven. One day, God, the general overall director, announced, "I need a few volunteers to go down and create heaven on earth." Immediately, all the little angels raised their hands, saying, "Pick me, I'll go. I want to save the world." After selecting the new recruits, they were prepared for the birth process, parents and country assigned, and wished good luck. Before saying goodbye to God and the rest of the angels, one of the new human beings asked, "What can be so hard about this? Doesn't every human being on earth want what we have, heaven on earth?" "Yes, they do," smiled God. "Remember, they are all angels too." "So why will our job be so hard? Why will it be so hard to create heaven on earth?" "Because I've given all human beings a mind." "What is wrong with having a mind?" "When you have a mind, your mind takes over and you forget about heaven. The first thing your parents will do is start educating your mind to their way of thinking, send you to church to learn about the right God and the wrong God, and then send you to school, teaching your mind there are smart people and stupid people. So our job when we get to earth is to remember to get past our mind, remember we are all angels, and create heaven on earth?" "That's right," God said, smiling. "The word most used by humans is the word I. I comes from the ego and the mind. I stands for illusion. I creates separation, not unity. The moment a child learns the word I, all connection to heaven is lost." The angels listened to God's warning about the word I. Finally, an angel asked, "And what happens if we fail to remember we are all angels and fail to create heaven on earth?" "You will keep dying and being born again and again, until you finally remember you really are a little angel." The little angels looked at each other, and then God. "This will be my last direct communication with you," said God. "In a moment, heaven will be erased, and you will receive your own mind." "But how do we talk to you?" asked one of the angels. "When you get to earth, you will be taught to pray. When you pray, you are talking. I am not. How will you talk to us?" "You will never hear my voice again," smiled God. "I will communicate with you through stillness." "Do you mean silence?" "No," said God. "Stillness is that peace beyond silence. You sense stillness when you see a lake early in the morning, before the wind creates waves. Stillness is the peace you feel when you gaze at the heavens." "How will we know it is you talking to us?" "When your mind is silent and your being is still, you will know I am with you. As long as your mind is talking, you will never hear me. Your mind is very arrogant. Your mind will actually believe it can understand me and is smarter than I am. Your mind is extremely arrogant and knows nothing." "What will we know?" asked an angel. "You will know I am with you when you are at one with a beautiful sunset, one with the stars, one with a tree, a flower, a bubbling stream. When you are at one with what is outside of you, you will sense I am with you. When your mind is silent and your being still, and your inner soul connects as one with the flower or stream or human being in front of you, I am with you in the present, in the now." "When we are at one, we will be with you?" asked one of the angels. "Yes. As soon as you receive your mind, you will become two. You will be separated from all of my creatures and creations. Your mind will label, criticize, judge, and pretend it is God." "How do we connect with you?" "Through stillness, connecting to other of my creations. And you can also meditate. When you connect your inner beauty to the beauty outside of you in stillness and in meditation, I will be with you. When we pray, we will talk to you. For you to talk to us, we must practice shutting our minds off, being still, meditate, and you will talk to us?" "Yes, but you will not hear a thing I say." "What will happen if we practice stillness, meditation, being in the now?" asked one of the angels. "You will be with me more and more. One day you will see a flower, and from your soul, not your mind, you will say, 'Oh my God.' That will be me talking to you through the flower. One day you will sense the innocence of a child, and in your soul you will gasp, 'Oh my God.' In that moment, it will be me talking to you through that child. Every time your soul says, 'Oh my God,' I am with you." "And that will be you talking to us?" asked the angel. God just nodded. "Now go. You will not remember any of this, but when you feel the peace and wonder of 'Oh my God' in your soul, more and more every day, you are with me because you are remembering you are a little angel, working with me to create heaven on earth. And someday we may live every moment in an 'Oh my God' blissful moment." God just nodded. "But we do not have to be little angels on earth, do we?" asked another angel. "That is right," smiled God. "That is why you will be given a split-screen, ego-driven mind. As a human being, you will always have the freedom to choose which of the two screens your being wants to be. Always remember, everything on earth is duality. You will have two eyes and two hands. You will think in right and wrong, up and down. Your human challenge will be to get back to being one with life, connected to everything, not split in two." It was time to go. To each little angel, God then handed beautifully wrapped presents. "Here is your mind. Each mind is unique, which means you will all be humans, but very different beings. Learning to be one with each other, connected in spirit, loving each other in spite of your differences, will be your challenge." As all the angels accepted their beautifully wrapped presents, God said, "Now go." The moment each angel accepted the beautifully wrapped gift of a mind, their memory of heaven was erased. The day in 1972 I cried out, "Mayday, Mayday, Mayday," was not just for me, but for a band of brothers, my crew of 5. Even in war, we are all doing our best to create heaven here on earth. War and peace are opposite sides of the same coin. Church lady. My mom was a church lady. Every time I watched Dana Carvey play his church lady character on Saturday Night Live, I'd burst out laughing. My mom was not as obnoxious as the church lady played by Carvey, but my mom had girlfriends who were just as churchy. My dad was not church dad. His church was coffee at home with the Sunday paper. Mom insisted all 4 kids go to Sunday school and to church. Finally, my younger brother revolted and refused to go. I followed. My 2 sisters liked church. One sister became a Buddhist nun, one of the few Western women ordained by His Holiness the Dalai Lama. I reached a peace agreement with my mom. I had to go to church till I was 12, but I could choose my church. I did not have to go to my mom's church. I simply did not like the pastor. He was not about love and peace. He was all hell, sin, and damnation. For about 2 years, I went with my classmates to their churches around town. I learned a lot by going to religious services of different religions. The church I liked best was Pentecostal, or the Church of the Holy Rollers, as my mom's church lady friends called this denomination. My mom was a bit embarrassed her son was a holy roller, yet while singing, clapping, and shaking my tambourine, I did feel the presence of God. On my 12th birthday, I stopped going to church and went surfing. No atheists in foxholes. The night before every mission in Vietnam, I would go alone to the bow of the aircraft carrier and sit in silence. For about an hour, I would sit in peace, listening to the rush of the carrier's massive bow cutting through the waves. It was peaceful, sitting in silent solitude as the ship surged up and down in harmony with the ocean swells. I was meditating, turning into the Spirit of God. For the last few minutes, I would pray. I did not ask to live or to kill. I simply prayed I would fly with courage, not for me, but for my crew. If we were to die, so be it, as long as we flew with courage. The word courage is derived from the old French word courage, or heart. We flew with love, at one with each other. There is an old saying that goes, "There are no atheists in foxholes." As I sat alone on the bow before every mission, I remembered my mom's wish that I attend a church. I now knew why going to church was important to her. One day we picked up an emergency medical evacuation. A young Marine had stepped on a landmine, and we were flying him to a field hospital. A leg was gone. He was hemorrhaging, crying out for his mother as life left his body. He stopped calling for his mom just before we reached the hospital. All of us were crying as the medics removed his lifeless body from our aircraft. I went for a walk, finding a private spot to say thank you to my mom. She had died 2 years earlier, at the age of 48, while I was still in flight school in Florida. Every night before a mission, I included her in my thoughts and prayers as I sat on the bow of the aircraft carrier. I flew with her spirit in my heart the next morning. About a month later, while parked in a remote field, I found young boys planting satchel charges in our aircraft. My mind immediately labeled them Viet Cong. They were no longer little boys. They were now the enemy. Immediately, I grabbed one of the boys, put my pistol to his head, and demanded the other boys get away from the aircraft. The boy I was holding kicked me, bit me, and was attempting to get away. I pulled my hammer back and was preparing to kill him. Suddenly, I heard my mom pleading with me, saying, "Please, please do not kill him. I did not give you life for you to take another mother's child." Pausing, realizing I had better listen to my mom before I did something that would scar my soul, I put the hammer of my pistol down. Still holding on to the boy with one hand, I picked up a soccer ball in the other and signaled the other boys to play soccer with me. It took a while, but soon we were one again, all little boys playing soccer rather than killing each other. Flying back to the carrier that evening, I realized my career as a Marine was over. Secret to my success. I am often asked, what is the secret to your success? How did you write the #1 personal finance book in history? How did you get on the Oprah Winfrey Show? How did you get to write 2 books with Donald Trump, now the President of the United States? How did you survive the ups and downs of your life, the giant mistakes, the failures, the betrayals of friends and partners, the millions in losses and millions in gains? There really is no logical answer. My only answer to you, the reader of this book, is the secret to my success had nothing to do with my formal education or what I learned in school. The secret to my success came from my search for spiritual teachers. Teachers like my mom, my friend's girlfriend Linda, who got me to drop my ego, New Age seminars, and spiritual books written by spiritual masters, living and dead, who taught me to be silent, be still, and become a student of God, the general overall director. The New Ancient Age. During the 1950s and 1960s, ancient Eastern and Asian wisdom washed up on America's shores. Hippies traveling the world, often seeking drugs, came home with ancient teachings such as transcendental meditation, TM, and transactional analysis, TA. The Beatles went to India to study with their guru, and soon the effects of Eastern music were heard in their music. True to Western culture, ancient Eastern practices such as meditation have been modernized, often stepped up in speed and effectiveness, repackaged and made more acceptable to Western minds. Westerners do not have the time or patience to meditate for 16 hours a day for 20 years in search of enlightenment. Westerners want it faster and better. That is where EST, Shirley MacLaine, Timothy Leary, and LSD and New Age seminars come from, including Tony Robbins teaching millions to walk on fire. Today there is mindfulness, and EST has morphed into landmark. The good news is more and more people are asking for help. Today, Michael Phelps, the most decorated Olympic athlete in history, is the spokesperson for online therapy. Prince Harry acknowledged he needed help as he is still grieving the loss of his mother, Princess Diana. Asking for help is the first step in healing the pain all humans feel. Dividing is easy. Uniting is hard. Since uniting is difficult and dividing is easy, my key team members practice the same spiritual practices I practice. The purpose is to make us a tighter, stronger, more productive team. We all follow the process described in The Miracle Morning by Hal Elrod. 1. Meditate following holosync meditations, which combines ancient Eastern meditation with Western processes developed by Ilya Prigogine, who won a Nobel Prize for Chemistry in 1977, and Georgy Lazanov's research into superlearning, developing faster ways for humans to learn, including meditation. 2. Twice a year, we get together for a 3-day book study. One book study is a business book, and the second book study is a spiritual book. Examples of the spiritual books we have studied are Rules for a Night by Ethan Hawke, Awareness by Father Anthony DeMello, The Untethered Soul by Michael Singer, The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle. I thank these writers for contributing insights to the parable of the little angels. Studying together twice a year and following the same daily spiritual practices keeps us united in a world that is always dividing, which includes our school system. The story of Judas. While in junior high school, a friend's father came to class to show us a coin he claimed was one of the 30 silver coins paid to Judas to betray Jesus. The coin and the story of Judas's betrayal fascinated me. In 1972, I was sent to the island of Okinawa to stage before being sent into Vietnam to join an operational combat squadron. Our commanding officer, CO, on the island of Okinawa was my favorite commanding officer of all time. He was a Mustang, which means he started out as an enlisted Marine, a rifleman during World War II. During the Korean War, he became an officer and flew the A-1 Sky Raider, a propeller-driven bomber. The A-1 was nicknamed the Flying Dump Truck because it could carry a lot of ordnance and stay on station a very long time. For the Vietnam War, our CO was promoted to major, and his job was to train new pilots like me, fine-tuning us before sending us into the real war. One day during our morning pilots meeting, our commanding officer said, "One of you is a Judas." And much like the story of Christ and the disciples at the Last Supper, the 8 pilots started asking, "Is it me? Am I the Judas?" Our CO stood in silence for about 5 minutes, watching each of us squirm, questioning ourselves at the possibility of being the Judas. Finally, one of the lieutenants raised his hand and asked the major, "What makes you so certain one of us is a Judas?" Our CO smiled, pleased that one of us had finally questioned him, asking him what made him so sure one of us was a Judas. After grinning for about another minute, the major said, "Because there is a Judas in all of us." The 8 new pilots sat there for a moment, letting his answer sink in. Slowly, our CO said, "When you get to your operational squadron, do not expect anyone to welcome you or be nice to you. No one will trust you because they do not know you. They do not want to get close to you because new gunship pilots are often dead within 30 days. They do not know who will be flying your plane, a Marine pilot or a Judas. They will not know if you can be trusted until after you have been tested under fire. Until you have been tested, you will be the FNG, the effing new guy, a potential Judas who will betray himself and his fellow Marines." After my crew and I were rescued from the ocean, I was promoted from FNG to pilot. The power of spirituality. Today, the most important thing I do is follow the process in miracle morning. Meditating and studying spiritual masters is the magic in my life because I am in better control of the Judas in me. Ray Dalio, founder of Bridgewater Associates and one of the richest and most successful hedge funds in the world today, told Maxim's Justin Rohrlich this about meditation. Dalio, like any hedge fund manager worth his salt, won't divulge the secrets of his investment strategy. However, he has called transcendental meditation, which he began to explore as a college student after hearing the Beatles had become practitioners, the single most important reason for whatever success I've had. Dalio has donated millions of dollars to the David Lynch Foundation, which champions the meditation technique. Martin Scorsese and Jerry Seinfeld are also devotees, and he'll pay the tuition for any Bridgewater staffer who wants to study it. I will leave you with my thoughts on meditation, spiritual education, and Judas. Judas is a fake teacher. People who allow the Judas in them to stab others in the back or stab themselves in the back are playing God and are no longer a student of God. The true purpose of meditation and spiritual education is to remind the Judas in us that we are all little angels. Still seeking wise men and wise women. Rich Dad Radio Show. In Sunday school, I learned one of life's great secrets. The 3 wise men were wise because they went in search of a great teacher. When I was 9 years old, I went in search of the teacher that became my rich dad. My search for great teachers continues to this day. Today, most people are cautious about the food they put in their body. How many people are as cautious about the information they put in their brain? Just as there are people and businesses selling junk food, there are people and businesses selling junk information. When it comes to money, how many people choose their teachers wisely? When it comes to money, how many people read books or attend seminars in search of wise men and women? Many people would like to, they say, but they just don't have the time. Rich Dad Radio was created for these people. There are 3 parts of my work that I love. They are, 1, I get to work and learn from my partners and advisors in my businesses. Every day is real-life education, not theory or textbook learning. 2, I am invited to be a speaker at seminars and conferences all over the world. I only attend seminars and conferences that have interesting speakers, people I can learn from. 3, I get to interview real teachers, real wise men and women on the Rich Dad Radio Show. I invite great teachers that I meet at other seminars to join me on Rich Dad Radio. In other words, I spend most of my time working and learning from wise men and wise women. I invite you to join Kim and me each week for our Rich Dad Radio Show. Every week, for 1 hour, we discuss topics and issues with some of the leading minds and thought leaders in the world today. In just an hour, you will learn more than you learn in a week at work. Rich Dad Radio is a global podcast that gives you the opportunity to listen and to learn from real teachers. All Rich Dad Radio programs are archived, which means you can listen to the programs on your schedule. If one of our podcasts is important to your friends, family, or coworkers, you can listen to the program together and discuss what you learned. I think you'll find that your learning and comprehension will skyrocket. In 1 hour, your financial genius will come alive. Keeping pace in a fast-moving world. As you know, the world of money is changing fast. Even if the world economy is slowing, the world of money is speeding up. Bucky Fuller predicted that humanity would be entering the age of accelerating acceleration. Unfortunately, due to an obsolete education system, millions of people are struggling financially and falling further and further behind. Here are a few of the interviews you'll find on Rich Dad Radio. Interviews with very wise people from inside the real world of money. For those who want to catch up, get ahead, and stay ahead in today's changing world of money, I recommend dropping in on the following interviews. G. Edward Griffin, author of The Creature from Jekyll, A Second Look at the Federal Reserve. G. Edward Griffin opened the eyes of the world to the inner workings of the mysterious and most powerful bank in the world, the Federal Reserve. Ed is a researcher. He digs for the real truth. I take advantage of every opportunity to listen to Ed Griffin. Richard Duncan, author of The Dollar Crisis, Causes, Consequences, Cures. Richard Duncan was an economist with the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. He is an insider with insights from the perspective of the world's largest banks. Today, Richard lives in Thailand and is an advisor to wealthy individuals and private investment funds. Anytime I want to know what is going on in the macro world of money, I call Richard. Richard offers a subscription service, Macro Watch. The best thing about Macro Watch are the charts Richard generates, turning numbers into easy-to-understand graphs so you can get the picture of what is going on in the world. Nomi Prinz, author of Collusion, How Central Bankers Rigged the World. Nomi Prinz is a Wall Street insider, deep inside. She has been managing director at Goldman Sachs and Bear Stearns. After the 2008 crash, Nomi traveled the world, learning firsthand what was really going on after the crash. She has put her findings in her book, Collusion, How Central Bankers Rigged the World. Bert Doman, author of The Wellington Letter. If your wealth is in the stock market, you'll want to consider subscribing to the Wellington Letter. Bert's ability to predict and explain the ups and downs and twists and turns of the stock market borders on pure genius. He has gotten people in and out of markets early and explains why. Bert has the uncanny ability to see what really is going on inside the markets. Although I am not invested in the stock market, I look forward to receiving the Wellington Letter. Bert takes the time to educate and inform, using his 40-plus years of experience to explain why things are happening in the global markets. He is a real teacher, a friend, and a regular guest on Rich Dad Radio. James Rickards, author of Currency Wars, The Making of the Next Global Crisis. Jim is an attorney and investment banker. He is an insider from the hedge fund industry and was with LTCM, Long-Term Capital Management, a giant hedge fund founded by Nobel Prize-winning economists. LTCM nearly collapsed the world economy when the Russian ruble collapsed in 1998. The collapse of LTCM gave Jim insights into the fragility of the world economy, an experience he took with him when he became a consultant to the U.S. Defense Department and the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency. Jim's books, his presentations, and his interviews on Rich Dad Radio are electrifying. The following are examples of who else you'll find on archived Rich Dad radio shows. Donald Trump, the Donald, announced he was thinking of running for president on an RD radio show. David Stockman. David was Ronald Reagan's director of the Office of Management and Budget. Ken Langone, founder of Home Depot. Mohammed El-Arian, former CEO of bond giant PIMCO. Rich Dad Radio is offered for free from the Rich Dad Company. We do not advise. We do not sell anything. We only educate via real teachers. You can learn more about Rich Dad Radio at richdad.com. Your questions, Robert's answers. Question: do the team members who surround you now have similar personalities to the team you served with in Vietnam? Alejandro B., Colombia. Answer: yes and no. The biggest difference between Marines and civilians in business is Marines go through an extreme unifying experience. Most civilians know these experiences as boot camp, Navy SEAL training, or jump school. When I flew with my crew, we were all Marines before we flew together. Having this shared extreme bonding experience made us stronger as a team. We come from the same culture, family, or tribe. When we climbed into our helicopter, we all had different jobs and different training. For example, 2 of us trained to be pilots, 2 trained to be weapons specialists, and 1 was an aircraft mechanic. Although we had different jobs, we were first and foremost all trained to be Marines. In the civilian world, people come together from different experiences, cultures, and tribes. They do not share an extreme unifying experience. When I joined Xerox after the Academy and the Marine Corps, Xerox spent a lot of time and money attempting to get the employees to bond, to develop a team spirit, a corporate culture. Xerox sponsored team-building exercises, corporate retreats, and awards dinners, hoping to develop the band of brothers culture that the military develops. While I found these corporate team-building exercises interesting and useful, they never got close to the extreme culture the military develops. On a scale of 1 to 10, Xerox bonding was a 1, and the Marine Corps bonding was a 100. And there is one thing that corporate team building can never develop. When my crew and I climbed into our aircraft, there was an unspoken code. That unspoken code was not service to God, country, or the Marines. The unspoken code was that we were willing to give our lives for each other, for our band of brothers. There were no women flying in combat at the time. One day my crew chief received word from home that he was the father of a new baby boy. That same day, we were flying into combat. As the pilot, my job was to make sure my crew was ready to fight and die if necessary. I vividly recall asking my crew chief, "Is it okay with you if your son grows up without a father?" Without hesitation, the crew chief nodded and smiled and said, "Yes, sir." The good news is that crew chief returned home 6 months later to meet his first child. The Marines' mottos are Semper Fidelis, which means always faithful, death before dishonor, which needs no explanation. Simply said, Marines are willing to give our own life so our fellow Marines could live. I have never found that level of spirit in the civilian world. Question. Regarding your going exterior experience, would you say that this closely resembles Einstein's theory of relativity in that time can be different for the observer depending on the situation? Brian R., USA. Answer. I do not know. You would have to ask Einstein that question. Personally, being exterior is not that complex. It is simply being aware of the thoughts coming out of your mind. For example, I was in a clothing store yesterday and I could hear my mind chattering away saying, "You would look really good in that jacket. People will really think you are cool when you wear that jacket to the club." Did I buy a jacket that I did not need? I did. That is a real example of my mind, my ego, not my spirit, running my life. My real point for mentioning this phenomenon of going exterior is to point out that the purpose of our schools is to develop our mind, not our spirit. The Academy and the Marines developed my spirit, not my mind. That is why the words mission, honor, code, discipline, and respect are the core words of the military. Other words I hear from most people is, "What's in it for me?" Those are the core words of a greedy person. The key to real health, wealth, and happiness is not letting our mind and our ego run our lives. The mind wants to know, how much money can I make? The spirit wants to know, how many people can I serve? You may have to go exterior when you ask yourself the latter question. Question. How do you differentiate a good seminar from one run by a bunch of scam artists trying to rip you off? Mark K., USA. Answer. I do my best to avoid the words good and bad. The more I get out of my mind and live in my heart, I can see the good in the bad and the bad in the good. In December of 2018, I took some heat when I said publicly, "I hope the stock market crashes." A real investor is able to see the good and the bad in a crash. A fake investor lives in a fantasy world and actually believes, or believes he believes, a stock market crash is bad. In the real world, the best time to buy any investment is right after a crash. In the fake world of investing, markets only go up. Markets never crash. That is delusional. Rich Dad taught his son and me, good and bad are two sides of the same coin. F. Scott Fitzgerald said, "The test of a first-rate intelligence is the ability to hold two opposed ideas in mind at the same time and still retain the ability to function." In my classes, I say, if we want more peace and prosperity in our lives, we need to train our brains to see both sides of the same coin. Question. Do you think that the introduction of the internet, the iPhone, and other technologies will eventually expose the elites and what they have done to the rest of us? João B., Brazil. Answer. That's a very interesting question. My answer is yes and no. Fuller predicted humanity was entering the age of integrity. New technologies will make it easier to see what humans have not been able to see, exposing the flaws in grunge. The problem is the age of integrity will lead to more chaos and disruption as people and organizations attempt to survive when they are exposed or wiped out, as technologies continue to wipe out the ignorant, corrupt, lazy, and inefficient. Whenever I get comfortable and complacent, I simply remind myself of the Kodak company. One day, Kodak film ruled the world. In a flash, digital photography put a giant company out of business. That means none of us is safe and secure in a world of accelerating acceleration of technology. And as Andy Grove of Intel wrote, only the paranoid survive. This is why I recommend spiritual education. Your mind is paranoid. Your spirit is much more powerful than your mind. Part 3. Fake Assets. My banker always said, your house is an asset. But whose asset is it, really? RTK. Introduction, Part 3. Why are the poor and middle class getting poorer? Because they invest in fake assets that they think are real assets. RTK. Introduction to Part 3. Fake Assets. The rich do not work for money. Savers are losers. Your house is not an asset. These are statements from Rich Dad, Poor Dad, first published in 1997. These statements were so controversial back in 1997 that every book publisher we approached turned the book down. A few of them stated, "You do not know what you are talking about." That was more than 2 decades ago. In 2018, many highly educated elites continue to say that I do not know what I am talking about. Statements like your house is not an asset and savers are losers violate every cell in their highly educated elite brains. They want to believe their house is an asset and that saving money is the smart thing to do. The problem is, a house is a fake asset. So are our savings, our money, and our retirement savings. In Part 3 of this book, you will learn that most people are investing in fake assets or counting on fake assets to provide a paycheck for life once their working days are over. In Part 3, Fake Assets, you will find out that most people are investing in real liabilities, not real assets. The good news is that in Part 3 you will find out why most people invest in fake assets and how you can invest in real assets. Chapter 14. Why Retire Young? The Next Big Crisis. In June 1974, I signed my discharge papers and drove off the Marine Air Station in Hawaii. Returning my last salute from the Marine Guard, I drove to my new home in Waikiki a free man. I had been in the military since August 1965, the month and year I entered the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy at Kings Point, New York. My new home was a 1-bedroom, 1-bath condo in the Ilikai Hotel, a luxury hotel on Waikiki Beach. I chose the Ilikai because it had condominiums that could be placed in the hotel rental pool, i.e., turn my home liability into an income-producing asset. The main selling point was I had full use of all the hotel amenities, pool, gym, restaurants, nightclubs, and room service. The price was right, only $32,000 for a tiny 600-square-foot hotel condo. As a 27-year-old single male, 600 square feet in the heart of the nightlife of Waikiki was all I needed. I started working at the Xerox Corporation in downtown Honolulu the following Monday. I did not take any time off because I now had a mortgage to pay. Retire in 20 years. My poor dad did not want me to leave the Marine Corps. He wanted me to stay in the Marine Corps for 20 years and retire. On both my mom and my dad's sides of the family, retirement benefits seemed to be more important than the actual job. On my mother's side, two of her brothers had careers with the fire department of the state of Hawaii County. They retired with government pensions and benefits after 20 years of service. My mom's two brothers did not have to work after the age of 40 with a state of Hawaii retirement. They fished and played golf for the rest of their lives. Once a year, they traveled to Las Vegas on their annual pilgrimage to the mainland. They enjoyed a great retirement. On my dad's side of the family, it was a similar story. A few relatives actually had two, and one even three, government retirement pensions, plus Social Security and Medicare benefits. The uncle with 3 retirement pensions, who first retired from the Army after 20 years, then retired from a federal government job after 5 years, was working on a 3rd retirement paycheck from the state of Hawaii, was the envy of my dad and the reason why he wanted me to stay in the Marine Corps for 20 years. The 401k plan. In 1971, President Richard Nixon ended convertibility between the U.S. dollar and gold. It marked the start of a massive transfer of workers' wealth to the academic and financial elite. It was those same elites whom Stephen Brill wrote about in Tailspin. Earlier in this book, I quote Brill's account on how the academic elite from our nation's top schools began creating exotic financial products such as CDOs and MBSs, financial derivatives that add very little value to the economy and rip off the working class, yet make the academic and financial elite extremely rich. In 1974, the year I left the Marine Corps, was also the year the Employee Retirement Income Security Act, which protected employees' company pensions, went into effect. 4 years later, 401k, another financially engineered retirement program, got its beginnings. There was a problem with this. Suddenly, non-investors, men and women without any financial education, were expected to become investors. That was the start of a massive financial ripoff by too-big-to-fail banks, the U.S. government, and Wall Street. The years 1971 and 1974 will go down in history as turning points. 50, maybe 100 years from now, scholars will look back at 1971 and 1974 as the years the academic and financial elites of America perpetrated a massive cash heist, stealing the wealth of millions of baby boomers who innocently participated in trillion-dollar government-sanctioned cash heists known as retirement plans. By the way, 1972 was the year Nixon opened the door to China. The looming retirement disaster. Today, the world faces many growing disasters. Disasters such as the poisoning of the environment, massive global debt, and cyber terrorism. A disaster in the making that few are paying attention to today is the same disaster my poor dad faced in the 1970s, entering his retirement years without a retirement paycheck. Pensions going bust. Consider these reports. April 16, 2018, Investors Business Daily. Pension crisis. As the media relentlessly focus on the federal government's burgeoning debt, a new report says that states face their own ticking debt bomb, the exploding liabilities for lavish state and local public employee pensions. Reform won't be easy, but there is no choice. June 22, 2018. Simon Black, Sovereign Man blog. The city of San Diego has a $6.25 billion shortfall on obligations promised to current and retired employees. The state of New Jersey has $90 billion in unfunded pension liabilities. And of course, Social Security and Medicare have unfunded liabilities totaling tens of trillions of dollars. The situation isn't any different in Europe. Spain's Social Security Reserve Fund has been heavily invested in Spanish government bonds for several years, bonds that had an average yield of negative 0.19%. You read that correctly. Unsurprisingly, Spain's pension fund is almost fully depleted. The United Kingdom has trillions of pounds worth of unfunded public pensions. Even conservative Switzerland has a public pension that's only 69% funded, a seemingly fantastic number by today's dismal standards. Last year, the Swiss government proposed a plan to save its pensions, asking to increase the retirement age for women by 1 year from 64 to 65, the same as men, and increase VAT by 0.3%. But the plan was rejected by Swiss voters in a national referendum, the third time in 20 years that pension reform failed to pass. And that's really the key issue here. Pension plans are almost universally toast. Most of the time, politicians just ignore the problem and try to kick the can down the road to the next administration. But occasionally, they try to do something to help. Yet whenever they do, voters reject the plan, or the union sues, or something else happens that prevents much-needed reforms from passing. This merely accelerates the inevitable. These pensions are going bust. March 4, 2018. Martin Armstrong, Armstrong Economics blog. The largest public pension fund in the United States is the California Public Employees Retirement System, CalPERS, for civil servants. California is in a state of very serious insolvency. We strongly advise our clients to get out before it is too late. I have been warning that CalPERS was on the verge of insolvency. I have warned that they were secretly lobbying Congress to seize all 401k private pensions and hand it to them to be managed. Mingling private money with the public would enable them to hold off insolvency a bit longer. Of course, CalPERS cannot manage the money they do have, so why should anyone expect them to score a different performance with private money? Indeed, they would just rob private citizens to pay the pensions of state employees and politicians. CalPERS has been making investments to be politically correct with the environment rather than looking at projects that are economically based. Then, CalPERS has been desperate to cover this and other facts up to deny the public any transparency. Then, because stocks they thought were overpriced last year, they moved to bonds, buying right into the bond bubble. Clearly, California's economy peaked right on target, and ever since there has been a steady migration of residents out of the state. July 30, 2018. Sarah Krause, The Wall Street Journal. Moody's Investors Service estimates that local pensions have unfunded liabilities of about $4 trillion, roughly equal to the economy of Germany, the world's fourth largest economy. October 11, 2018, AFP. Trillions in U.S. net worth vulnerable to recession, IMF. The biggest source of risk comes from state and local government retirement pensions, which can lose money when Wall Street sinks, meaning the shortfall has to come from local government budgets. Towns and states then have to cut spending elsewhere, creating a drag on the economy. Nationwide, such pension funds are already underfunded by about 8% of GDP. Keep listening for more startling and sobering facts. Zimbabwe. In 2000, Zimbabwe's money became the laughingstock of the world when President Robert Mugabe began printing trillions and quadrillions in fake money to pay government employee pensions and war debts. Many wealthy Western nations are following Zimbabwe's financial policy of print, print, print. Nicaragua. In 2018, Nicaragua is on the verge of revolution because the government cannot pay for the government employees' retirement. Rich cities. Today, in 2018, millions of families are living on the streets of many great cities such as New York, San Francisco, Seattle, and Honolulu. Italy. On October 13, 2018, The Economist reported that Italy, in particular, is a ticking time bomb. It would not take much to set off a new crisis, which would be extremely difficult to control. Panic in Italy might radiate out across financial markets, putting a chill on investment and growth worldwide. The Wall Street Journal, July 19, 2018. Rich states. The 3 states with best-funded employee pensions. 1. South Dakota, 100% funded. 2. Wisconsin, 99.9% funded. 3. Washington, 98.7% funded. Poor states. And the 3 states with the worst funded programs. 48. Connecticut, 51.9% funded. 49. Kentucky, 48.9% funded. 50. Illinois, 47.1% funded. Mark Miller, Reuters, July 27, 2018. Ohio Workers' Pension Fund woes are symbolic of national problem. Roberta Dell has worked for 46 years making lollipops, and she loves her job. But she worries that retirement may not be as sweet as the dum-dum lollipops she bags. Dell works for the Spangler Candy Company in Bryan, Ohio, a family-owned business that employs 550 workers and makes the venerable candy. Spangler was organized by the International Brotherhood of Teamsters Labor Union in 1950, and it became part of the Central States Multi-Employer Pension Plan in 1972. But the outlook for her pension plan is highly uncertain. The Central States Pension Fund has said it is on a path to insolvency within 10 years. The fund, which covers more than 400,000 retirees and active workers, has become a symbol for all that has gone wrong with multi-employer pension plans, traditional defined benefit plans jointly funded by groups of employers. These are typically small companies in industries like construction, trucking, mining, and food retailing that would not typically sponsor a pension plan of their own. I always thought the pensions would be there for me when it came time to retire, Dell said in an interview. I thought of it as my savings plan. Dell, who is the Teamster chief steward at Spangler, testified earlier this month at a hearing of Special U.S. Congressional Committee in Columbus, Ohio, that examined possible solutions for workers like her. More than 10 million retirees are covered by 1,400 multi-employer pension plans, but roughly 200 plans are severely underfunded, the result of stock market crashes in 2001 and 2008 to 2009, and industrial decline that led to no consolidation and declining employment. The problems threaten not only the pensions of individual workers, but also cause the multi-employer insurance program of the Pension Benefit Guaranty Corporation to become insolvent within a decade. The PBGC is the U.S. government agency that acts as a backstop to troubled pension plans by ensuring the pensions of millions of American workers. Note, very few American workers have heard of the PBGC. They will when the PBGC goes broke and their pension is downsized. Dell is 65 and widowed. Her husband also worked at Spangler before his death in 2015. She expects to work a few more years before retiring and expects her pension to pay about $1,200 a month. Social Security will provide another $1,400. But as things stand now, pension benefit cuts loom in 2025. Poor Dad's Dilemma. In 2018, millions of employees will be in the same situation my poor dad faced in 1974. His retirement years without a retirement check. Millions of baby boomers may have their dreams of a happy retirement wiped out if or when the next giant crash wipes out their retirement savings and the PBGC. Investing in fake assets. This is what happens when people invest in fake assets or trust their retirement savings to fake fund managers who invest in fake assets such as stocks, bonds, mutual funds, ETFs, insurance, and cash. The gap. The income gap chart, included as figure I.1 in the accompanying PDF, tells the story of America's decline into poverty. A 2018 study by the Schwartz Center for Economic Policy Analysis at the New School has concluded that 40% of the American middle class will slide into poverty as they enter their retirement. Tomorrow's poor have jobs today, but no retirement for tomorrow. Retire young. In 1974, I made a vow I would retire young, not because I wanted to retire, but because I wanted to challenge myself to retire young. If I failed to retire young, I still had years to keep working on my goal of retiring young. I did not want to be 65 years old and find out that my retirement had been wiped out in a market crash, or that I did not have enough money to carry me through retirement. As I've stated in previous chapters, I have failed many times in my life. It took me till age 47 to find my personal formula and be able to retire without a job or pension. My purpose for being willing to fail and learn was that failing and learning from my mistakes was how I'd learn to be an entrepreneur and, eventually, a person who would never need a job, a steady paycheck, or a pension. It took me 20 years to retire. If I had stayed in the Marine Corps doing my 20 as my poor dad wanted me to, I would not have been smarter or richer after 20 years in the military. Retire rich. Another important reason for being willing to fail and learn was because I wanted to retire young, and then retire rich. Back in the 1970s, a great retirement was about $500 a month. Today, $500 a month in retirement income is living in poverty. In 1974, my goal was $120,000 a year in passive income. Then I could retire young. In 1994, Kim and I reached that goal. Kim was 37 and I was 47. Again, it took me 20 years. It took Kim only 10. Once we achieved $120,000 a year, our next goal was $1.2 million a year. Once $1.2 million was achieved, our next goal was $12 million per year. It was our personal challenge, first to retire young, then to retire rich. The math is not difficult. First, it was $10,000 a month, then $100,000 a month, then $1 million a month. If I had stayed in the Marine Corps for 20 years, I might be making $5,000 a month. Back in 1990, I remember a woman saying to Kim and me, "You only earn $120,000 a year?" What she did not understand was that we had $120,000 a year coming into our household without working. Her husband, an attorney, earned about $500,000 a year, but he could not stop working. Today, Kim and I earn more in 2 weeks without working than her husband earns in a year working as an attorney. Giving back. Kim and I have a goal of donating $100 million a year or more to charity when we retire. Our plan is to make money and then give it back. Once Kim and I found our own retirement formula, we retired young and then we became rich. The key first was to invest in what we loved. We did not invest in what some financial planner wanted us to invest in. You might think all of this begs the question, how much is enough? Our goals and our plan to be financially free and wealthy have nothing to do with enough. I went beyond enough a long time ago. Why do I need to make so much money? I don't. Making money on the B and I side of the quadrant is only a game to me. Some people spend their lives chasing a little white ball around a golf course, hoping to shoot below par. Some people spend their lives singing, hoping to be discovered or become a movie star or a sports superstar. That is their game. The important question is this: are you passionate about your game? That's kind of a loaded question. People who are passionate do what they want to do. Passion is often selfish. On the flip side, passion is better than doing what you hate. And new studies show that 70% of all Americans hate what they do, up from 62% just a few years earlier. I'm often asked if getting richer is my life's purpose. No. Many people work with a purpose, putting food on the table, getting their kids through school, or doing work they feel is meaningful. In 1983, while studying with Dr. R. Buckminster Fuller, he said, "I do what God wants done." So I asked myself, what does God want done? It's a question I encourage others to ask themselves. In 1983, I was in the rock and roll business. I was having fun. I was cool, hanging out with some of the greatest bands of the time, like The Police and Van Halen. But I could not honestly say that producing products for rock bands was what God wanted done, even though I was making a lot of money. So I'll ask the question, what do you think God wants done? Although I can't say I really know, I suspect God does not want people to live in poverty. So I began teaching what my rich dad taught me about money, and it seems to have God's support. So I keep on teaching, and yes, making a lot of money. I would be a fake teacher if I was teaching people to be rich and I myself was poor. Now, let me ask you a few questions. What do you think God wants done, that you want to do? Are you willing to do what God wants done? If you could cure cancer, would you? If you could eradicate world hunger, would you? If you could solve global warming, would you? Or do you only want to make enough money for you? In 1974, I already had two high-paying professions, one as a ship's officer sailing tankers for Standard Oil, and the other flying for the airlines. Both were careers as a high-paid employee in the E quadrant. I wanted to find out if I could make it in the B and I quadrants. Going through hell. As Winston Churchill said, when you're going through hell, keep going. Transitioning into the B and I quadrants was a tough journey. As stated in the last chapter, if not for my spiritual education and spiritual teachers, I would not have made it. Going through hell made Kim and me smarter and stronger, better able to do what God wants done. Rich Dad said, there are many doors to financial heaven. There are even more doors to financial hell. As you know, most entrepreneurs go through hell before achieving success in the B and I quadrants. Examples include Steve Jobs' departure from Apple, his own company, and Bill Gates was sued for Microsoft being a monopoly. Mark Zuckerberg was sued by the Winklevoss twins, who claimed Facebook was their idea. Even Jeff Bezos had a few setbacks in founding Amazon. Rich Dad warned, many people take the door to financial hell and never come back. As you know, many people sell their souls hoping to get rich. Many people have ripped off millions of people. Many are still in power at the highest levels of banking, especially Goldman Sachs, the Federal Reserve Bank, and the U.S. Treasury. A few of the more famous culprits are Bill Clinton, Robert Rubin, Larry Summers, Alan Greenspan, Jack Lew, Tim Geithner, Hank Paulson, Ben Bernanke, Warren Buffett, and Phil Gramm. They claim to have saved the economy. In fact, they saved the rich. Bad karma. If there is another financial catastrophe, millions of innocent, hard-working people will be sent to financial hell by these leaders without souls. This is why I am critical of an educational system that teaches students nothing about financial education, punishes students for making mistakes, and views cooperation as cheating. Our education system is a system without a soul. Everyone uses money every day. Why not teach money in school? Learning to become an entrepreneur. In 1974, I started working at Xerox to learn how to sell. I was not a natural salesman. I struggled. I hated knocking on doors, facing rejection after rejection. After the Xerox office closed, I would sit in my office writing sales proposals for potential new customers. If I did not sell, I did not eat or pay my mortgage. If I did not learn to sell, I would never be an entrepreneur in the B and I quadrants. I failed for 2 years before becoming #1 in sales for Xerox in the Honolulu office. Between 1974 and 1976, I took a Certified Financial Planner (CFP) course. It was a great course. It was tough. It was grueling, and I learned a lot about professional financial planning. There is a significant difference between a CFP and today's 30-day wonder financial planners who get their license in a few weeks. It takes about 2 years for a massage therapist to get his or her license. Most of today's 30-day wonder financial planners know little to nothing about investing. They study only to pass a Series 7 license. The difference between a 30-day wonder and a CFP is much like the difference between a bookkeeper and a CPA. After a 30-day wonder receives their license, they hit the streets looking for clients. Most are looking for a person who is unhappy with their current financial planner. The new planner then convinces the unhappy customer to switch the assets in his 401k or IRA over to him, and he will make the magic happen. Most of the time, the magic does not happen. How can there be much magic? All financial planners are selling basically the same products: stocks, bonds, mutual funds, ETFs, savings, and insurance. The name of the game. Magic does not happen because the name of the game financial planning companies play is not make our clients rich. The game financial planning companies play is assets under management, or AUM. When you watch financial programs on CNBC or read ads in financial magazines such as Money Magazine, you will see advertised the Big Magic Fund, $100 billion, assets under management. To the average person, a $100 billion AUM sounds impressive. Yet it means little to the average investor. The primary job of the 30-day wonder, aka financial planner, is to increase their company's AUM, not make their clients' future more secure. More on AUM later. The primary reason I took the CFP course was not to become a certified financial planner. My primary reason for taking the CFP course was to find out how to retire as young as possible. I learned a lot. Here's what I learned. 1. There are 2 basic types of financial planners: for fee, working by the hour, and for commission, selling the client assets. 2. Most only know about paper assets, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, ETFs, savings, and insurance. Financial planners know little about being entrepreneurs, real estate investors, or gold or oil investors, and most importantly, most do not know how to use debt and taxes to gain wealth. 3. Most 30-day wonders and CFPs are not professional investors. Most are employees or self-employed, working for a paycheck, for fees, bonuses, and commissions. 4. Studying for my CFP, I did not learn how to retire young or retire rich. 5. I did learn a lot about insurance, which was what most CFPs focused on selling because the commissions are lucrative. Rich Dad's Plan. Rich Dad taught his son and me that there are 4 basic asset classes. They are: 1. Business. 2. Real estate. 3. Paper assets, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, ETFs, and savings. 4. Commodities, gold, silver, oil, food, water. Most financial planners and CFPs sold only paper assets and insurance for commissions. Invest in what you love. Most people are taught, do what you love. Rich Dad taught his son and me, invest in what you love. After completing the CFP course, I knew what I was going to invest in. 1. I knew my love was to learn to become an entrepreneur, starting and building businesses in the B quadrant, not the S quadrant. Becoming an entrepreneur in the B quadrant, 500 employees or more, was my challenge. 2. I already knew I loved real estate. After making $25 monthly with none of my own money, I was hooked, and I paid no taxes, legally. I was hooked on infinite returns, the art of making money without money. 3. I was not interested in paper assets, especially after taking the CFP course. I knew paper assets were fake assets. I also knew paper assets were best for the average person, E's and S's without a real financial education. 4. I already loved commodities. I loved gold, having purchased my first real gold coin in Hong Kong in 1973. I was also interested in oil because I was trained to be a tanker officer at the academy. Again, paper assets are best for the average investor, a person without much financial education. Liquid assets. The primary reason paper assets are best for the average investor is because paper assets are liquid, which means you can buy and sell quickly. If you make a mistake, you can sell almost immediately. The same is true for gold and silver coins. They are almost as liquid as paper assets. The weakness with paper assets is the same as their benefit. They are liquid. When there is a crash, a panic, mass selling can wipe out an average investor's portfolio in minutes. Today, with high-frequency trading, HTF, paper assets can be bought and sold 10,000 in a second. The average investor, investing for the long term, could be wiped out over lunch. Dark pools. Early in this book, I stated most of the world of money is now invisible because today, modern money is cyber, not paper. The same is true with paper assets. Dark pools are where giant institutional investors, such as banks, hedge funds, and large professional investors, such as Warren Buffett, meet to buy and sell in secret. Today, it is estimated 40% of all paper asset trades are done in dark pools. Mom and pop average investors have no idea what is going on. When the next crash comes, mom and pop may lose their retirement savings in a flash. When Alan Greenspan was questioned about the 2008 crash, he said something like, "Well, no one saw it coming." Was his statement real or fake? Greenspan is a professional economist in the I quadrant. I also stands for insider. Greenspan is an insider. Today, I am an insider on my investments. Mom and pop investors, following their financial planner's advice, are outsiders. In early 2008, 6 months before Lehman went bankrupt, I was on CNN telling Wolf Blitzer that the markets were going down. If I saw it coming, Greenspan had to know. Insiders in the I quadrant knew what was going down. Predicting the crash. If you would like to see the CNN video of me predicting the bankruptcy of Lehman and the 2008 crash, go to https://vimeo.com/183740821. Question: how did you see the crash coming? Answer: because I am an insider, an investor from the I quadrant. Years before the crash, I was on television and radio warning of the coming real estate crash. Question: what did you know that others did not know? Answer: I saw trends. Between 2005 to 2008, our apartment buildings were losing tenants. Many tenants, most who could barely afford the $500 a month rent, were leaving our apartments and going out to buy $300,000 to $500,000 homes. Question: How did they afford these homes? Answer: they were receiving ninja loans, no income, no job loans. They were receiving subprime loans because they were subprime borrowers. Question: how do you know Warren Buffett knew? Answer: because Buffett's company Berkshire Hathaway owned a stake in Moody's, the company that was rating these subprime loans as prime. Once they were rated as prime, they were sold as mortgage-backed securities and collateralized debt obligations, derivatives, to pension funds, government funds, hedge funds, private equity funds, and other big investors all over the world. Gasoline is a derivative of oil. Jet fuel is a derivative of gasoline. The further the derivative is removed from the original, in this case oil, the more volatile the derivative becomes. In 2008, these derivatives exploded when subprime borrowers could not pay and the whole world nearly collapsed. Millions lost their jobs, homes, and pensions, but not one of the big boys and girls was prosecuted. Only one small neighborhood bank in New York's Chinatown, a bank owned by Chinese Americans, was brought to trial and later found innocent. PBS did a documentary on this bank. The title of the documentary is Abacus, Small Enough to Jail. The government picked on a tiny bank rather than the real criminals. As almost everyone knows, the too-big-to-fail banks, such as Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo, and Citibank, caused the crash, made billions, and no one was prosecuted. The bankers who made billions from these fake assets were also paid billions in bonuses after the crash. To me, this is criminal. So if I knew subprime loans were criminal and a crash was coming, I suspect Buffett knew. I suspect he knew Moody's rating of subprime loans as prime was fraudulent. After all, it is Buffett who called derivatives financial weapons of mass destruction. That is a benefit of being an inside investor in the I quadrant with real financial education. When the markets did crash in 2008, Kim and I made millions. That is why I do not invest in paper assets such as stocks, bonds, mutual funds, ETFs, and savings. I do not like being an outsider. Also, all paper assets are a form of derivatives. They are not real assets. They are fake assets. Yet paper assets are best for the average investor without financial education because paper assets are liquid. Paper is easy to get into and easy to get out of. Business and real estate. The problem with a business and real estate is that they are illiquid. If you make a mistake, you become the skipper of the Titanic. I know. As an entrepreneur, I have been captain of a number of Titanics. I have never lost money in real estate, which is why I recommend taking real estate courses before investing in real estate. Then start small, follow the higher levels of teacher, and practice, practice, practice. Remember, business and real estate are illiquid. That means you must be a lot smarter than the average investor, because when you are an entrepreneur in business or real estate, you are an insider. My formula. When I am asked about my formula, I have two answers. Answer number one. I say my financial education began with my rich dad playing Monopoly with his son and me. Today, Kim and I play Monopoly in real life. Kim and I like real assets, not derivatives of assets. Kim and I like being insiders, not outsiders. Answer number two. Kim and I follow the McDonald's formula for great wealth. In Rich Dad, Poor Dad, I quoted Ray Kroc, founder of McDonald's, addressing an MBA class at the University of Texas. During the class, Ray Kroc asked, "What business is McDonald's in?" One student offered the obvious, hamburgers. Ray's reply was, "No, McDonald's business is in real estate." I follow the McDonald's formula. My businesses are in the business of real estate. The McDonald's formula looks like figure 14.1 in the accompanying PDF. I'll discuss more on this formula later. The power of words. When I am asked what is the secret to becoming rich, I say there are many secrets. One of the secrets is the power of words. If a person wants to become rich, they must learn to control the words they think and speak. Most people think and speak words that make them poor and keep them poor. In Sunday school, I learned, "And the Word became flesh and dwelt among us." John 1:14. My rich dad taught me, poor people say, "I can't afford it." Rich people ask, "How can I afford it?" Poor people say, "I'm not interested in money." Rich people say, "If you are not interested in money, money is not interested in you." Poor people say, "I'll never be rich." Rich people say, "I must be rich." Lesson. People who think and speak the words of poor people should use a financial planner and invest in paper assets. For people who think and speak the words of a poor person, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, ETFs, savings, and insurance are enough, possibly better than doing nothing. Assets versus liabilities. Rich Dad's definition of assets. Assets put money in your pocket. Rich Dad's definition of liabilities. Liabilities take money from your pockets. Remember, nouns plus verbs. To tell if something is a real asset or real liability requires a noun plus a verb. For example, the word asset is a noun. The word flow is a verb. You cannot tell an asset from a liability without the verb. For example, a house could be either an asset or liability, depending upon which direction the cash flows. During the 2008 crash, millions of employees lost their jobs and soon their homes, finding out their houses were a real liability, not an asset. Fake assets are real liabilities. Billions of people invest in fake assets. A 401k is a fake asset because cash keeps flowing out of your pocket for years. An individual retirement account, or IRA, is a fake asset because it takes money out of your pocket for years. A government pension is a fake asset because it is taking money out of your pocket for years. A mutual fund is a fake asset. So are stocks, bonds, ETFs, and savings. They are all derivatives. Mutual funds are loaded with fees that make the rich richer and you poorer. Insiders know mutual fund investors put up 100% of the money, take 100% of the risk, yet gain less than 20% of the profits. Again, mutual funds and ETFs, which are derivatives and fake assets, are best for the average investor, passive investors without real financial education. The problem is, if there is another crash, mom and pop's money may disappear, just as it did in 2008. Remember, assets put money in your pocket. Liabilities take money from your pocket. In the next chapter, you will find out where all the money disappears to when markets crash. Your questions, Robert's answers. Question. You mentioned doing what God wanted done. What were the signs you received from God that made you think that you were doing the right things? Bruno T., France. Answer. I am not claiming that God talked to me, nor am I so presumptuous to believe God chose me to do this job. Besides, only an extremely arrogant and/or delusional person would believe they know what God is thinking. I sincerely doubt a human's mind is capable of operating at the same level of the mind of God, if there is a God. Bucky Fuller made me aware that I was doing what most people dream of doing doing what I love to make money. I was doing what I loved. I was an entrepreneur. I owned my own company. I was the boss, and I was working with the biggest rock bands in the world. I got backstage passes. I loved it. My ego loved it. It was fun. I lived in the most exclusive condo on Waikiki Beach, had factories in Korea and Taiwan, and offices across the United States. I drove a Harley Davidson and a Mercedes convertible, and I dated beautiful women. I was cooler than cool. Yet deep down, I knew my rock and roll products were not doing much for the world. God did not have to tell me my products were not making the world a better place to live. I knew that. My rock products were what Fuller called obnoxico, obnoxious products produced by an obnoxious company. As Fuller suggested, I opened my eyes and asked myself what I thought God wanted me to do. Fuller, a futurist, was constantly looking at the evolution of evolution. He asked himself, what did God want for humanity, for the planet, for the future? Fuller believed that humans were God's multi-million-year experiment to see if humans could get it. Fuller believed God wanted to know if humans would use our minds to create heaven on earth or hell on earth. He also believed that humans were in the final examination. He believed that if humans did not get it, we, the human race, would use our minds to kill ourselves and our tiny planet. Fuller said after we and our planet were extinct, God would allow planet Earth to heal, life would appear again, and God would put a new bunch of primates on Earth, and another multi-million-year experiment would begin. Fuller's view on life was measured in millions of years. Humans' view of life is measured in decades. That is why his predictions on the future have been so accurate. He looks at the future from God's mind, not humans' minds. It was after spending a week with him that I began to ask myself, what did God want done? Not what do I want to do? Since I hated poverty and I doubted God wanted people to be poor, I saw financial education as a possible answer to the problem of poverty. I began to teach what my rich dad had taught me. It was a leap of faith. Bucky went through a similar process. He would eventually ask himself, what can I do? I'm just a little guy. After asking himself that question, he stopped working for money and began asking himself what God wanted done, and what could he do. I did not know if God wants prosperity rather than poverty, but that is why and how the Rich Dad Company was formed. We believe in teaching people to fish rather than giving them fish. Question: do you see a possibility of another world war breaking out if things continue the way they're going? Melinda G., Australia. Answer: yes. We are already in that war. It is a war on many fronts and many levels. Today's wars are known as currency wars, trade wars, terrorism, technology wars, military wars, and social media wars. In the words of Alexis de Tocqueville, all who seek to destroy liberty in a democratic nation should know that war offers them the surest and shortest route to success. I am afraid the America I was born in is gone, as is the American dream. I am afraid we are already in another world war, this time a war of greed, ignorance, hate, and mobs incited via social media. I am afraid we are at the tipping point of the world Ayn Rand wrote about in her classic Atlas Shrugged, a world run by socialists and fascist bureaucrats, aka the Illuminati, while the real capitalists, the real producers of wealth, go into hiding. In many ways, I am already in hiding. Question: do you think that the U.S. dollar devaluation and hyperinflation will finally expose these elites and end this dominance over the other 99%? William J., Sweden. Answer: no. There will always be people who want to dominate, oppress, and take away the freedom of others. It is this arrogant, oppressive, greedy, and domineering character of human nature that Fuller described when he talked about humans not getting it, and why humans are in the final examination. When Fuller talked and wrote about humans getting it, he was describing human evolution, evolving from you and me working only for ourselves to you and me working for a world that worked for everyone, not just a world that works for those who have education and money. To quote Alexis de Tocqueville again, "The greatness of America lies not in being more enlightened than any other nation, but rather in her ability to repair her faults." America lost her greatness when the Fed ripped off the world by printing trillions of dollars in 1998, 2008, and today. America lost her moral compass when America printed money in the name of protecting the rich, destroying the middle class, and creating an underclass of educated working poor. Our educational system is an accomplice in this process of the rich and the educated ripping off the rest of humanity, destroying our environment, all in the name of making fake money. Chapter 15. Who Took My Money? How Retirement, Pensions, and Fake Assets Are Causing the Poor and the Middle Class to Grow Poorer. Since 2008, the four biggest central banks have printed over $9 trillion to save the world economy. Where did all that money go? Who got the money? Did you? And why are so many pensions going broke? Threats to the world economy. Today, as I write in late 2018, there are four serious threats to the world economy. They are: 1. Rising interest rates. After 2008, the central banks of the world lowered interest rates to the lowest levels in recent history. The central banks needed people to borrow money. Cheap debt blew the world into massive asset bubbles. Stocks, bonds, real estate, and businesses became hot air balloons. Rising interest rates will bring these hot air balloons down. 2. China. China is in trouble. China may have the worst debt-to-GDP ratio of all major countries. China borrowed and loaned out more money than any other country. If China crashes, the world crashes. Countries like Australia and Brazil that export raw materials to China suffer when China struggles. 3. A strong U.S. dollar. When President Trump lowered tax rates, especially for B-quadrant businesses, the United States became a tax haven. Billions poured into the U.S. economy, causing the U.S. dollar to grow stronger. A strong dollar is not good for workers because U.S. products become more expensive and jobs are lost if demand for U.S. products drops. A strong U.S. dollar is not good for emerging countries that borrowed in U.S. dollars. A strong U.S. dollar means their currency becomes weaker. This makes it harder for these smaller countries and companies to pay off their debt in U.S. dollars. 4. Pensions. As stated in an earlier chapter, worker pensions all over the world are going bust. In the United States, Social Security and Medicare are on life support, just as millions of baby boomers retire and need to rely on these social programs. Here's a fact you may be familiar with. The number one cause of bankruptcy in America is medical expenses. In 2030, the year baby boomers become super seniors, 85 plus, the global pension systems may collapse, just when baby boomers need the money most. Repeating quotes on the growing pension crisis from the previous chapter, IMF warns, the biggest source of risk comes from state and local government retirement pensions. Simon Black warns, Spain's pension fund is almost fully depleted. The United Kingdom has trillions of pounds worth of unfunded public pensions. Even conservative Switzerland has a public pension that's only 69% funded, a seemingly fantastic number by today's dismal standards. Martin Armstrong warns, the largest public pension fund in the United States is the California Public Employees Retirement System, CalPERS, for civil servants. California is in a state of very serious insolvency. We strongly advise our clients to get out before it's too late. Reuters warns, the Pension Benefit Guaranty Corporation to become insolvent within a decade. The PBGC is the U.S. government agency that acts as a backstop to troubled pension plans by ensuring the pensions of millions of American workers. If millions of workers contributed trillions of dollars into these pension funds, why are these funds going broke? Who got all that money? A better question might be, why are the rich getting richer? Answer. A picture is worth 1,000 words. Figure I.1 in the accompanying PDF shows the pension money went from the poor and middle class to the rich. Question. Wait a minute. Are you saying our pension money flowed from the poor and middle class to the rich? Answer. I am. Without real financial education, the poor and middle class are lost in space. They have no idea how their money and wealth are being stolen by the rich via the money they work for, their taxes, their homes, their savings, and their retirement accounts. The Cash Heist. In 1983, I read Bucky Fuller's book, Grunch of Giants. Grunch, you may recall, stands for Gross Universal Cash Heist. In 1983, I became a student for the first time in my life, wanting to find out how Grunch stole our wealth. I found out Grunch steals our wealth via our governments, our educational systems, our money, religions, banks, and Wall Street. The following are 5 ways Grunch steals our wealth via our money, savings, and investments. 5 reasons why the poor and middle class lose. Reason number 1. Gamblers run the casino. During the 1950s and 1960s, only gamblers invested in the stock market. It was considered unethical for a financial advisor to recommend stocks to their clients. The fear of the 1929 stock market crash and decades-long depression that followed remained fresh on the World War II generation's minds. During the 1950s and 1960s, smart investors purchased government bonds or saved money. In the 1950s to 1960s, my poor dad and my rich dad were savers. Saving money was safer than the stock market because after the 1944 Bretton Woods Agreement, the U.S. dollar was backed by gold. The U.S. dollar became the reserve currency of the world, or good as gold. In 1971, Nixon put the final nail in the coffin of the gold standard. The dollar and all government money became debt. Gamblers took over the government casino. Debtors became winners and savers became losers. The educational systems of the world never mention this crucial turn of events in world history. Poor Dad continued to save. He did not change. He was counting on his savings and government pension to save him. Rich Dad did change. He had to change because as an entrepreneur, he did not have a government paycheck or pension to fall back on. Sometime in 1973, Rich Dad changed his tune entirely. In 1973, after realizing what the government was up to, Rich Dad came up with his lesson number 1, which is, the rich do not work for money. In 1973, Rich Dad realized money was toxic, designed to steal the wealth of anyone who worked for money, saved money, or invested money in government-sponsored investments such as 401ks, IRAs, stocks, mutual funds, and ETFs. In 1973, Rich Dad advised his son and me to learn to use debt to acquire assets. That is why I took my first real estate course. I also took stocks and bond courses, as well as my certified financial planner courses. As you can see by figure 15.1 in the accompanying PDF, savers did well up until around 1990. After 1990, interest rates began to decline. Poor and middle-class savers became losers. After 1990, the gamblers, led by the Fed, big banks, and U.S. Treasury, began printing more and more money to save themselves and their rich friends. Printing money made the working poor and middle class poorer because fake money creates inflation, and inflation makes life more expensive. An examination of figure 2.2 in the accompanying PDF makes this clear. Repeating Rich Dad's lesson number 1. The rich do not work for money. Repeating Poor Dad's lesson. Go to school, get a job, and work for money. Save money, and get out of debt. I did not listen to my poor dad. A brief history of a heist. After 1971, gamblers became winners. Notice the accelerated rise illustrated in the 125-year history of the Dow Jones Industrial Average, the stock market, after 1971. This is illustrated in figure I.4 in the accompanying PDF. In the 1970s, business schools started to badmouth gold, calling it, by John Maynard Keynes' phrase, a barbaric relic. Today, most MBA graduates and corporate executives know only fake money and fake assets. They do not know much about God's money, gold and silver. In the 1970s, poor and middle-class kids were admitted to Ivy League schools, schools for the rich. In his book Tailspin, Stephen Brill writes about how poor and middle-class kids like him were admitted to the Ivy League schools and began rubbing shoulders with multi-generational really rich kids whose parents owned businesses and real estate, like the Kennedys, the Bush family, and Trump's family. Poor and middle-class students of our finest schools, such as Barack Obama and Bill and Hillary Clinton, realized they had to catch up to their rich classmates. Notice all three are attorneys. As Brill, also an attorney from Yale, writes, attorneys from poor and middle-class backgrounds began inventing fake assets, financially engineered derivatives that made them richer but ripped off the poor and middle class. In 1972, President Nixon opened the door to China. The working poor became poorer as wages stagnated and/or jobs were lost. In 1974, ERISA, the Employee Retirement Income Security Act, was passed. ERISA was pushed through by the lobbyists, big banks, the Fed, Wall Street, and thousands of other special interest groups, the military, teachers' unions, and NGOs, the swamp, as President Trump calls them, that want government tax dollars. 4 years later, we saw the origins of the 401k. ERISA, 401ks, and IRAs are products of the swamp. ERISA paved the way for the 401ks, IRAs, and employee pension plans. ERISA opened the doors to the big casino known as the stock and bond markets to millions of poor and middle-class workers without any financial education. As leaders printed money, ripping off most workers, a few middle-class investors, such as my rich dad, caught on to the heist and did well as the stock, bond, and real estate markets were blown into bubbles. By 1978, millions of amateurs were forced into the giant casinos of banks and Wall Street, owned by the rich. Rich Dad called these giant casinos the House of Cards. This House of Cards became even more unstable in 1999 when the 1933 Glass-Steagall Act, which separated commercial and investment banking activities, was repealed. President Bill Clinton and his band of elite bandits, led by Treasury Secretary Robert Rubin, former co-chair of Goldman Sachs and chairman emeritus of Council on Foreign Relations, put the nail in the coffin of the working poor and middle class. Question: How did the Glass-Steagall Act put the nail in the coffin of the working poor and middle class? Answer: Glass-Steagall allowed bankers to take mom-and-pop savings and invest their savings in the Great Casino. When the casino lost mom-and-pop's money, the Fed and U.S. Treasury bailed out the casino, saving the rich at the expense of mom-and-pop's future. The rich bet mom-and-pop's money. The rich lose mom-and-pop's money. Mom-and-pop pay for the loss of their money via taxes, and the bailout money pays the bonuses of the rich who bet and lost mom-and-pop's money. The house of cards collapses. Even with all this abuse of mom and pop, things were okay. After all, who cares if only a few million people are stepped on? Then the house of cards begins to wobble. In 1998, the foundations of global paper casino began to crumble and giant crashes began. After the 2008 crash, the global central banks and U.S. government printed an estimated $9 trillion to save themselves and their friends. As I write in 2018, the world is in another giant bubble economy. Stock, bond, and real estate prices have made millions of gamblers very rich. Between 1971 to 2018, gamblers were the winners. Between 1971 and 2018, the poor and middle-class workers who worked hard to earn fake money, saved fake money, and invested it in fake assets run by fake fund managers, educated in our finest business schools, became today's biggest losers. 3 giant bubbles. Giant bubble number 1. 1998, Thailand bust. 1999, long-term capital management bust. 2000, dot-com bust. Giant bubble number 2, 2008, real estate derivatives bust. Giant bubble number 3, bubble top year 2018. In 2018, as interest rates rose, stock and real estate markets fell. According to CNBC, super-rich Asians lost over $100 billion in the first 6 months of 2018 in the Asian bear markets. It's been reported that between October 1 and 14, 2018, an estimated $6 trillion evaporated from global capital markets. Is the end near? Were the crashes of 2018 a sign that the rich have left the casino? 10 years after 2008, are mom and pop about to lose again? Triple tops. When I was in high school, I spent most of my time surfing or gazing out the classroom window, watching for ocean swells. Every surfer knows giant waves come in sets, generally sets of 3. That means if you miss the first 2 waves, turn and head out to sea. The giant 3rd wave is coming. I vividly remember the biggest wave I ever rode. It was winter, the time when the giant waves hit the shores of Hawaii. I should not have been in the water. I should have been standing on the beach with the crowd, gathering to watch the show. The waves were bigger than my surfing ability, yet ego got me into the water and kept me in the water. On this day, I heard a surfer much further out from me shout, "Outside!" That meant I was too far inside, right in the break zone. Immediately, I turned my board and paddled frantically, hoping to get outside. The first of the waves was like a mountain. I barely got over the top, only to see the second mountain heading toward the shore. As I cleared the top of the first wave, I saw the outside surfers still paddling. I knew the giant 3rd wave was coming. I knew I had to catch the second wave or get wiped out by the 3rd wave. I was a little late on my takeoff on the second wave. I estimate it was a 12 to 15 foot swell. It probably crested to 18 feet as I stood and took the drop. My legs wanted to quit as I raced ahead of the wave crashing behind me, but somehow I kept my balance, rode as far as I could, got to the beach, picked up my board and ran as fast as I could up the beach to get out of the way of the 3rd wave that was just beginning to crash. The sight of fellow surfers going up the face of the giant third wave, not making it, watching the swell crest, then break, and seeing their boards flying through the air, is burned in my memory. When people ask me how I learned to time markets, I simply say, I grew up surfing. The chart included in the accompanying PDF as figure 15.2 shows the biggest financial waves in history. Notice the three peaks. In trader talk, this chart pattern is known as a triple top. The first top was 1998. The second top was in 2008. When will we see the third top? Historically, the third peak signals the long-term exhaustion point. Often a plunge follows after the third peak. I suspect that between 2019 and 2025, many amateur gamblers who are rich today may become tomorrow's biggest losers. Question: when will the giant crash occur? Answer: I grew up on the big island of Hawaii, the island where the volcano is erupting today. Before every eruption, there were foreshocks, which are small earthquakes that warn the residents an eruption or a giant earthquake is coming. After the eruption or giant earthquake, there are aftershocks. Today, as I write, the number of foreshocks is increasing. As I write, most Americans are happy because unemployment is low, jobs are plentiful, and wages are rising. Question: what are some of the foreshocks? Answer: rising national debt and entitlements, flash crashes in the bond market and stock market, major environmental disasters that will cause insurance rates to rise, cyber hacking, a global war on terrorism without end, and government leaders who fight and call each other names rather than solve our national and global problems. And Nero fiddled. There's an old saying that goes, Nero fiddled while Rome burned. Figure I.1 in the accompanying PDF shows America burning while our leaders raise money for their next election campaign. Is the golden age of gamblers coming to an end? As the saying goes, gambling, the sure way to get nothing for something. As Matthew 20:16 states, the last will be first, and the first will be last. This book is dedicated to those who may be last today and who want to be first tomorrow. Here are the 4 additional reasons how retirement, pensions, and fake assets cause the poor and middle class to become poorer. Reason number 2, inflation. Blessed are the young, for they shall inherit the national debt. Herbert Hoover. If there were no government-guaranteed student loans, college tuition would be much lower. Gary Johnson. Concern for the coming generations. Baby boomers in the United States had an easy life. We grew up during the biggest economic boom in world history. Their children and grandchildren, Gen X, the millennial generation born after 1982, and the Gen Z internet generation born after 1995, have a very hard road ahead. Not only are many millennials unemployed or underemployed, but many start their adult lives burdened by onerous student loan debt. They also inherit a massive national debt, a financial disaster left behind by their parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents. History will haunt the future generations. If the future generations do not change a corrupted system, what will their children and grandchildren inherit? By a continuing process of inflation, government can confiscate, secretly and unobserved, an important part of the wealth of their citizens. John Maynard Keynes, 1883 to 1946. The way to crush the bourgeoisie, middle class, is to grind them between the millstones of taxation and inflation. Vladimir Lenin, 1870 to 1924. Inflation destroys savings, impedes planning, and discourages investment. That means less productivity and a lower standard of living. Kevin Brady, 1955 to the present. Question: why does the government want inflation? Answer: to pay the national debt with cheaper dollars. Question: what happens if the government fails to create inflation? Answer: the opposite side of the same coin is deflation. If there is excessive deflation, the U.S. and world economies may slide into the next Great Depression. Question: are you saying the government wants us to work for inflated dollars that are worth less and less? Answer: yes. The diagram in Figure 15.3 shows how inflation in the United States has eroded the purchasing power of the dollar. Question: how does the government create inflation? Answer: there are many ways. One way is via printing money. Printing money makes money less valuable. As long as the government and banks are printing money, savers are losers, debtors are winners. Remember, the banking system is based on printing money. It is known as the fractional reserve system. That means for every dollar a saver saves, the bank is allowed to lend out a fraction of that money. If the fractional reserve is 10%, a bank may lend out $9 to debtors for every $10 of savers' money. When the $9 goes to the debtor's bank, the debtor's bank may lend out $8.10. The sad truth is there is only $1 of real money in savings. That is why, if savers panic, banks may not be able to give the savers back their money. Bail-ins. We have all heard of bailouts. In the future, there may be bail-ins, which means the money you have in the bank is converted into bank stock. You become an investor in the bank. That is why it may be smart to get a fire-rated home safe and keep gold, silver, cash, and important documents out of banks. Fake safes. Some people have fake safes. If the person is robbed, the owner may show the robber their fake safe and let the robber have their fake valuables, such as fake jewelry and fake Rolex watches. Their real safe is best out of the home, in a storage locker or behind a fake wall. Better yet, if you have a lot to protect, you may want to keep your valuables in another country, but do it legally. Many people secretly hide money and wealth overseas, but do it illegally, and it can be confiscated. There are attorneys who specialize in this type of legal offshore banking. If you do anything I write about, please do it legally. The definition of money. In part 1 of this book, I wrote about the criteria in order for money to be money. 1. Money is a store of value. After 1971, all government money became toxic and could not be trusted to be a store of value. By definition, all government money is no longer money because it no longer holds value. 2. Money is a unit of account. The U.S. dollar is a globally accepted unit of account, for now. 3. Money is a medium of exchange. Again, the U.S. dollar is a globally accepted medium of exchange, for now. Question: so one reason why the poor and middle class grow poorer is because they trust government money such as the U.S. dollar? Answer: yes. After 1971, all government money became toxic, stealing the wealth of those who work for money and save money. Reason number 3. Real assets make the rich richer. Amazon founder Jeff Bezos is a billionaire. Do you think he became a billionaire because he receives a $1 billion paycheck? The median income of an Amazon employee is $28,446 in 2017. Jeff Bezos earns more than $28,466 in 12 seconds. Jeff Bezos' annual paycheck is only $1.7 million. Although Bezos' salary of $1.7 million a year may technically be low, There is a reason he's called the richest man in the world. His net worth is skyrocketing, mostly due to the fact that he owns about 80 million shares of Amazon stock. Figure I.1 in the accompanying PDF explains why Jeff Bezos is so rich. Every month, a portion of the billions of dollars from millions of workers' 401ks and retirement plans flow from their paychecks into shares of Amazon stock. Jeff gets richer, although his salary may stay the same. Lesson: cash and flow are the two most important words in the world of money. Every month, retirement cash flows from the mom and pops of the world into the pockets of the Jeff Bezoses of the world. Reason number 4. Crashes make the rich richer. When the market crashes, and it always does, the poor and middle class are wiped out. When markets crash, the rich simply borrow money and buy back workers' shares at bargain basement prices. Reason number 5. Rubber chicken dinners. When I was just starting out in search of my formula to riches, I would go to rubber chicken dinners, RCDs, that reminded me of political fundraisers. At these RCDs, potential clients would sit, people like me, have an RCD, then listen to a presentation by a money management company or financial planner. At a number of these rubber chicken dinners, I nearly threw up the rubber chicken. I could not believe people could swallow the rubber chicken BS. Question: how do the rich get richer if pension funds are going broke? Answer: the name of the game is assets under management. Even if mom and pop's investments are not making money, the rich make money via fees and more fees from assets under management. Forbes, May 27, 2013. The heavy toll of investment fees. The thought of giving up 40% per year in investment return to pay for portfolio management and advice would cause most people to walk away. Yet this is the price many people pay when they hire an investment advisor to manage a mutual fund portfolio or exchange-traded fund (ETF) portfolio. NerdWallet, May 11, 2016. How a 1% fee could cost millennials $590,000 in retirement savings. NerdWallet's analysis found that from ages 45 to 65, the loss to fees increases from 12% to over 25%. Everyone talks about the benefits of compounding interest, but few mention the danger of compounding fees, says Kyle Ramsey, NerdWallet's head of investing and retirement. Emphasis added. The cost of a rubber chicken dinner. I have gone to many rubber chicken dinners. At these dinners, I listen to financial experts tell me how their magic formula will make me rich. At one of these rubber chicken dinners, I broke out my calculator, read the glossy brochure's fine print, and computed the total amount in fees I would pay if I started investing at the age of 35. The numbers were stunning. If I started investing just $750 a month into a 401k, I would be paying over $2.5 million in fees and hidden fees if the account returned 8% a year. You can buy a lot of rubber chicken dinners for $2.5 million. I had my accountant verify my numbers, and all he said was, "It was a good thing you walked away." What disturbed me were the number of people who did not walk away. Most were waiting in line to sign up for a personal financial analysis. Why were they waiting in line? Because most were not happy with the returns of their current financial advisor. As I stated earlier, the name of the game is assets under management, not return on investment for the client. The hotshot from New York's new magic formula was not that magical. As best as I could ascertain, the expert's magic formula was not much more than following the S&P 500, something anyone with a fifth-grade education could do. The same hotshot claimed his fees were only 1%. Yet when I studied the fine print, the fees were much, much higher. This did not stop desperate people from throwing hundreds of thousands of dollars, possibly millions, at him. Question: what were the people desperate for? Answer: most average investors seek return on investment, ROI, yield, or capital gains. They simply want their money to grow, not shrink. Fewer than 5% of fund managers beat the market, yet fund managers always win, even if you lose. Rather than watch the stock market go up and down, I think it's smarter to watch the percentage in fees fund managers are charging. And there are all kinds of fees. Brokerage account fee. This could be an annual fee to maintain a brokerage account, a subscription for premium research to help with trading strategy, and/or a fee to access trading platforms. Trade commission. Charged by a broker when you buy or sell certain investments, such as stocks. Mutual fund transaction fee. Charged by a broker to buy and/or sell some mutual funds. Expense ratio. An annual fee charged by all mutual funds, index funds, and exchange-traded funds as a percentage of your investment in the fund. Sales load. A sales charge or commission on some mutual funds, paid to the broker or salesperson who sold the fund. Management or advisory fee. Typically a percentage of assets under management paid by an investor to a financial advisor. 401k fee. An administrative fee to maintain the plan, often passed on to the plan participants by the employer. A real certified financial planner. Longtime friend John McGregor has been a certified financial planner for over 25 years. John wrote a book called The Top 10 Reasons the Rich Go Broke. His book is about real horror stories of rich people following a financial planner's advice and losing everything. John's book is a must-read for anyone who has their retirement in managed funds. John tells a funny story of going to one of these rubber chicken dinners and noticing the financial expert looked familiar. John suddenly realized the expert was not a fund manager, but a Hollywood actor who has appeared in many TV commercials. At this dinner, the actor was only playing a fund manager. John said he got sick watching almost everyone in the room lining up to give this actor their money. Return on fees. I realize people need money. That is why brokerage firms charge money for fees, commissions, advice, and for management. I do not begrudge anyone their right to fees or commissions. My point is, investors need to be aware of the words on average, because averages are lies. ROI and ROF, return on fees. Analyze your fees. If you have a retirement account or are investing in government-endorsed plans such as a 401k or IRA filled with mutual funds, ETFs, and money market accounts, first look into the fees, not the returns. If you are not good in math or reading the fine print, hire someone like an accountant or attorney to read and analyze the fine print for you. It may be worth millions over the long term. Much, much more than the fee your accountant or attorney charges you. The fees you pay your accountant or attorney to read the fine print may be worth more than a college education. I pay a lot of money in fees. Why? Because my ROF is fantastic. I pay thousands of dollars in fees to my partner and Rich Dad advisor Ken McElroy's real estate investment company. Why? Because Ken's ROI is infinite. Ken does not charge a fee until investors have all their money back. After the investor's money is returned, then Ken shares in the ROI, which for Kim and me is in the millions. An infinite return is the antithesis of fake. More on this in an upcoming chapter. A case for higher commissions. When Kim and I moved to Phoenix over 20 years ago, we wanted to know who was the #1 commercial real estate broker in Phoenix. It did not take us long to find out who it was. Kim and I met with Craig, liked him and his philosophy on investing, and made him an offer we make all great real estate brokers. We would pay him more than the 6% most real estate agents charge. We agreed to pay him 10% plus 10% ROI of the investment for being a partner. Let me explain why Kim and I do this. Kim and I noticed that many investors ask the broker to work for less. For example, the buyer and seller's brokers come to the table. Just before buyer and seller's agents come to an agreement, quite often the buyer or seller will ask the brokers to shave their commission, which means work for less. For example, they might ask the broker to work for 3% rather than 6%. Why people do that, I do not know. They must think shaving a broker's commission is smart. Kim and I do not do that. If our broker is the best in town, we want that person to be a partner. Look at the cash flow quadrant again in Figure 9.1 in the accompanying PDF. On the left side, the poor and the middle class. On the right side are the rich. Most people see the world from the E and S side. Most people treat real estate brokers as S quadrant people, brokers. Being from the B and I side of the quadrant myself, I want partners in the B or I quadrants as well if the person is the best. Kenny is our partner in the B and I quadrants. Craig is our partner in the I quadrant. One day a friend asked me how I find such great investments. My reply was, I treat agents as partners, not as real estate brokers. Our partners have made us millionaires many times over. We have made millions while most investors attempt to pay their brokers less. Worst advice ever. A few years ago, a friend suggested Kim and I switch accounting firms. Always open to learning more, Kim and I agreed to meet with a name-brand national accounting firm. We agreed to allow them to analyze our financial statements. A few weeks later, a follow-up meeting was scheduled. Kim and I sat in the room as the head accountant announced, "Our financial planning expert has flown in from Washington, D.C. to advise you on your portfolio." The expert, dressed like an East Coast preppy with tortoise-rimmed glasses, sat down and said, "I have reviewed your portfolio. You are overweight in real estate. I suggest you sell all your real estate and put the money into stocks, bonds, and mutual funds." Kim and I burst out laughing. We thought he was kidding. Could he not see most of our income came from cash flow from our properties? He was not laughing. He was serious. Later, I asked Tom Wheelwright, a CPA and our personal accountant, did he not see we make millions tax-free from our real estate? Tom nodded his head. Yes, he did. So why did he recommend we sell all our real estate? Tom said, he does not receive a commission from your real estate. What does he earn money from? Kim and I asked. Assets under management. The power of words. As a kid, we used to say, "Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt." Nothing could be further from the truth. Words are powerful, very, very powerful. We have all had our feelings hurt by words. We have all felt wonderful because of words. We have all been inspired and discouraged by words. And we have all been deceived, lied to, and misled by words. One reason I left the MBA program was because of words. Many professors did not use the words used in the real world of business. Most used words based on theory, not reality. It was my accounting teacher who sealed the deal. When he was using fake definitions for the words assets and liabilities, I left. The following are definitions of assets and liabilities taught in schools. Asset, noun. A resource with economic value that an individual, corporation, or country owns or controls. I do not know about you, but that definition was vague and ambiguous, not clear or useful. Liability, noun. A company's legal financial debts or obligations that arise during the course of business operations. This is why so many people and accountants call a person's house, car, and refrigerator assets. Ambiguous definitions allow accountants and people to lie to themselves. That is why so many people say my house is an asset when it is really a liability. That is why when someone says my net worth is, I tune out. Net worth is often worthless, worth less, because net worth is based on lies, hopes, dreams, and hallucinations. A person can count their car in net worth, their furniture, clothing, house, even artwork at exaggerated values. That is why Rich Dad repeatedly said, net worth is worthless. Rich Dad lesson. Rich Dad often said, a person with a big house and nice cars is often poorer than a person with nothing. A person with a big house and nice car may look rich and have a high net worth, but they may be less than 30 days away from bankruptcy if they lose their job. And that is why Rich Dad often said, your banker wants to see your financial statement, not your report card from school. Your financial statement reflects your financial IQ, how smart you are with your money. Rich Dad wanted exact numbers, numbers he could measure and verify. That is why Rich Dad taught his son and me that the two most important words in business are cash and flow. Rich Dad's teachers. As stated earlier, Rich Dad learned business from real teachers. Being only 13 years old when he took over his father's business, his teachers were his bankers, accountants, attorneys, bookkeepers, and others. Since he was only 13 years old, his teachers had to keep it super simple. That is why Rich Dad taught his son and me when we were about 10 years old, assets and liabilities are nouns. You need a verb to know if the noun is an asset or a liability. For example, a house is a noun. You do not know if it is an asset or liability until you add the verb flow. If a house is a rental property and putting money into your pocket, the house is an asset. If the house is your home and taking money from your pocket, then it is a liability. And that is why Rich Dad's son and I learned 1. Assets put money, cash flow, into your pocket. 2. Liabilities take money, cash flow, out of your pocket. Your greatest liability. From the moment you are born, your retirement is your greatest liability. The day when you stop working or are unable to work. If you are fortunate to live a long life, life grows more and more expensive. That is why Social Security and Medicare are bankrupt today, just as baby boomers are retiring. Squirrels instinctively know to store nuts for the winter. Humans do not. If a human being is unable to store enough financial support to keep them alive after their working days are over, the winter of their lives and the lives of their families may be like the lives of squirrels who run out of nuts during winter. A friend of mine was no longer able to care for his mom at home. He found a nursing home that would provide the 24-hour medical attention she required. The home is costing him $9,000 a month. She has been there for 6 years and is expected to live longer. They did not expect her to live this long. His mother's nursing home cost more per month than he earns. He and his wife are living on income and retirement savings. Who will care for you when you can no longer earn a living? You cannot catch a fish in clean water. Earlier in this book, I stated, after 1971, money became invisible. Without a real financial education, most people cannot see money. Most people swim blind in dirty water. Without a real financial education, most people do not know the difference between assets and liabilities. This makes it very easy for the ultra-rich who control the central banks, governments, Wall Street, too big to fail banks, and our elite schools to become very rich, catching little fish swimming blind in dirty water. Once the fish are trapped, swimming in giant nets of fake money, the ultra-rich sell the little fish fake assets such as savings accounts, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and ETFs. For mom and pop, their retirement years are their greatest liability if they live a long life. The ultra-rich know this. They sell fake assets to mom and pop because fake assets are real assets for the ultra-rich. Just watch the cash flowing. Follow the money. To understand the difference between real assets and fake assets, just look again at relevant charts and follow the money. Those charts can be found in the accompanying PDF as Figure I.1, Figure 2.1, Figure 2.2, Figure 15.2, and Figure 15.3. The quadrant and taxes. When you combine the cash flow quadrant with taxes, the muddy water becomes a little clearer, as you can see in Figure 9.10 in the accompanying PDF. Those who work for money pay the highest percentage in taxes. Those who invest workers' money make the most money and pay the lowest percentages in taxes. The worst financial advice. This is why the advice to go to school, get a job, work hard, save money, buy a house, get out of debt, and invest in a well-diversified portfolio of stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and ETFs could be the primary reason for the lines on the chart in Figure I.1. Without real financial education in our schools, the end of the poor and middle class is near. I'll pose some questions. What will happen if the gap grows wider? Is the world heading for a two-class world, a peaceful world of the rich and the poor? Or could the world be heading for another French or Bolshevik revolution, a war between the rich and the poor, the have-nots taking from the haves? Can this gap between rich and poor be narrowed? Could a little financial education change the future of the world? Yes, the gap can be narrowed with a little real financial education. But you have to seek that education for you and your family. Our education system is controlled by the very people who want to keep the water dirty. Question: who controls our education? Answer: in 1903, the ultra-rich, like John D. Rockefeller, played a role in creating the General Education Board. Today, the rich continue to control what subjects are taught in our schools. That is why there is no real financial education in our schools. In conclusion, Rich Dad often said, when your banker tells you your house is an asset, he is not lying. He's just not telling you the truth. What he does not tell you is that your house is the bank's asset, not yours. The same could be said for your savings, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, ETFs, and retirement plan. They are all fake assets because the cash flows to the ultra-rich via compounding fees and expenses. All you have to do is follow the money and you will see who the cash is flowing to. As legendary investor John Bogle, founder of Vanguard Funds, said, investors put up 100% of the cash, took 100% of the risk, and got 33% of the return. And if the mutual fund crashes, the investor loses 100%. If the mutual fund makes money, investors receive 20% of the reward. The owners of the mutual fund receive 80%. Remember, the name of the game is not take care of the investor's money. The name of the game is assets under management. Even if mom and pop lose everything And even if the fund crashes, burns, and dies, the owners of the fund always win due to fees, and more fees. All it takes is clean water. Warren Buffett said it best. If you've been in the poker game 30 minutes and you don't know who the patsy is, you're the patsy. All it takes is clean water to see, 1, who the cash is flowing from, 2, who the cash is flowing to. Then you will be able to see real assets and real liabilities. Most importantly, you will know who the real patsy is. If you want to learn how to see cash flowing, take real accounting classes from real accountants. Read Tax-Free Wealth by Rich Dad advisor Tom Wheelwright, a real accountant, and have fun playing the cash flow game. People teaching people. Kim and I created Cash Flow in 1996 so people could teach people how to see cash flowing. Today, there are thousands of cash flow clubs all over the world. Once you can see cash flowing, you will be better able to see fake money, fake teachers, especially fake financial advisors and brokers, and fake assets. Most importantly, once you can see cash flowing, you will no longer be a fish swimming in dirty water. In the next chapter, you will see what the rich see and why the rich get richer. Your questions, Robert's answers. Question. It seems that most people are distracted from these important issues by television, sports, fake news, etc. So could the next crash be the final wake-up call as to what's really going on? LEB, Romania. Answer. Let's hope so. In financial literacy terms, the world has been in a secular bull market for approximately 70 years. That means the markets and economy have been going up since the 1944 Bretton Woods Conference, the year the United States took control of the world economy, and the year the dollar became the reserve currency of the world. I suspect that 70-year secular bull market is about to come to an end, because America used its financial authority to make the rich richer at the expense of the poor and middle class of the world. This is the grunge that Fuller wrote about. We may be entering a secular bear market, possibly the collapse of the U.S. dollar and a new global depression. As Rich Dad would say about economic change, the toilet will flush. This is bad news for most people. It can also be great news for those who are aware and prepared for a brave new world of money. Question. Many people believe in giving people fish, free education, free food, free health care. Which answer is right? Michael S., Scotland. Answer. Both answers are right. The right answer depends upon the person seeking their answer. A more important question is, what do you think God wants done? Question. Do you think the next crash will result in a new totalitarian government in the United States resembling Nazi Germany of the 1930s and 1940s? Lydia J., Lithuania. Answer. Yes. The word is fascism, a form of government run by bureaucrats. There is a big difference between business people and bureaucrats. Bureaucrats are fascists who make rules and expect everyone to live by their rules. There are bureaucrats in every walk of life. Don't get me wrong, rules are important. We need rules. For example, it is best we all drive on the same side of the road and obey speed limits. The problem is that bureaucrats want everyone to live in a world governed by their rules. The problem is most bureaucrats, like most academics, do not live in the real world of money. Most bureaucrats tend to be socialists and communists, not capitalists. Ayn Rand wrote about this world in her book Atlas Shrugged. That book is about a world where the economy is broken, a world where nothing works because bureaucrats now run the world. In response, the last remaining capitalists go into hiding, refusing to be exploited by non-producing bureaucratic parasites. Chapter 16. Fishing in Clean Water. Fake News and Transparency. Here are some headlines that should get you thinking and drive home a few points about what is real and what isn't. Jared Kushner paid no federal income tax for years, documents suggest. New York Times, October 13, 2018. Over the past decade, Jared Kushner's family company has spent billions of dollars buying real estate. His personal stock investments have soared. His net worth has quintupled to almost $324 million. And yet, for several years running, Mr. Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law and a senior White House advisor, appears to have paid almost no federal income taxes, according to confidential financial documents reviewed by the New York Times. Fake news or stupid journalists? In Warren Buffett's words, the smarter the journalists are, the better off society is. For, to a degree, people read the press to inform themselves, and the better the teacher, the better the student body. Question: are these New York Times writers smart journalists, stupid journalists, or promoters of a fake news story? Answer: we may never know. If you just read the headlines, it sounds like Jared Kushner, husband of President Trump's daughter Ivanka, sounds like another crook, much like his father-in-law, the Donald. Without much financial education, millions of people, especially academic elites like my poor dad, say the rich are crooks. Here are some questions you might want to think about. Is Buffett correct? Do we need smart journalists for a smarter society? Do people read the press to inform themselves? If Buffett is correct, and I believe he is, what are fake news, antisocial social media, journalists, bloggers included, without real financial education doing for our society? How many journalists are, like my poor dad, academically bright, well-educated, financially naive individuals who deep down believe the rich are crooks? The answers? We may never know. The New York Times article continues, emphasis added. Kushner's low tax bills are the result of a common tax minimizing maneuver that, year after year, generated millions of dollars in losses for Mr. Kushner, according to the documents. But the losses were only on paper. Mr. Kushner and his company did not appear to actually lose any money. The losses were driven by depreciation, a tax benefit that lets real estate investors deduct a portion of the cost of their buildings from their taxable income every year. In 2015, for example, Mr. Kushner took home $1.7 million in salary and investment gains, but those earnings were swamped by $8.3 million of losses, largely because of significant depreciation that Mr. Kushner and his company took on their real estate, according to the documents reviewed by the Times. More questions to ponder. Are the journalists saying or implying that Jared Kushner is a crook? For the record, they're not. The article clearly states nothing in the documents suggests Mr. Kushner or his company broke the law. How can Mr. Kushner take home $1.7 million in income and his earnings be swamped by $8.3 million in losses? If he lost $8.3 million, why isn't Jared Kushner bankrupt? Is depreciation some mysterious tax loophole used by the nefarious crooked rich? Or is depreciation a legal government tax incentive that can be used by everyone, including the journalists? Depreciation is a legal government tax incentive that can be used by everyone, you, me, and even the journalists. Question: did Jared take home $1.7 million in income and pay nothing in taxes because he lost $8.3 million via depreciation? Answer: yes. Question: is that legal? Answer: yes. Question: do the journalists want people to believe Jared, his family, and the Trumps are crooks? Answer: only you can answer that question. The New York Times article continues. Nothing in the documents suggests Mr. Kushner or his company broke the law. A spokesman for Mr. Kushner's lawyer said that Mr. Kushner paid all taxes due. In theory, the depreciation provision is supposed to shield real estate developers from having their investments whittled away by wear and tear on their buildings. In practice, though, the allowance often represents a lucrative giveaway to developers like Mr. Trump and Mr. Kushner. Question: why do the journalists use incendiary words such as lucrative giveaway to developers like Mr. Trump and Mr. Kushner? Answer: this is an example of yellow journalism. Question: what is yellow journalism? Answer: yellow journalism and the yellow press, according to Wikipedia, are American terms for journalism and associated newspapers that present little or no legitimate, well-researched news while instead using eye-catching headlines for increased sales. Techniques may include exaggerations of news events, scandal-mongering, or sensationalism. Question: why don't the journalists teach the tax lessons Tom Wheelwright, your personal advisor, teaches? Tom teaches that the tax code has only a few pages on how to pay taxes. Most of the thousands of pages of tax code are dedicated to how not to pay taxes legally, and this is true in most Western countries. Answer: in his book Tax-Free Wealth and in his classes, Tom teaches people like you and me that a capitalist government needs partners. In a capitalist government, a democracy wants citizens like you and me to be partners, investing in projects the government needs done. A communist government is centralized, and most capital projects are run by government bureaucrats. In China, for instance, most of the rich are friends of bureaucrats, or princelings, children of bureaucrats. In the United States, a free market economy means that ordinary people and citizen entrepreneurs are encouraged to participate in projects the government wants and needs done via tax incentives. Tax incentives for housing. For example, the government needs entrepreneurs to provide housing. This is why depreciation is a tax incentive for real estate investors. Tax incentives for jobs. The government also wants people to provide jobs. That is why entrepreneurs in the B quadrant with over 500 employees pay less in taxes. In 2018, Amazon was shopping for a new city to relocate their new headquarters. Many cities would have loved to have thousands of highly paid employees, which is why so many cities offered tax incentives to Amazon. Elon Musk's Tesla Motors received over $1 billion in tax incentives to build his battery factory in Nevada. Tax incentives for high-paid employees. Amazon and Tesla have thousands of well-paid employees. Generally speaking, the more an employee is paid, the more tax revenue is generated. Highly paid employees attract hundreds of small businesses. Small business owners pay higher taxes. That is why local governments offer tax incentives to companies like Amazon and Tesla to move their businesses to cities and states across the United States. Big business attracts small business, which means more jobs, and more jobs mean more housing, more schools, more government service employees, and more taxes to city and state governments. Tax incentives for energy. Civilization cannot grow without energy. If energy became scarce or more expensive, civilization would crumble. Hence, the government also wants entrepreneurs to provide energy, so there are tax incentives for oil and gas exploration. Today, the United States is less dependent upon foreign oil. Tax incentives for food. And the government wants you and me to produce food, so there are tax incentives for people to produce food. If people are hungry, riots follow. Incentives, not loopholes. These incentives are not loopholes or mistakes that unscrupulous crooks sneak through, as these journalists want readers to believe. These incentives are intentional, legal, and available for everyone, including the journalists. Again, tax and tax incentives are the engine of capitalism. Who pays taxes? Again, looking at the cash flow quadrant in Figure 9.10 in the accompanying PDF, you get the picture about who pays taxes. The rich, like the Trumps and Kushners, prepare their kids for the B and I quadrants. The journalists probably did well in school and learned the skills and mindset for the E or S quadrant. They are either yellow journalists or simply swimming blind in dirty water, financially naive to what is going on in the B and I quadrants. The New York Times article continues, emphasis added. The law assumes that buildings' values decline every year when in reality they often gain value. Its enormous flexibility allows real estate investors to determine their own tax bills. Question. The tax law allows real estate investors to determine their own tax bills, even pay nothing in taxes? Answer. Yes. And professional real estate investors can take depreciation deductions that homeowners cannot. Question. Why doesn't everyone do this? Answer. Tax is not a subject taught in high school. Question. Did you learn about taxes in high school? Answer. No, I began learning about money, debt, and taxes working for Rich Dad when I was 9 years old. Question. Did that give you a financial head start in life? Answer. It did. That is why Kim and I created the cash flow game in 1996 and wrote Rich Dad, Poor Dad and founded the Rich Dad Company in 1997. We wanted everyone to have the same financial head start my rich dad gave me, education I passed on to Kim. In 1996, we submitted our cash flow game to Harvard for clinical evaluation. The game was rejected outright and returned. The game box was not even opened. That was a good thing. It was a slap on the face, a wake-up call. When Harvard rejected our game, poo-pooing the idea that people learn via simulations, having fun, and making mistakes, Kim and I realized we were marketing to people like my poor dad, academics with jobs. Failure is the other side of success. Failing to have Harvard evaluate our game was a good thing. We knew who our customer was. We knew it was not universities, schools, or school teachers. People teaching people. Kim and I were now certain who our customer was. In 1997, I wrote Rich Dad, Poor Dad. The book was originally written as a brochure, a simple book, a real-life story to explain the importance of financial statements and accounting, and to sell the cash flow game to people who wanted to learn, rather than closed-minded professors who knew all the answers. The same year we founded the Rich Dad Company. Our mission is to elevate the financial well-being of humanity. To fulfill our mission, we knew we had to bypass an obsolete, expensive, slow, boring, arrogant, out-of-touch with reality educational system. Our business plan was simple. Teach what schools do not teach, the subject of money. A subject, a life skill, everyone in the world uses. The Rich Dad Company focused on building financial education products designed to educate via people teaching people. You need to go to school to be a doctor or lawyer, a tradesman, or a highly paid employee, but you do not need to go to school to become a rich entrepreneur or investor. As the cover of Rich Dad, Poor Dad states, what the rich teach their kids about money that the poor and middle class do not. What Jared Kushner knows. This next segment of the New York Times article explains what the rich teach their kids, what kids like Jared Kushner know that the poor and middle class do not. Mr. Kushner's losses, stemming in large part from the depreciation deduction, appeared to wipe out his taxable income in most years covered by the documents. He is reporting the losses even though he bought his properties with borrowed funds. In many cases, Mr. Kushner kicked in less than 1% of the purchase price, according to the documents. Even that small amount generally was paid for with loans. Question. Jared Kushner borrowed the 1% he applied to the purchase price of billions of dollars in real estate? Does that mean he purchased billions with nothing? Answer. Yes. It is known as an infinite return, aka money for nothing. The same lesson I was taught in 1973 in my first real estate seminar. Question: so you don't need money to become rich? Answer: correct. But you do need real financial education and real experience. The moment I understood infinite returns, I never again had to say, I can't afford it, I don't have any money. You don't need money to become rich once you understand the power of infinite returns. Infinite returns on information. Tom Wheelwright and I did a 45-minute presentation at the 2018 New Orleans Investment Conference. The title of our presentation was Infinite ROI, Return on Information. You can watch it by following the link that appears in the accompanying PDF. Watching this video, you will better understand how and why Jared Kushner can buy millions of dollars of real estate without money and pay no taxes. Kim and I use the same formula. The New York Times article continues, emphasis added. The result? Mr. Kushner is getting tax-reducing losses for spending someone else's money, which is permitted under the tax code. Depreciation deductions are available in other industries, but they generally don't get to take losses related to spending with borrowed money. As far as the Internal Revenue Service is concerned, the Kushners have been losing money for years. Unlike typical wage earners, the owners of such companies can report losses for tax purposes. When a firm like Kushner Companies reports expenses in excess of its income, the result is a net operating loss. That loss can wipe out any taxes that the company's owner otherwise would owe. Depending on the size of the loss, it can even be used to get refunds for taxes paid in prior years or eliminate tax bills in future years. Question: so debt and taxes make the rich richer? Answer: yes, but doing so requires a sound financial education, lots of practice, and a team of very, very smart investors like Tom Wheelwright. Always remember, there are many doors to financial heaven, and even more doors to financial hell. The New York Times article continues, if I had to live my life over again, I would have been in the real estate business, said Jonathan Blattmacher, a well-known trusts and estates lawyer, now a principal at Pioneer Wealth Partners, who reviewed the Kushner documents. It's fantastic. You get tax deductions for things you don't pay for. Question: even a very smart trust and estate lawyer does not know how the rich use debt and taxes to get richer and richer? Answer: correct. Very few people do. I encourage you to watch the free video of Tom and me mentioned earlier, and you will learn what very few people know. A link to the video can be found in the accompanying PDF. The New York Times article continues. Last year's tax legislation eliminated that benefit for all industries but one: real estate. Question: is that why you sold all your paper assets, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and ETFs in 2016? Answer: what do you think? Swimming in clean water. In another article, the New York Times reported that Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump earned $82 million in passive income in 2017, probably tax-free. It is information that makes the rich richer, not money. Information that is not taught in schools. Pictures are often better than words. Pictured in Figure 16.1 in the accompanying PDF is what is taught in schools. This is what students are taught in schools. Notice where the cash flows from and to. This is what dirty water looks like. This is what happens when you say to a child, go to school, get a job, buy a house, get out of debt, invest for the long term. This mantra muddies the water to dirty water. Is the water getting clearer? In Rich Dad, Poor Dad, I wrote about Ray Kroc, founder of McDonald's, asking an MBA class at the University of Texas this question: "What business is McDonald's in?" A student replied, "Hamburgers." Croc's response: "No, McDonald's is in the business of real estate." In the movie The Founder, the idea that McDonald's is in the real estate business is made very clear. Rich Dad is in the real estate business. The Rich Dad Company is also in the business of real estate. As figure 16.2 in the accompanying PDF shows, if the Rich Dad Company earns $1 million, we borrow $4 million. We step up our passive income, and we are now able to depreciate $5 million in passive losses. Like Jared Kushner, our passive losses from real estate offsets our income from our businesses, and we pay little to nothing in taxes legally. Question: the tax law encourages you to borrow and invest and get richer? Answer: yes. If Kim and I do not borrow and invest in real estate, we pay taxes. Remember, after 1971, the U.S. dollar became debt. If people stop borrowing money, money disappears and the economy crashes. This is why credit card companies offer incentives for cardholders to acquire and use credit cards, and essentially borrow money. That is why student loan debt is the biggest asset of the U.S. government. Debt is money. People who recommend living debt-free are actually hurting the economy. Rather than living debt-free, take real estate courses and learn how to use debt and taxes to get richer. Swimming in clean water. This is what clean water looks like. The diagram of cash flowing is how the rich fish in clean water. With real financial education, the rich know: 1. How to use taxes to acquire assets. 2. How to use debt to acquire assets. 3. How to reinvest gains without paying taxes. 4. Why it makes sense to save gold and silver, not fake money. You can't do that here. No matter where Tom Wheelwright and I go, every time we show figure 16.3 in the accompanying PDF, someone will raise his or her hand and say, "You can't do that here." We have presented this concept and figure 16.3 in the United Kingdom, Japan, Russia, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, China, and across the United States. At the end of every presentation and explanation of the diagram, someone will say, "You can't do that here." Question: what do you say to the person saying you can't do that here? Answer: Tom and I reply, "Do you have McDonald's here?" Without financial education, most people cannot see million-dollar opportunities swimming right in front of their eyes. The New York Times article continues, emphasis added, Jared Kushner's low tax bills are the result of a common tax-minimizing maneuver that, year after year, generated millions of dollars in losses for Mr. Kushner, according to the documents. But the losses were only on paper. Mr. Kushner and his company did not appear to actually lose any money. The losses were driven by depreciation, a tax benefit that lets real estate investors deduct a portion of the cost of their buildings from their taxable income every year. More than depreciation. The New York Times journalists focused only on the tax advantages of depreciation. Real financial education must include the tax advantages of depreciation, amortization, and appreciation. For visualization of these, see figure 16.4 in the accompanying PDF. 1. Depreciation. Depreciation is a passive loss awarded to professional real estate investors. Depreciation is for wear and tear on your property and components such as carpets, lighting, and other essentials required to run a real estate investment business. 2. Amortization. Amortization is the reduction of the loan over time. Amortization, the reduction of the debt on the property, is paid for by the tenant. Amortization gains can be tax-free. One way to get money out of a property is via refinancing, increasing debt, as long as the tenant makes the payments. The money borrowed in the refinance is tax-free because it is debt. When mom and pop refinance their house, that money is also tax-free because it is debt. The problem is mom and pop are the tenants making the monthly payments. Millions went broke just before 2008 using their home as an ATM, refinancing the appreciation in their home to pay off debt. When the market crashed, their appreciation evaporated, and millions owed more on their home than their home was worth. Values on millions of homes have not yet returned to pre-2008 prices. In my neighborhood, homes that sold for $4 million in 2008 are selling from $2 to $3.5 million in 2018. After 2008, many private equity funds and hedge funds bought thousands of foreclosed homes at rock-bottom prices. In 2018, as home prices rise, these funds are selling those same houses, keeping housing prices suppressed. 3. Appreciation. Appreciation is the dream of every homeowner. Millions still believe housing prices always go up. Real estate flippers dream of capital appreciation. The problem with flipping a house is a tax known as capital gains. That is why I prefer to borrow out my appreciation, because there are no taxes on debt. In the video on infinite returns, there is an example of refinancing a property explaining how the rich use debt to earn millions and not pay taxes. Jared Kushner and Donald Trump follow the same formula. Here's a warning. Debt is a loaded gun. A loaded gun can protect you, and a loaded gun can kill you. In the coming crash or collapse, debt, especially corporate debt, will kill the financial future of millions of employees. The collapse will damage employees, even if they are debt-free, because the businesses they work for are loaded with debt and will not be able to pay off their corporate debt. If millions of employees lose their jobs, millions will not be able to afford the home they live in or the car they drive, because a home and a car are not real assets. Here's a reminder from history. In 1929, the Dow Jones Industrial Average hit an all-time high of 381. It took 25 years until 1954 for the stock market to once again reach 381. Repeating words from a rich man. Warren Buffett's sound words are worth repeating. The smarter the journalists are, the better off society is. For, to a degree, people read the press to inform themselves, and the better the teacher, the better the student body. Warren Buffett operates on infinite returns. He does not use his own money. That is why he is rich. Return on information. Again, if you want to learn more about the power of infinite returns, please watch the video with Tom and me at the 2018 New Orleans Investment Conference. If you really want to learn more, watch the same video with friends, family, and business associates and discuss. The discussion and learning should be lively, heated, and intense. People will say, the rich are crooks. People who hate President Trump will hate him even more because Tom explains how President Trump gave permanent tax breaks for the rich and took away tax breaks from people who work for money. Kim and I choose not to be political. Arguing is a waste of time and energy. We simply choose to be rich legally, morally, and ethically. Most average investors think ROI stands for return on investment of money. For the rich, ROI stands for return on information. Information not found in schools, most books, newspapers, or financial publications. If you want to swim in clean water, you will need clean information. In the following chapters, you will learn how to prepare for the coming collapse of a corrupted monetary system and prepare for the future of money. Your questions, Robert's answers. Question: how do we make it clearer to the masses of people that those who are academically smart, but who may know very little or nothing about investing or finance or personal finance, yet write articles about those subjects and are considered experts on finance? Ella M., Spain. Answer: I do not understand the question. Are you asking how many academic elite financial experts do not know what they are talking about? My answer is, ask yourself, why is the writer writing the article? Is the article written to 1. Sell you something? 2. Educate you? 3. Warn you? 4. Make them money? 5. Make them sound intelligent? Question: what is the most effective way to reveal to millions of people that tax code is written to provide incentives for investors to do what the government wants investors to do to lower or eliminate taxes? Seems like a daunting task considering all the distractions. Can it be done? Robert C., Iceland. Answer: doubtful. If everyone knew how and why the rich can earn more and pay less in taxes, there might be a revolution because, unfortunately, few people have had access to real financial education to teach them how to pay less in taxes. Remember, our educational system is designed to teach people to be E's and S's, not B's and I's. Question: the B quadrant businesses have many ways and incentives to reduce their tax liabilities and pay, in some cases, little to nothing in taxes. High-income earners in the S quadrant do not. This is never talked about in the media when we hear about Congress passing tax law. Why not? Julia H., USA. Answer: I doubt Grunch wants the media or the educational system to know about taxes. I am glad you want to know and learn more about taxes. Wanting to learn is the first step to learning. I do not recommend teaching people who do not want to learn. As the old saying goes, don't teach pigs to sing. It wastes your time and annoys the pig. Chapter 17. The End of the U.S. Dollar. Booms, busts, crashes. Collapse. James Rickards, in his book The Road to Ruin, introduces the reader to his book's theme with Kurt Vonnegut's passage from his 1963 book Cat's Cradle. Nice, nice, very nice. Nice, nice, very nice. Nice, nice, very nice. So many different people in the same device. Question: is Rickards saying we are all being rounded up like cattle, herded into a corral, readied for milking or slaughter? Answer: yes, I think so. Question: is that device money? Answer: yes, as well as any financial instrument or derivative of money. Question: isn't everything connected to money? Does he mean the world economy, civilization, and life itself are trapped? Answer: yes, it does. Rickards is a real teacher. He is exceptionally bright, educated in the finest schools, an academic elite, attorney, business insider, and monetary scholar. He was corporate counsel at Long-Term Capital Management, LTCM, which ended up as one of the biggest financial catastrophes in modern times. The demise of LTCM was Jim's wake-up call that led him to research the causes of LTCM's failure and take a deeper look into the murky world of money, power, and who really runs the world. His findings and insights led him to be an advisor to the Department of Defense on future currency wars, hence the title of his book by that name. Then to work with the Director of National Intelligence, as well as the people and the powers behind the central banking system running the world economy. Rickards is a real teacher because he is an insider's insider. I read Currency Wars when it was published in 2011. Being an outsider who wants to be able to see in dirty water, reading Currency Wars was like putting on a dive mask and peering into a murky world few people see. His subsequent books were even more illuminating. If you have any question about gold being God's money, Rickard's 2016 book, The New Case for Gold, is a must-read. If you want to see where the U.S. and the world are headed, The Road to Ruin will shine a spotlight on the road ahead. I am honored to be working on projects with Rickards, providing financial education and financial products for the brave new world of money that lies ahead. The Last Snowflake. Rickards uses the metaphor of an avalanche to describe the coming crash and possible collapse of the dollar. For years, snow accumulates on the mountain peaks above a village. Rather than detonate small charges, causing small avalanches that would ruin the ski season, the powers that be keep building barricades to attract more skiers as more and more snow accumulates, and the threat of the big one, a catastrophic avalanche, grows every year. Then one day, a tiny snowflake lands on a mountain peak, and the village is buried under tons of snow. This avalanche metaphor has been going on since 1971, the year President Richard Nixon took the U.S. dollar off the gold standard. After each market crash, rather than fix the problem, our leaders print more fake money, and the mountain of debt grows taller and deeper, and the problem grows more ominous every year. Rather than snow, the world village is about to be buried under an avalanche of debt, fake investments, and fake money. All we need is that last snowflake. The end of the dollar. In 1944, 44 nations gathered at Bretton Woods Conference to agree upon the new rules of the post-World War II international monetary system. Prior to World War II, the British pound sterling was the top dog in the world of money. Fighting World War II caused England to ship its gold to the United States to pay for the war. As World War II was coming to an end, the United States held much of the world's gold. Since the United States had the gold, it promised to back its dollar with gold, and the U.S. dollar became the reserve currency of the world. In 1944, the U.S. dollar was as good as gold, literally. The dollar was trusted and respected. That soon ended. Between 1950 and 1960, Germany, Japan, England, and the rest of Europe recovered and began exporting products to the United States. Gold-backed dollars left the United States, and Nixon and his buddies panicked. In 1971, Nixon broke the promise made at Bretton Woods, and the United States began exporting fake money in exchange for real products such as Volkswagens and Toyotas. The world gladly accepted these fake dollars as long as the world had confidence in the leaders of the United States. That confidence was severely tested after 2008. Is that confidence nearly gone? Is the end near? Is the mountain of debt too high? Will more fake money keep the avalanche from coming down the mountain? Is the last snowflake on its way? 3 types of money. Earlier in this book, I wrote that there are 3 kinds of modern money. There are 1. God's money, gold and silver. 2. Government money, the dollar, peso, yuan, yen, euro. 3. People's money, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and blockchain-based cyber currencies. The difference between communism and capitalism. Communism. Communism is based on centralized government. Capitalism. Capitalism is based upon centralized banks. Central banks do not like gold because central banks cannot print gold. Central banks do not like Bitcoin and blockchain because people's money does not need central banks. Central banks print government money. Government money has no integrity. God's money and people's money have more integrity than central bank money. Why is that? Question: how much longer will fake government money exist? Answer: not much longer, in my opinion. The US dollar used to be backed by gold and silver. When I was in high school, government money had silver certificate across the top. Today, the US government has boldly printed on all fake dollars, "In God we trust." If you believe God is a co-signer on the national debt, keep believing in government money. The next money. Jim Rickards states that government money may soon morph into SDRs, or special drawing rights, another form of fake money, this time issued by the International Monetary Fund, IMF. The SDRs will not last. SDRs are more fake money. Will SDRs mark the end, the global collapse of government money? I expect that there are many people pondering that question. The real issue. The real issue of government money is the word confidence. As long as people have confidence in our governments and central banks, fake government money such as the dollar, yen, won, pesos, and euro are safe. The last snowflake is confidence. The moment confidence is gone, government money is toast. The dollar collapses, and the avalanche comes tumbling down the mountain, decimating everything in its path. Rich Dad's favorite definition of money was, money is an idea backed by confidence, representing work truly done, and is exchangeable. Take each line and you will understand why government money is toast. 1. Money is only an idea. Money does not exist. 2. For money to exist, confidence in the leaders of our government and our banks must exist. 3. Real money represents work truly done. Printing fake money requires no real work. 4. Real money produces real value. Fake money is the thief of value. That is why fake money is not a store of value. 5. Printing fake money rips off real people and devalues the real work of real people. 6. Printing fake money makes money manipulators richer. 7. When real people wake up and confidence is gone, fake government money will no longer be exchangeable, and the avalanche of debt will come crashing down the mountain. 8. Financial education is self-defense against the greedy poor and the greedy rich. As John Maynard Keynes stated decades ago, capitalism is the astounding belief that the most wickedest of men will do the most wickedest of things for the greatest good of everyone. Here are some quotes on stupidity from Doug Casey, another real teacher. Stupidity is an unwitting tendency to self-destruction. The lesser of two evils is still evil. The opposite of gratitude is entitlement. French author Alexandre Dumas on stupidity. Human genius has its limits, while human stupidity does not. American investor and statesman Benjamin Franklin on ignorance. He was so learned that he could name a horse in 9 languages, so ignorant that he bought a cow to ride on. Quote from then Fed Board of Governors member Ben Bernanke. The U.S. government has a technology called a printing press that allows it to produce as many U.S. dollars as it wishes at essentially no cost. No cost? Really? Wasn't Bernanke a professor at Stanford and Princeton? Shouldn't he know better? Is Bernanke aware that printing fake money cost millions of people their jobs, homes, savings, and a secure financial future? What do you think? How to get out of the device. Repeating a passage from Kurt Vonnegut's Cat's Cradle. Nice, nice, very nice. Nice, nice, very nice. Nice, nice, very nice. So many different people in the same device. This begs the question, how do I get out of the same device? Many believe that the answer is to get back on the gold standard. That is what I did in 1972. To review, in 1972, I was already on my own silver standard. In 1964, after noticing a copper tinge on the edge of fake U.S. silver coins, I began turning in paper money for rolls of silver coins, sorting out real silver coins, and returning fake silver coins to the bank. In 2018, a real pre-1965 U.S. silver dime is worth about $2. I still have bags of real silver dimes, quarters, and half dollars. In 1972, after flying behind enemy lines in search of gold, I smelled a rat. I suspected we were being lied to about the Vietnam War and about money. In 1972, I purchased my first gold coin, a South African cougarand, in Hong Kong for approximately $50. I was now a criminal. In 1972, Americans were not allowed to own gold. I still have that coin, stored safely and legally, not in a bank, but in a country outside the United States. Today, that $50 cougarand is worth about $1,200. In 1973, I took my first real estate course. I learned about infinite returns. I no longer needed fake money. I had found a real teacher. That year, I dropped out of my MBA program. Since 1973, I have been on my own gold and silver standard. Additionally, 1. I am out of traditional education. 2. I take seminars and read books in search of real teachers. 3. I invest in real assets where the government wants me to be a partner. By investing in real assets the government wants me to invest in, I pay little to zero taxes legally. 4. The Fed prints money. I print my own money. 5. I stay out of the grip of the booms, busts, and crashes of too-big-to-fail banks and Wall Street investment banks. 6. I use debt to achieve infinite returns and pay zero taxes. I follow the McDonald's formula for global wealth when most people are saying, you can't do that here. Question: aren't you worried about debt? Answer: absolutely. Question: how do you deal with debt? Answer: I study and pay attention to the global economy. I study with real teachers. I offset debt with gold and silver. Gold and silver are a hedge, my insurance policy protecting me from the stupidity of the government and my own. Pictures are better than words. Repeating from an earlier chapter, figures 16.2 and 16.3 in the accompanying PDF explain my formula for a return to the gold and silver standard. I save gold and silver, not government money. Figures 16.2 and 16.3 in the accompanying PDF tell the story of how I stay out of the device. Question: do I have to follow your formula? Answer: of course not. In fact, please do not follow my formula. There are better and easier formulas. I followed this formula because I wanted a challenge and I wanted to acquire a lot of assets. You can acquire a lot of assets if you partner with the government, do not need money, and do not pay taxes legally. Question: are you a partner with the government when you use debt? Answer: yes. The government wants people to borrow and go into debt. That is why there are no taxes on debt. If people do not borrow, money is not created. Airline credit cards offer cardholders bonus miles and upgrades for using their cards. In doing that, the airlines are partnering with the government to create more money. If I invest with dollars I worked for, those dollars are after-tax dollars. It takes a long time to save after-tax dollars I had to work for. I prefer to invest with tax-free dollars. money I did not work for, which is why I use debt. I help the government create money, and the government helps me create money. Please take real estate investment courses before you try this at home. As Rich Dad often said, in the hands of an idiot, debt turns into disaster. We have enough idiots running the world. Please do not be one of them. The best gold standard formula. The best formula for staying out of the device is to do as Jim Rickards suggests. Keep your day job and 401k, buy gold and silver coins, and keep them in a safe outside the banks. Rickards also recommends keeping some cash outside the banks. Kim and I do both. We keep some money outside the banks and some outside the country. Question: but gold is so expensive. What do I do if I do not have much money? Answer: start with silver. That is what I did. Anyone can buy a real silver coin for about $20. In fact, silver may be a better investment than gold. Question: why would silver be better than gold? Answer: silver is an industrial precious metal. That means it is being consumed and as such disappearing every day, and so stockpiles of silver are dwindling. Do not wait. I'm sure you've heard this saying, there's no time like the present. I agree. Start investing today. Question: I have a lot of money in stocks and in savings. Why not wait for the price of gold and silver to go up, then start buying? Answer: because real gold and silver are not fake money or paper assets. Today, the rich are hoarding gold and silver. Question: why is the fact that gold and silver are being hoarded important? Answer: because there is only so much floating gold. Floating gold is real gold available for people like you and me. Rich countries and rich people are acquiring floating gold and putting real gold into deep, cold storage. The United States and China have been manipulating the price of gold, keeping the price of gold as low as possible so that China can acquire gold. Once China has enough gold, the United States and China will let the price of gold rise. Why would the United States help China? Because China owns trillions in U.S. bonds. When the United States prints fake money, the value of those bonds go down. If China starts dumping U.S. bonds, the U.S. economy will collapse. It is in the best interest for the United States to work with China, keeping the price of gold low, so China can buy cheap gold to offset China's U.S. bond losses. In 2016, the IMF named the yuan a type of reserve currency for IMF projects. Now that China has enough gold, the United States and China are willing to let inflation and the price of gold to rise. Inflation will destroy the U.S. dollar. China will make up its losses in U.S. bonds with the rise in the price of gold. Question: once the avalanche starts and the world realizes floating gold is gone, will the price of gold rise rapidly? Answer: as Jim Rickards says, you and I won't be able to buy real gold at any price. Question: how high will the price of gold reach? Answer: Rickards did the math, comparing the number of fake dollars in circulation and how high the price of gold would have to be to back all those fake dollars with real gold. In 2017, that number was $10,000 an ounce, if you could buy it. Question: wouldn't the rich sell their gold if the price went that high? Answer: no. The really rich do not need to sell because the really rich do not need the money. Remember the article on Jared Kushner. The real rich use debt as money. Question: what about gold and silver ETFs? Answer: gold and silver ETFs do not have much gold, if they have any. Gold and silver ETFs lease their gold and silver from gold and silver banks. Gold and silver ETFs operate on the same fractional reserve system all paper assets, including money, operate on. For every ounce of gold or silver an ETF has leased, the ETF will sell 50 to 100 ounces of fake paper gold and silver ETFs to unsuspecting investors. When you sell your gold or silver ETF, the ETF will return money that is going down in value, not gold or silver, which will be going up in value. Remember, the game the big banks and Wall Street play is heads I win, tails you lose. In 1972, I chose not to play that game. Living in a village below an avalanche. Nice, nice, very nice. Nice, nice, very nice. Nice, nice, very nice. So many different people in the same device. Today, billions of people are living beneath the avalanche. They are trapped in a central banking system owned by the mega-rich. The central banks are not elected by the people and do not have to answer to the people. That is why gold and Bitcoin are a threat to central bankers. Getting on your own gold and silver standard before the last snowflake, before the avalanche, gives you a way off the mountain. If the avalanche knocks out the electrical system, government money and people's money are toast. ATMs will shut down, Wall Street will close, and people's money will disappear when the World Wide Web disappears. Always remember, gold and silver were here when the earth was formed, and gold and silver will be here when we are all gone. That is why I agree with Rickards when he recommends we all keep 10% of our wealth in real money, real gold and real silver, outside the electronic global banking system. Question: what if you're wrong? What if nothing happens? What if there is no global catastrophe? What if the world economy keeps growing? Answer: for the sake of the world, Jim and I want to be wrong. And even if we are wrong, gold and silver will continue to increase in value. The value of the US dollar will continue to decline. Question: how can you be so sure? Answer: I will let wiser men answer that question. As Rickards writes in Currency Wars, from its creation in 1913, the most important Fed mandate has been to maintain the purchasing power of the dollar. However, since 1913, the dollar has lost over 95% of its value. Put differently, it takes $20 today to buy what $1 would buy in 1913. Voltaire, the French Enlightenment writer, historian, and philosopher, is credited with saying, paper money eventually returns to its intrinsic value, 0. George Washington, the first president of the United States, once said, paper money has had the effect in your state that it will ever have, to ruin commerce, oppress the honest, and open the door to every species of fraud and injustice. Ron Paul, U.S. Congressman and U.S. presidential candidate, has said, because gold is honest money, it is disliked by dishonest men. The other side of the coin. Compare the previous statements to those of a banker. On the other side of the coin is German banker Mayer Amschel Rothschild, who said, give me control of a nation's money, and I care not who makes it the laws. There has been much debate, with many saying Rothschild did not make this statement. It has also been credited to the House of Rothschilds, as well as the money lenders of the old world. I often wonder how anyone would really know with absolute certainty. Is this just another example of more muddy water and fake news? We will never know. What is real? Do the ultra-rich really control the money supply? Isn't it true the Rothschild banking dynasty own a controlling interest in most of the central banks of the world? For chilling insights to those questions, it is time to listen to Nomi Prinz. The story that's not being told in America. We have been listening to wise men. It is time to hear from a wise woman. In her book, Collusion, Nomi Prinz, like Jim Rickards, is a real teacher, an insider, having worked for Lehman Brothers, Bear Stearns London, and as a managing director at Goldman Sachs. Like Rickards, Prinz is an insider's insider. She has seen the inner workings of the machine. In Collusion and as a guest on the Rich Dad radio show, Prinz shared the real collusion story, a story not being told in America. Her story is about dark money. I call it fake money. Here is a real story in Prinz's own words. What is dark money? Dark money is money electronically created or conjured by the Federal Reserve and other major central banks in the world that flows to big private banks and financial markets. Where it ultimately goes is untraceable. The Fed, together with the European Central Bank, ECB, and the Bank of Japan, BOJ, has created nearly $15 trillion worth of dark money. Adding in the People's Bank of China, PBOC, that figure is a staggering $23 trillion. That dark money goes to the biggest private banks and financial institutions first. From there, it spreads out in seemingly infinite directions, affecting different financial assets in different ways. Why is dark money bad? Dark money represents a new kind of collusion between various governments, central banks, and private banks. They work in tandem to siphon off more power and money for themselves using laws, power brokering, and quid pro quos. Dark money is a version of fake money because it doesn't come from the real economy. It is an artificial stimulant to markets that comes from an external source. It can manipulate and distort markets, removing their ability to behave either as free or regulated markets. Why are we in a new normal? Central banks have become more powerful than governments by virtue of their ability to create massive amounts of money without any legal restrictions or limitations on the amount. The markets, banks, and speculators have become reliant on central banks to create money, not just in emergency situations, but as an ongoing subsidy for their activities. Question: what does all of this mean? Answer: it means that someone was telling the truth when he or she said, "Give me control of a nation's money, and I care not who makes its laws." A fake request for money. In 2008, Hank Paulson, then Secretary of the Treasury, former CEO of Goldman Sachs, went before the U.S. government and American people to ask for $700 billion to bail out the too-big-to-fail banks. Question: why was it a fake request? Answer: that is the story Prinz, like Paulson, an insider from Goldman Sachs, is telling in her book Collusion. Simply put, central banks do not need to ask permission to print money. The Fed did not need Paulson, George W. Bush, Congress, or the people of the United States for permission to print money. Question: is that the new normal? The Fed and the central banks of the world do what they want without requiring permission? Answer: I believe it is. Today, the ultra-rich do not care who makes the rules, what party is in power, Republican or Democrat, conservative or liberal, or if the country is capitalist, socialist, or communist. Question: how did that happen? Answer: the Emergency Economic Stabilization Act of 2008 created the TARP program. The Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act signed into law in 2010, reducing the amount authorized to $475 billion. Question: so the government said no to the $700 billion request? Answer: correct. The lawmakers reduced $700 billion to $475 billion. Question: then what happened? Answer: on October 11, 2012, the Congressional Budget Office, CBO, reduced it further to $431 billion. Question: then what happened? Answer: Then Mayor Amschel Rothschild's words came true. When our leaders said no, the central banks took over, and as Prinz states, the new normal began. Repeating Prinz's words, central banks have become more powerful than governments by virtue of their ability to create massive amounts of money without any legal restrictions or limitations on the amount. On October 11, 2012, when the CBO cut TARP to $431 billion, Rothschild's words came true. As Prinz states, the Fed, together with the European Central Bank, ECB, and the Bank of Japan, BOJ, has created nearly $15 trillion worth of dark money. Adding in the People's Bank of China, PBOC, that figure is a staggering $23 trillion. That dark money goes to the biggest private banks and financial institutions first. From there, it spreads out in seemingly infinite directions, affecting different financial assets in different ways. Question: does this mean my vote, who I vote for, the party I belong to, or who wins the election really does not matter? Answer: I will let you answer that question for yourself. Many people want to believe their vote counts. In her book, Collusion, Prinz gives you a glimpse inside the machine. At least you have seen the other side of the coin. Now you can decide for yourself if your vote really counts. Question: does that mean financial markets are manipulated? Answer: yes, yes, yes. Once upon a time, professional investors could count on price discovery. That meant the free market would determine the real price of an asset. Today, the central banks of the world control asset prices. Question: does that mean without real price discovery, assets prices are fake? Answer: yes. Manipulated dark money traded in dark pools out of sight from you and me. Even the price of gold and silver are manipulated. Question: if the price of silver and gold are manipulated, why save real gold and real silver? Answer: same answer. Because gold and silver are God's money. Real gold and silver have no counterparty risk. All fake assets have counterparty risk. Counterparty risk means the value of the asset depends upon someone else, a counterparty. For example, the real value of the US dollar depends upon the leaders of the US government. The value of the stock depends upon the value of the company that issues the share of stock. If you lend your brother-in-law money, your money depends upon your brother-in-law. Question: who is the counterparty of gold and silver? Answer: God. When the central bank's house of cards comes crashing down, gold and silver will still be gold and silver, because gold and silver are God's money. In the next chapter, you will find out what you can do to prepare for avalanche and get out of the device. Your questions, Robert's answers. Question: do you believe that Jim Rickards and Nomi Prinz are putting their lives in jeopardy by exposing these financial truths? Amanda E., USA. Answer: yes. As you know, social media is often anti-social media. If someone wants to attack you, you will be attacked by a mob of angry, righteous people. In the high court of social media, you are guilty without any chance of being proven innocent. This is not true for just Jim and Nomi. This is true for all of us. Question: do you think the U.S. government will ban the private ownership of gold again like they did in 1933? Jose F., Nicaragua. Answer: I doubt it, but you never know. In 2018, a few central banks began buying gold, the first time in 10 years. If the buying turns into a panic and the US dollar crashes, who knows what the US government will do? Question: how much longer in years do you think there will continue to be confidence in the US dollar? When that's gone, what does the global economy look like? Dennis T., Hungary. Answer: I do not know. What I do know is, 1. The U.S. government economy and people are floating on debt. 2. Entitlement programs are automatically funded. 3. 10,000 U.S. baby boomers retire every day. 4. Baby boomer pension funds are underfunded. 5. The United States fights terrorist wars we cannot win. 6. The United States continues to borrow money to pay bills. 7. AI, artificial intelligence, will destroy more jobs than China. 8. After 2008, the world stopped trusting the U.S. dollar. If you trust our leaders to solve this problem, keep saving fake money. Question: I don't see people ever catching on 100% to this deception, never mind overthrowing the system. Convince us otherwise. Akira Y., Japan. Answer: anger and frustration are growing, often spread by anti-social media. Watch for growing civil unrest, much like the unrest going on in Venezuela today. Mob rules will replace law and order. Question: it's obvious the shadow bankers have full control over the rest of us. What type of final event would have to occur for them to lose control over it at last? Ronaldo J., Philippines. Answer: the banking system has been ripping off savers for thousands of years. 1,000 years ago, a saver gave a banker gold or silver to hold for safekeeping. The banker gave the saver a note, an IOU, for his gold or silver. The saver took that note and used it as money. The banker would lend the saver's gold or silver to a borrower. The banker did this over and over again. Inflation is caused by too much money in the economy. Inflation decreases the purchasing power of money. The value of the saver's gold or silver declined in value as his own gold and silver expanded across the inflating economy. Today, this banking system is known as fractional reserve banking. It is a system in which only a fraction of savers' money remains in the bank as reserves. Most of the saver's money is loaned out over and over again to more and more borrowers. This is done to make more money for the bank in the name of expanding the economy. The shadow banking system is an extension of fractional reserve banking. Individuals borrow money to loan money to people and organizations outside the rules of the regulated banking system. The economy keeps expanding as more and more money is borrowed and loaned out. Everything is fine as long as the economy keeps expanding. If one small company cannot repay its loan, the house of cards collapses because fractional reserve and shadow banking have created far more real debt than there is real money. China has a massive problem with shadow banking. If China's economy continues to slow and loans cannot be repaid, a Chinese crash would make the 2008 subprime disaster look like a raindrop on a puddle. In 2008, banks dropped interest rates, some below zero, and at the same time the banking system printed trillions in fake money. Not only did savers lose the interest income on their savings, but their savings lost purchasing power to the trillions in fake money printed by the banking system. The bankers who caused the disaster were bailed out and paid billions in bonuses, while savers became the biggest losers in world history. The coming disaster will be much bigger than the 2008 crash, and yet schools continue to teach students to get out of debt and save money. In 1971, the world changed, but the education system didn't. Chapter 18. Preparing for a Brighter Future. Achieving Spiritual Health, Wealth, and Happiness. Almost every morning, I followed the wisdom found in The Miracle Morning, written by Hal Elrod. Almost every morning, I practice a yoga routine for about 10 minutes, meditate for 30 minutes, read a spiritual book for 10 minutes, and journal, sharing my innermost thoughts on paper to myself. This early morning hour is the most important part of my day. This hour determines how I will handle the day and the quality of my future. the glass ceiling. Corporate women often talk about the glass ceiling. Men, and many times women, often perceive women to not be as competent as men, especially when it comes to the subject of money. Thank God that myth is dissolving. My wife, Kim, has no glass ceiling. She is an entrepreneur who is at home with both men and women, and there are no limits to what she can earn or how far she can go. Money and wealth do not discriminate. Money and wealth do not know the difference between men and women or discriminate based upon age, education, or race. But people do. Often many people discriminate, even conspire against themselves, as the Judas in them comes out saying, "I'll never be rich," or "I didn't go to college, so I'll never be successful." All thoughts inspired by the Judas in them. This is why meditation is important for me. Every morning I need to turn my Judas off and move beyond silence until I find stillness. Big dogs and fake big dogs. Men, too, have a glass ceiling. For men, it is the alpha male syndrome. Much of history is about alpha males who did great things in the world or great damage to the world, often massive crimes against humanity. Alpha males are often called big dogs. Many men are bullies, arrogant and pompous, pretending to be big dogs. They are fake big dogs. Fake big dogs need little dogs to soothe their fragile fake big dog egos. Most financial disasters in homes, families, businesses, and the economy are caused by fake big dogs pretending to be big dogs. Big dogs who pretend to know everything about money. We all know fake big dogs of money. Do you work for a fake big dog? Are you living with a little dog who thinks they are a big dog? Fake ceilings. Anyone with any ambition, man or woman, has had a glass ceiling or a fake big dog standing in his or her way. In real life, most of us create our own fake glass ceilings and fake big dogs guarding the doors to our happiness. Having fake glass ceilings, a fake big dog, or letting the Judas in us run our lives often manifests as limited success, shortage of money, being passed over for promotions, stuck in a dead-end job, dead-end relationships, troubled pasts, bad choices, limited happiness, addictions, depression, and more. Fake glass ceilings are good if you know you have one. Most idiots do not know they have a glass ceiling until they crash into it. I have been that idiot many times. The good news is that being the idiot has its benefits. All coins have two sides. On the other side of idiot is genius. So if you have ever been an idiot, the good news is that you are also a genius. The fairy tale is over. Millions of people grow up believing in fairy tales. You know a story is a fairy tale when it ends with, "and they lived happily ever after." The trouble with all fairy tales is that all fairy tales have glass ceilings. For example, Princess Diana, a beautiful woman, marries a real prince and future king of England. Princess Di delivers two great sons, another future king of England and his heir-to-spare brother. Diana Frances Spencer, born July 1st, 1961, lived the dream of many young girls, the dream of being a fairy princess who marries a prince, a real prince. Tragically, Princess Di's real-life fairy tale turned into a real-life royal nightmare. Her fairy tale life began in a royal carriage on her wedding day and ended in a twisted, mangled Mercedes stuck in a tunnel in Paris. The lesson? Even fairy tales have glass ceilings. Can your life be a fairy tale? Can ordinary people like you and me live in a fairy tale? I say yes, but there is one condition. We can live in a fairy tale as long as we realize that on the other side of that coin is a nightmare. Wake up. The good news is that the nightmare is the path to the fairy tale, and the question is, are you willing to wake up and stay awake and alive through the nightmare? Health, wealth, and happiness. What most all of us really want is a life of health, wealth, and happiness. This chapter is about achieving the other side of the coin, a fairy tale life we dream of, a life of spiritual health, spiritual wealth, and spiritual happiness. Is it possible? Spiritual health. My cardiologist, Dr. Radha Gopalan, has been nudging me for years to meditate, reminding me that doctors and medicine are fake health and that inner spirituality is real health. Radha is a real teacher, mentor, personal friend, and author of A Second Opinion, a book about the power of combining both Eastern and Western medicine. It is a book with a message that is essential for anyone who values their health. At our most recent 3-day Rich Dad Advisor meeting last year, Radha led a discussion on how illness can lead to health and spiritual enlightenment. Dr. Gopalan is a cardiologist, as well as a doctor of acupuncture. He finally got it through my thick head that I was sacrificing my health and happiness for wealth. Being a type A person, I loved what I was doing. Every day was fun, every day was challenging, every day was stressful, and I thrive on stress. The problem was my ego was running me, not my spirit. And I loved that, too. As Eckhart Tolle describes in his book, The Power of Now, are you always trying to get somewhere other than where you are? Is most of your doing just a means to an end? Is fulfillment always just around the corner or confined to short-lived pleasures such as sex, food, drink, drugs, or thrills and excitement? Are you always focused on becoming, achieving, and attaining, or alternatively chasing some new thrill of pleasure? Do you believe that if you acquire more things, you will become more fulfilled, good enough, or psychologically complete? Are you waiting for some man or woman to give meaning to your life? Tolle might describe a person like me as running from my past because the future holds the promise of salvation, even though that is an illusion. Tolle adds, usually the future is a replica of the past. Superficial changes are possible, but real transformation is rare and depends upon whether you can become present enough to dissolve the past by accessing the power of the now. Until Radha nudged me to wake up, meditate, read spiritual books, not just financial books, and practice yoga, as well as go to the gym, I was nothing but a little dog trying to become a bigger dog. What a waste. I was unaware that I was destroying my future health, wealth, and happiness as I roared off to work every day. As a little dog trying to be a big dog, I was working harder and harder, banging my head against my self-imposed glass ceiling, and turning my fairy tale life, my marriage, and my business into a nightmare. When I met Radha, I was already what most people would consider successful. I had a wonderful wife, great life, money, some fame, happiness, and good health. The problem was I wanted more. For things to change, first I must change. Today I dedicate the first hour of my day to my spiritual health, wealth, and happiness. Inspired by Radha, I began to look for new teachers, this time spiritual teachers. At a seminar, I met Hal Elrod, a young man who nearly died in a motorcycle accident and brought himself back to life. He gave me his book, The Miracle Morning, a book on the process he used to restore his life, his spiritual health, wealth, and happiness. After reading Hal's book, I better understood what my Dr. Radha had been nudging me to understand. By following the process in Hal's book, slowly but surely, my glass ceiling began to dissolve. The little dog in me stopped trying to be a bigger dog. I had been running from my past, seeking salvation in my future. I could see that. And I wanted to change that. And I knew that change started with me. Happily, I report that miracles have been happening as I went through, rather than ran from my nightmares. Simply said, my nightmares were my path through my glass ceiling. Another spiritual teacher. One of the books I studied during my miracle morning hours is Awareness, a book about waking up. I love awareness because it is about my kind of spirituality. Anthony DeMello is a real spiritual teacher. I have never met him. I only know him through his book, Awareness. Anthony DeMello was a member of the Jesuits in Mumbai, India, and passed away suddenly in 1987. If Anthony DeMello had not been a priest, I am certain he would have made a great Marine Corps drill instructor. His spiritual words of wisdom are direct, blunt, and definitely not politically correct. I doubt DeMello would be allowed on college campuses today because he might hurt teachers and students' feelings. His book, Awareness, begins with this story. A man found an eagle's egg and put it in a nest of a barnyard hen. The eaglet hatched with a brood of chicks and grew up with them. All his life the eagle did what barnyard chicks did, thinking he was a barnyard chicken. He scratched the earth for worms and insects. He clucked and cackled, and he would thrash his wings and fly a few feet in the air. Years passed, and the eagle grew very old. One day he saw a magnificent bird above him in the cloudless sky. It glided in graceful majesty among the powerful wind currents, with scarcely a beat of its strong golden wings. The old eagle looked up in awe. "Who is that?" he asked. "That's the eagle, the king of birds," said his neighbor. "He belongs to the sky. We belong to the earth. We are chickens." So the eagle lived and died a chicken, for that's what he thought he was. This story leads me to the question I want you to ask yourself. Are you an eagle living with chickens? Or are you an eagle trying to be a big chicken? What is spirituality? DeMello writes, "Spirituality means waking up. Most people, even though they don't know it, are asleep. They're born asleep. They live asleep. They marry in their sleep. They breed children in their sleep. They die in their sleep without ever waking up." I want you to understand something right at the beginning, that religion is not, I repeat, not necessarily connected with spirituality. Please keep religion out of this for the time being. Time to wake up. Another story by DeMello. A gentleman knocks on his son's door. "Jamie," he says, "wake up." Jamie answers, "I don't want to get up, Papa." The father shouts, "Get up, you have to go to school." Jamie says, "I don't want to go to school." "Why not?" asks the father. "3 reasons," says Jamie. "First, because it's so dull. Second, the kids tease me. And third, I hate school." And the father says, "Well, I am going to give you 3 reasons why you must go to school. First, because it is your duty. Second, because you are 45 years old. And third, because you are the headmaster." Wake up. Wake up. You've grown up. You're too big to be asleep. Wake up. Stop playing with your toys. Most people tell you they want to get out of kindergarten, but don't believe them. Don't believe them. All they want is to mend their broken toys. Give me back my wife. Give me back my job. Give me back my money. Give me back my reputation, my success. This is what they want. They want their toys replaced. That's all. Even the best psychologist will tell you that people don't really want to be cured. What they want is relief. A cure is painful. Rich Dad often said, "Everyone wants to go to heaven, but no one wants to die." Rich Dad also said most people only want money. They don't really want to be rich. Working for money is easy. Anyone can work for money. Becoming rich is hard. Rich Dad often used the model of be, do, have. He would say, there is a difference between being rich and having money. Most people focus on having money rather than being rich. Rich Dad explained further, Mother Teresa is rich because she does not need money to get her work done. Eckhart Tolle, in his book The New Earth, says, the ego tends to equate having with being. I have, therefore I am. And the more I have, the more I am. The ego lives through comparison. How you are seen by others turns into how you see yourself. The ego's sense of self-worth is in most cases bound up with the worth you have in the eyes of others. You need others to give you a sense of self, and if you live in a culture that, to a large extent, equates self-worth with how much and what you have, if you cannot look through this collective delusion, you will be condemned to chasing after things for the rest of your life in the vain hope of finding your worth and completion of your sense of self there. How do you let go of attachment to things? Don't even try. It's impossible. Attachment of things drops away by itself when you no longer seek to find yourself in them. In the meantime, just be aware of your attachment to things. The ego identifies with having, but its satisfaction in having is a relatively shallow and short-lived one. Concealed within it is a deep sense of dissatisfaction, of incompleteness, of not enough. I don't have enough yet, by which the ego really means, I am not enough yet. Repeating a Rich Dad lesson, being rich is not the same as having a lot of money and things. Question: what does being rich mean? Answer: I do not know. The answer to that question is personal. Only you can answer that question for yourself. Here is what I do know. Billions of people want to have more money and want to have more things. My glass ceiling was the little dog in me, running from I am not good enough yet. That is what I need relief from. Unfortunately, more money and more success were not a cure. More money and more success were only temporary relief. Magic pills. Back in the 1960s, there was a television and radio commercial that asked, how do you spell relief? The answer was to spell out the name of the antacid the commercial was promoting. The announcer spells out, letter by letter, the product name, ROLAIDS. Millions ran out and bought relief. Today, all over the world, we the people are pounded with magic pill promotions. Magic pills prey on humans' deep wanting, neediness, unhappiness, and feelings of I am not good enough. There are magic pills for losing weight, getting rich quick, finding the love of your life, quitting your job and never working again, and going back to school for an advanced degree. My favorite magic pills are the weight loss ads. Having struggled with being overweight all my life, I am a sucker for the ads showing before and after photos of a stunning man or woman saying, I took this magic pill and lost 55 pounds. I did it without dieting or exercise, and look at me now. A few ads have been so convincing that I have taken out my credit card and ordered the magic pills. So far, none of the magic pills have worked. I continue to struggle with my weight. As DeMello states, what people want is relief. A cure is painful. The pain would be sticking with the diet and exercise program that comes with every bottle of magic pills. That's the path to a cure. Billion-dollar lottery. Relief from wanting money. In 2018, the news was filled with stories of the lottery approaching $1 billion. As soon as that news got out, the lottery jackpot soared past $1 billion. Why? Because millions of people were seeking financial relief, not a cure. Most people want the easy road to wealth, which is why most people never achieve great wealth or relief from real money worries. The same thing happened when Bitcoin made the news. Suddenly, millions of people were Bitcoin investors. I was one of them. I met a person who agreed to sell me 5 of the Bitcoins he owned, ones he bought early when no one knew about Bitcoin. We shook hands, but nothing happened. The seller and his attorney mysteriously disappeared, sparing me from my own foolishness. It's not that Bitcoin is foolish. I was foolish. I was buying only because the prices were going up and I did not want to miss the boat. I was buying just 5 coins so I could get in the game to learn, a practice I recommend. I learn when I have skin in the game. I did the same thing with gold and silver, stocks and bonds. Eventually, I bought some lesser-known people's money, cybercurrency like Ethereum. I learned by buying a little, having some skin in the game, and then learning the game. I suspect cybercurrency, people's money, will be government money's glass ceiling. I suspect the little dogs will bite the big dogs' butts. Why people don't wake up. As DeMello writes, spirituality means waking up. Waking up is unpleasant, you know. You are nice and comfortable in bed. It's irritating to be woken up. That's the reason the wise guru will not attempt to wake people up. I hope I'm going to be wise here and make no attempt to wake you up if you are asleep. It is really none of my business, even though I say to you at times, wake up. My business is to do my thing, to dance my dance. If you profit from it, fine. If you don't, too bad. As the Arabs say, the nature of rain is the same, but it makes thorns grow in the marshes and flowers in the gardens. Translation: magic pills do not work. Gurus do not work. A new wife will not work. A new Ferrari will not work. When you look at be, do, have, the deeper problem is the wanting to have more. Question: if relief, like a new Ferrari, a new wife, a bigger house, new shoes, clothes, or more money does not work, how do you cure the wanting? How do I cure I am not good enough yet? Answer: remember the thoughts, I am not good enough yet, are the Judas in you, the saboteur in you. Judas is not the real you. By being present with the pain, aware of the pain, you can begin the process. Rather than medicating the pain with alcohol, drugs, sex, food, and shopping. Being present with the pain is a lesson in Radha's book, A Second Opinion, Tolle's books, The Power of Now and the New Earth, Hal Elrod's book, The Miracle Morning, and Ryan Holiday's book, The Obstacle is in the Way. These books empower your spirit, which lives in your heart, to take control of Judas, who lives in your mind. Question: so my spirit is found on the other side of the coin? Answer: yes, it is. We all have strengths and weaknesses, courage and fear, loves and hates. Our genius is found by uniting, not by avoiding, ignoring, or medicating the other side of the coin. As Radha would say, nudging me to wake up, each time I went in for a checkup, suffering from high blood pressure and being overweight and pre-diabetic. Your spiritual health is found in your illness. Your spiritual wealth is found in your poverty. Your spiritual happiness is found in your sadness. Lesson: being present with your pain, your weakness, your darkness, and the Judas in you is where your real spirituality is found. Teaching kids to be fragile. Education is in trouble. Education is the problem. Education educates the mind, not the spirit. Earlier in this book, I wrote about Stephen Brill's book, Tailspin. Tailspin is about the damage higher education is causing in the world via very smart students corrupting the legal system and corrupting financial systems, producing fake financial assets that make the smart students rich by ripping off the rest of the world. In the book Big Potential, author Sean Achor, a Harvard graduate and lecturer, describes how the practices, methods, and processes of modern education keep students, even brilliant students, trapped in their small potential, not their big potential. Another book, The Coddling of the American Mind, by Greg Lukianoff and Jonathan Haidt, and published in 2018, paints an even more sinister picture of modern education. Lukianoff is president of the Foundation for Individual Rights in Education. He is a graduate of American University and Stanford Law School. He specializes in free speech and First Amendment issues in higher education. Haidt is a professor of ethical leadership at New York University's Stern School of Business. He obtained his PhD in social psychology from the University of Pennsylvania and taught at the University of Virginia for 16 years. The Coddling of the American Mind is a book that addresses the underlying causes of today's hate, anger, intolerance, and discontent in global public discourse. For example, why are people arguing rather than discussing? Why are terrorism and hate increasing? Why are there mass murders all across America and the world? Why do Republicans and Democrats attack each other rather than work together? And why are riots breaking out on campuses with students attacking speakers whose words trigger and threaten the students? What Haidt and Lukianoff state in their books is, what is new today is the premise that students are fragile. They focus on the iGen, short for Internet generation, those students born after 1995, as identified by social psychologist Jean Twenge, and the riots breaking out on campuses in 2014. The authors state, many university students are learning to think in distorted ways, and this increases their likelihood of becoming fragile, anxious, and easily hurt. Before writing their book, the authors first submitted an article to The Atlantic with the title, Arguing Towards Misery, How Campuses Teach Cognitive Distortions. That article evolved into the book, The Coddling of the American Mind. They describe the process like this. In that article, we argued that many teachers, parents, K-12 teachers, professors, and university administrators have been unknowingly teaching a generation of students to engage in habits commonly seen in people who suffer from anxiety and depression. Such thought patterns directly harmed students' mental health and interfered with their intellectual development, and sometimes the development of those around them. At some schools, a culture of defensive self-censorship seemed to be emerging, partly in response to students who were quick to call out or shame others for small things that they deemed insensitive, either to the student doing the calling out or to members of a group that a student was standing up for. We called this pattern vindictive protectiveness and argued that such behavior made it more difficult for all students to have open discussions in which they could practice the essential skills of critical thinking and civil disagreement. Question: what does all this mean? Answer: violence, hate, and disagreements will probably increase due to technology and mass higher education. Today, teachers and students demand safety. While physical safety is important, the concept of safety has spread to safety from ideas that may disturb the student. In other words, emotional safety. This means free speech is dead. Making matters worse, if a student feels threatened by an idea, this new culture allows a person to retaliate, attack, even harm someone they have judged to have triggered uncomfortable emotions within the student. This is why violence is increasing. Free speech is dead. Real education is dying. The Coddling of the American Mind is an important book, especially if you have children in school or are an employer who works with the iGen born after 1995. My friends who are in the military have noticed distinct differences between working with millennials and those of the iGen. Authors Haidt and Lukianoff state that it is the iGen that gives millennials their flaky, combative reputation. The problem is that the attitudes of the iGen and today's teachers are infecting all generations worldwide. Question: how does one prepare for this brave new world? Answer: the Coddling of the American Mind offers many solutions, one being insights from Nassim Taleb, author of The Black Swan, a 2007 bestseller and a financial Bible for many professional investors. Taleb is a statistician, stock trader, genius polymath, and professor of risk management at NYU. He states that too many investors look at risk in the wrong way. In complex systems and societies, it is impossible to see what will happen in the future. Yet we persist on trying to calculate risk based on past experiences. Hence, that opens the door to unforeseen black swan events one is not prepared for. Black swan, noun. An unpredictable or unforeseen event, typically one with extreme consequences. This is why Jim Rickards believes that academic elites, such as former Fed Chairman Ben Bernanke, got it wrong. Rickards and Nomi Prinz, real insiders, not fake academic elites, believe that we are making the future weaker, not stronger, by quantitative easing, QE, and printing more and more money. Bernanke is a professor of the Great Depression. In 2008, he did what he believed the Fed should have done in 1929, print more money. Bernanke was driving into the future, but looking into the rearview mirror. As the old saying goes, generals prepare to fight the last war. In 2008, Bernanke was fighting the War of 1929. The Coddling of the American Mind and Nassim Taleb's 2012 book Anti-Fragile take the position that our schools are inadvertently damaging students' futures by making them fragile, rather than preparing them for an unexpected black swan future. Taleb asks us to distinguish between three types of people. 1. Some people are fragile, like fine china teacups. They break easy and cannot heal themselves, so you must handle with care. 2. Some people are resilient, like plastic cups. They can withstand the great shocks of life. Parents usually give their kids plastic cups. The problem is plastic cups do not benefit from falls and rough handling because plastic cups do not learn, grow, or get stronger. 3. Some people are anti-fragile. Anti-fragile people require stress, challenges, and hardship in order to learn, adapt, and grow. Very important. Anti-fragile systems grow weaker, more rigid, and less efficient when not challenged. For example, our muscles grow weaker and bones grow fragile, as do children's, because children and human beings have anti-fragile systems. If a person spends a month in bed, his or her muscles atrophy because complex systems are weakened when deprived of stress. When neurotically overprotective parents and school teachers protect students from real life, they are hurting the student and the future of our world. On top of that, fragile people become violent people, defending their right to be protected from real life. The candle versus the campfire. The metaphor of a candle and a campfire is another example of this. If you blow too hard on a candle, the candle goes out. If you blow really hard on a campfire, the campfire grows stronger. When our schools, teachers, and neurotic, overprotective parents protect their children from the real world, they raise candles. Children who will be unprepared for the black swans of the future and the world they will face as adults. How to prepare for the future. Many people are resilient and strong. Again, the problem with strong, resilient people is they do not grow or learn and fall behind as the world churns on into the future. I will leave you with this thought. a quote, ancient words of wisdom that the authors of The Coddling of the American Mind use as the start of the book's first chapter, The Untruth of Fragility. When heaven is about to confer a great responsibility on any man, it will exercise his mind with suffering, subject his sinews and bones to hard work, expose his body to hunger, put him to poverty, place obstacles in the path of his deeds, so as to stimulate his mind, harden his nature, and improve wherever he is incompetent. Meng Tzu, 4th century BCE. This is how humans turn into eagles. Just as Radha nudged me to open my mind and learn, your spiritual health is found in your illness. Your spiritual wealth is found in your poverty. Your spiritual happiness is found in your sadness. Chickens are resilient. They survive, but do not learn. They live on the farmer's land and eat the farmer's food, and allow the farmer to sell their eggs, enslave their chicks, and eat them when the farmer is hungry. Eagles are anti-fragile. They love the uncertainty of the winds, the challenge of feeding their chicks, and the freedom of the sky. These are my questions for you. Are you an eagle or a chicken? Are our schools teaching students to be eagles or chickens? What did school teach you to be? Only you can answer those questions. In the next chapter, you will learn how to soar like an eagle while living in a world run by chickens. Your questions, Robert's answers. Question. I've read Dr. Gopalan's book, Second Opinion, on Eastern and Western medicine philosophies, and the power each of us has to positively impact our health and wellness. How do we effectively spread this information to the great masses of ignorant people? Monique B., USA. Answer. We are all ignorant about something. No one knows everything. We all contribute to enlightenment when we share what we have learned in our lives. I commend Dr. Gopalan for sharing what he knows from both the worlds of both Eastern and Western medicine. I commend you for reading his book. That is how we spread enlightenment. Question. Why do you think Dr. Gopalan's information and common sense philosophies aren't part of mainstream teaching on how to stay healthy? Deepak J., India. Answer. Dr. Gopalan says, today's healthcare is wealth care. Real healthcare is free. Both have their place in today's world. Personal healthcare costs would be less if people really followed Dr. Gopalan's advice and focused on health, not medicine, for healing. Question. Can the Judas, as you call it, in all of us, eventually be consistently controlled with enough practice? Arturo S., Mexico. Answer. No, Judas will never be controlled. The way to reduce Judas's power over you is to be aware and listen when Judas is doing the talking. The moment Judas knows you know he is doing the talking, Judas's power diminishes. Chapter 19. How to soar with eagles in a world run by chickens. Take control of your life. Beware. This section may offend anyone who identifies with chickens. As Greg Lukianoff and Jonathan Haidt warn in The Coddling of the American Mind, this section may be a trigger for those who are fragile like fine china. If you are one of those people, this final chapter is best avoided. For those who are eagles, resilient, or anti-fragile, this final chapter may be what you have been waiting for. Conclusion. Lessons for Eagles. In 1972, I met a Vietnamese woman who was selling gold. She was a tiny woman whose teeth were red from chewing betel nuts, and she turned out to be one of my best teachers. I think of her often. I remember that day vividly, flying behind enemy lines, looking down on burned-out wreckage of previous battles, landing on what I thought was firm ground, shutting the aircraft down, walking through the tiny village, smiling and waving to villagers who were selling fruit, vegetables, ducks, and chickens. The peasant farmers stared back, wondering what 2 U.S. Marines were doing strolling unarmed in enemy territory, asking for directions to a gold mine. On that day, I knew looking for gold behind enemy lines was stupid, very stupid. It was just an adventure. Today, I realized that looking for gold was one of the smartest things I have ever done. The Vietnamese woman became my teacher when she refused to discount her gold. She wanted the spot price, the price of gold on that day on the international gold markets of the world. At the time, I did not know what spot price meant. I was a college graduate, yet she knew more about real money, gold, and the real world of money than I did. I thought about my rich dad and my poor dad. I wondered what else we supposedly educated Americans did not know about the real world of money. Why did I not know anything about gold? I wondered if we were being educated to be highly educated poor people. The Vietnamese woman changed my future. Today, my financial situation is built on real gold and real silver, God's money, not man-made fake paper money and fake paper assets. Stable money, stable world? I think of that Vietnamese woman often. I wonder what our world would be like if our schools taught students what that Vietnamese woman knew about the real world of money. And for me, it begs the question, if the world had stable money, would we have a more stable world? Would we have a world where the gap between rich, poor, and middle class was narrowing rather than widening? A world that was a bit more fair? What is spirituality? As Anthony DeMello writes in Awareness, spirituality means waking up. Most people, even though they don't know it, are asleep. They're born asleep, they live asleep, they marry in their sleep, they breed children in their sleep, they die in their sleep, without ever waking up. When the Vietnamese woman refused to sell her gold at a discount, she was saying to me, wake up, wake up, wake up. You will see the lessons she woke me up to by examining figures I.1, I.4, 2.1, and 2.2 in the accompanying PDF. Starting my own gold mine. In the 1990s, inspired by that Vietnamese woman, I began my search for my own gold mine. My partners and I eventually discovered one of the largest gold deposits in China. We took that mine public via the Toronto Stock Exchange. Once we had a viable mining operation, the Chinese government took it from us. As DeMello might say, I was waking up to the real world of money and power. James Rickards, in The Road to Ruin, writes, Paul Ryan, Speaker of the House of Representatives, slipped a provision into a budget bill that increased China's voting rights at the IMF. This further validated China's membership in the exclusive club of countries that run the world money system. These triumphs for Chinese power went hand in glove with China's manic efforts to acquire gold since 2006, best understood as an initiation fee for this exclusive club. Publicly, U.S. officials and those of the other major powers disparage gold, yet these powers hoard it as proof against the day confidence in paper money dies. The United States has more than 8,000 tons of gold. The Eurozone has more than 10,000 tons, and the IMF has almost 3,000 tons. China's stealth acquisition of 4,000 tons, with more on the way, gives China a seat at the table with other gold and special drawing rights powers. Lesson: he who has the gold makes the rules. This is one of the lessons the Vietnamese woman taught me. If not for her, I would not have begun my slow but steady accumulation of real gold and real silver, the real financial foundation for the wealth Kim and I have built. If not for the Vietnamese gold vendor, I might have built my foundation on fake money, fake paper assets, and build an unstable real house of cards. In December 2017, David Stockman, President Reagan's director of the Office of Management and Budget, sent out this warning. At the inception of an epochal pivot, there is literally a fiscal red ink eruption heading straight at the Fed's balance sheet shrinkage campaign that will rattle the rafters in the casino. Is the end near? Consider this. Barron's, November 15, 2018. We are probably in a global credit bubble, says one of the fathers of the hedge fund industry. We are probably in a global credit bubble, global debt bubble. Paul Tudor Jones II, the founder of hedge fund Tudor Investment Corp. And one of the industry's pioneers, said at the Greenwich Economic Forum in Connecticut today. The ratio of debt in the world relative to gross domestic product is at an all-time high. I don't know whether we're supposed to run for the exits, but we are at a point in time that's really challenging to that paradigm of ever-growing debt relative to the carrying capacity. Since the United Nations Monetary and Financial Conference in Bretton Woods, New Hampshire in 1944, debt levels have expanded because of an economic circle of trust, he says, built upon central banks that began to coordinate with each other. That persisted through the financial crisis, but those foundations are cracking. Real teachers. David Stockman and Paul Tudor Jones are real teachers. They are eagles who see the world from inside the global money machine. The same is true for Nomi Prinz and James Rickards. They sound similar warnings. Like Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz, they have met the wizard, and they know the truth. The wizard is not a wizard at all. The Vietnamese woman also saw the world from inside her tiny world of gold. That is why she was a real teacher. Take another look at the higher levels of teacher illustration included as figure 8.1 in the accompanying PDF. The Vietnamese woman saw the world from the top level. She was doing the real thing. She was selling gold for the owners of the gold mine. James Rickards, in his book The New Case for Gold, verifies Stephen Brill's statements that higher education began brainwashing the best and the brightest in 1970. Rickards states that in the 1970s, the best schools began a campaign against gold, teaching students via John Maynard Keynes's line that the gold standard is a barbaric relic of the past. Today, most financial experts are fake teachers. They condemn gold, but know little about real gold and real money. They learned about gold in business school from fake teachers. Most of today's financial experts are not eagles. They are parrots who mindlessly repeat the words their academic elite teachers taught them to say and dare not question. This is true for most financial planners, stockbrokers, and pension fund managers, which is why many pensions are going broke. Most are parrots, not eagles. Have you been brainwashed? Most financial experts say gold is a barbaric relic of the past because they have been brainwashed. They repeat what they have been taught to say. That is why so few people own real gold. Have you been brainwashed into not owning gold? Do you believe in saving money and investing for the long term in a diversified portfolio of stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and ETFs? Anthony DeMello's words on brainwashing bear repeating. There have been some interesting studies on brainwashing. It has been shown that you're brainwashed when you take on or introject an idea that isn't yours, that is someone else's. And the funny thing is that you'll be ready to die for this idea. Isn't that strange? The first test of whether you've been brainwashed and have introjected convictions and beliefs occurs the moment they're attacked. You feel stunned. You react emotionally. That's a pretty good sign. Not infallible, but a pretty good sign that we're dealing with brainwashing. You're ready to die for an idea that was never yours. Terrorists or saints, so-called, take on an idea, swallow it whole, and are ready to die for it. it's not easy to listen, especially when you get emotional about an idea. I woke up. I woke up in Vietnam when I realized I was brainwashed. I woke up just before I murdered a little boy. I woke up realizing we were not fighting communism, we were fighting for oil. I woke up when I realized I was brainwashed. I had forgotten that my professional education at the academy was in oil and that I was an oil tanker officer. In our global economics class at Kings Point, the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy, we were taught that the United States did not want China to have access to Vietnam's oil. But I had forgotten all of that. I joined the Marine Corps and went to flight school to defend America against communism. We were in Vietnam fighting for oil. We are still fighting for oil. Since 1914, all wars have been about oil. Today we are at war in Iraq, Iran, Syria, Yemen, and Afghanistan. That is why Russia is there. The United States fights for Saudi Arabia against their mortal enemy, Iran. How do you think terrorists afford weapons? They sell oil. Chickens become eagles when they wake up. I woke up in Vietnam. How eagles learn to fly. Step 1. Wake up. When it comes to money, we have all been brainwashed. Brainwashed means taking on ideas that are not your own. Brainwashed people are willing to die or fight for an idea. I was willing to die for America. I woke up when I realized I was killing for oil. We still are. Brainwashed people become upset when I say things like savers or losers. Your house is not an asset. The rich don't work for money. The rich use debt as money. The rich do not pay taxes legally. They become upset. A few become angry. They become emotional because they have been brainwashed. They become upset, triggered by ideas that contradict their fragile beliefs. Eagles know this. Chickens do not. Chickens will defend their right to pay taxes, save money, and invest for the long term in a well-diversified portfolio of stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and ETFs, even if they are losing money. Again, as DeMello writes, the first test of whether you've been brainwashed and have introjected convictions and beliefs occurs the moment they are attacked. You feel stunned. You react emotionally. You're ready to die for an idea that was never yours. You wake up when you will realize your savings, your house, and retirement savings are assets of the rich. I am not saying do not buy a house, save money, or invest for the long term in the stock market. In fact, I recommend that people without real financial education hold on to their beliefs that they should buy a house, save money, get out of debt, and invest for the long term in the stock market. This mantra is best for the average person, someone who is not interested in investing time and money in their financial education. All I am saying is wake up. If you get emotional and want to defend those ideas, then you've been brainwashed. The side of the eagles. If you become emotional or defensive, you cannot learn. You cannot see the other side of the coin, the side the eagles are on. Step 2. Eagles teach their kids about money. Chickens do not. How do you think Jared Kushner knew about taxes, debt, and infinite returns, and the reporter did not? Did Jared learn about debt, taxes, real estate, and infinite returns at school or from his father? Did Donald Trump learn about debt, taxes, real estate, and infinite returns at school or from his father? Who taught me about debt, taxes, real estate, and infinite returns? My poor dad? Education is very important, but we must ask ourselves, what kind of education? When I was 9 years old, in a classroom with rich kids, I soon realized they were learning something I was not learning. Many were learning about money at home from their fathers. This is why my rich dad was teaching his son and me about money after school. Rich Dad often said, most family fortunes are gone in 3 generations. The first generation earns it, the second enjoys it, and the third generation loses it. This is why he was teaching his son and me about real business and real estate. He did not want his fortune to be gone by the third generation. Rich Dad called it dynasty wealth, wealth that is passed on from generation to generation. Rich Dad also said most poor and middle-class parents only want their children to get good jobs. James Rickards, in The Road to Ruin, tells a story of meeting a beautiful woman in Italy whose family wealth was handed down for over 900 years. If you are familiar with Italy's history, you know that hanging on to dynasty wealth for 900 years has been nearly impossible. When he asked her how their wealth was passed on for 900 years, she replied, "That is easy. We invest in things that last." When he asked her what are investments that last, she replied, "Real estate, gold, and museum-quality artwork." She did not mention cash, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, or ETFs. This is another reason why Kim and I created the cash flow game, write our books, and teach. We want people to teach people and parents to teach their kids so that more family dynasties are created in which families grow and pass on their wealth for generations. Eagles believe in passing on their wealth for generations. This is also known as capitalism. Chickens believe in letting the government take their wealth and redistribute their wealth to other chickens. This is known as socialism and communism. Step 3. Eagles make mistakes and learn from their mistakes. Chickens do not. Chickens never learn because they're often too chicken to make mistakes or pretend they did not make a mistake. Nassim Taleb might describe a chicken as resilient, durable, strong, tough, but unable to learn, change, and grow. Chickens do not learn and grow because school brainwashed them into believing that people who make mistakes are stupid. Schools teach students not to make mistakes rather than how to learn from their mistakes. Education seems to be teaching students to be fragile and attack anyone who disagrees with them or hurts their feelings. That is why there are more chickens than eagles. Step 4. Eagles cheat. They ask for help. In school, asking for help is cheating. Chickens are resilient, so they do not ask for help. They endure, but do not learn, study, and grow. They fail to become eagles. Eagles ask for help. Eagles have teams. They work as teams. They hire professional coaches. All sports professionals have coaches. Amateurs do not. Money is a game. Schools teach students to play the game of money as individuals and E's and S's. Success is achieved alone, as in photo 19.1 in the accompanying PDF. In Big Potential, Sean Achor describes the current methods of education as limiting students to their small potential. The best students tend to become high-paid S's, specialists such as doctors and lawyers. Asking for help is a sign of weakness. Specialists in the S quadrant tend to pay the highest percentage in taxes. Chickens play the game of money as individuals. The New Zealand All Blacks, pictured in photo 19.2 in the accompanying PDF, are the greatest rugby team in the world, and they represent one of the smallest countries in the world, New Zealand. In Big Potential, Sean Achor writes that learning to operate as a team increases an individual's big potential. As any entrepreneur knows, the hardest part of a business is dealing with people, customers, employees, specialists, and government bureaucrats. That is why playing team sports develops important personal and people skills, which increase a person's big potential. Business and investing are team sports. In school, taking a test as a team is called cheating. Eagles play the game of money as a team from the B and I side of the cash flow quadrant. Chickens play the game of money from the E and S side. The game of money is a game of mindsets. Those in the E and S quadrants are rugged individuals. Their motto is, if you want it done right, do it yourself. Those in the B and I quadrants operate in teams. The minimum team for Eagles is first a bookkeeper, then an accountant, and an attorney. An accurate bookkeeper is the least expensive member of a BI team. Yet, what they contribute to the team is priceless. A BI team cannot operate without accurate numbers. Most S-quadrant entrepreneurs do their bookkeeping on their own, or their spouse keeps the books, or they do not keep books. That is why most S-quadrant entrepreneurs hang out with the chickens. When Kim and I were starting out, the first person we hired was Betty the bookkeeper. We hired Betty when we had no money. Betty was another real teacher. If not for Betty, Kim and I would not be financially free today. Chickens say, I'll hire a bookkeeper when I have money, which is why most chickens remain chickens. Marriage and money. Marriage is also a team sport. Some marriages reflect a Tarzan and Jane relationship, where Tarzan manages the money on his own. Some marriages are business partnerships. Kim is the CEO of our marriage. Who is on your money team? Step 5. Eagles invest in what they love. Chickens do as they are told. And what they're told is to go to school, work hard, pay taxes, save money, and invest for the long term in the stock market. As DeMello would say, they are asleep and brainwashed. Most chickens believe in do what you love and the money will follow. The problem is, studies show 70% of all chickens hate their jobs. Eagles acquire assets they love. The financial statement in Figure 19.1 in the accompanying PDF explains the difference. Business and real estate are the riskiest of all assets because they are the least liquid. If the investor makes a mistake, the asset drags him or her down. That is why businesses and real estate require the most financial education and the best teams. Paper assets and commodities such as gold and silver are liquid. If the investor makes a mistake, the investor can cut his or her losses quickly. The secret to my success. If there's a secret to my success, it's love. I love being an entrepreneur. I love building businesses. I love real estate, using debt and paying as little as possible in taxes. And I love gold, silver, and oil. Eagles love their assets. Chickens do not. Step 6. Eagles invest for infinite returns. Eagles invest with OPM, other people's money. Chickens are the other people. Infinite returns can be achieved with any of the 4 asset classes. Paper assets are the easiest asset to achieve infinite returns, but not if you mindlessly turn your money over to a financial expert. Here's a simple KISS example. I buy 100 shares of stock for $1 each, costing me $100. The stock goes up in price to $10. I then sell 10 shares at $10. I now have my $100 back. The remaining 90 shares are my infinite return, money for nothing. My ROI, return on information, not money. The power of leverage. Even higher ROIs can be achieved using stock options, puts, and calls. Again, do not try this without investing in stock option seminars. Options in paper assets and debt in business and real estate are leverage. Remember and be cautious. The higher the leverage, the higher risks, the rewards, the gains, and losses. If you are not willing to invest time and money in education and practice, it is smarter to be a little chicken. 5 suggestions. The following are 5 suggestions on flying with the Eagles. As you hear the 5 suggestions, please be aware of what your little voice, that voice in your head, is saying as you read them. I can't afford to do that. That's silly. I don't care about money. I'll never be rich. I'm not smart enough to do that. Remember that Judas lives in our minds. Judas stabs us and others in the back. In my experience, too many people listen to Judas. Your spirit lives in your heart. Your spirit lives in silence, in stillness. If you hear Judas talking to you, take a deep breath, take a look at life, a tree, a stream, a flower, and be silent, be still, and allow your spirit a chance to speak to you in silence. More secrets. The keys to realizing your full potential are love, education, and experience. If you love your asset class and you study, make mistakes, practice, and learn, you will soon see ways of investing for infinite returns. Kim and I love being entrepreneurs. We love real estate. We love gold and silver. I love oil more than Kim because oil was my major at the academy. Stocks versus the real thing. If I invest $100,000 in paper assets, let's say stock in Standard Oil, a company I once worked for, I receive $0 in tax savings. If I invest $100,000 in a U.S. oil development project, I immediately receive a tax break of approximately 40% from state and federal taxes. That means on $100,000 invested, I pay approximately $40,000 less in taxes. Another way to look at this is that my tax savings offset my tax liability from income from my books of, say, $40,000. The tax break on my oil investment offsets the tax liability on other income that could result in paying nothing in taxes. $40,000 in taxes owed from book income, less $40,000 in tax breaks from oil investment. $0. That is called $40,000 in phantom income, which is invisible income as a result of taxes not paid. Lesson. Tax breaks for the B and I's are similar, yet slightly different in different parts of the world. The lesson is that having a smart tax accountant and tax attorney can be the smartest thing an eagle can do. Chickens do not have bookkeepers, tax accountants, and tax attorneys. It's important that I point out that everyone should check with both a tax accountant and tax attorney before making any investment for tax breaks. Lesson. Most of the tax code is not about paying taxes, but about incentives for how to pay less in taxes. The U.S. government offers tax incentives to investors who partner with the government. Civilization requires energy. Without energy, fossil fuels, and renewables, civilization would collapse. The United States needs oil, lots of oil. If tax incentives were not offered, the price of gasoline would skyrocket and civilization would become chaos. Lesson. Eagles spend money to increase income on education, courses and seminars, and for professional advice from bookkeepers, accountants, and attorneys. See Figure 19.2 in the accompanying PDF for a visualization. The best news of all? The government offers tax breaks to people who spend money to make money. Lesson. Chickens who work hard and who work hard to keep expenses low so they can save money pay the highest taxes and receive the fewest tax breaks from the government. Lesson. Chickens spend money and the money never comes back. Figure 19.3 in the accompanying PDF demonstrates this. Thank you. Thanks to Tom Wheelwright, author of Tax-Free Wealth, Rich Dad Advisor on Taxes and Accounting Rules. Tom keeps tax education simple yet accurate. Why chickens lose. Chickens do as they are told and turn their money over to financial experts, such as financial planners and fund managers, to invest for them. The problem is that chickens learn nothing when the expert wins and learn nothing when the expert loses their money. How eagles learn to fly. In 1978, I made it to Xerox's President Club as #1 in sales. I had reached my goal. I had learned to overcome my shyness and fear of rejection, and learned to sell, although I was still shy and fearful of rejection. But I had learned the number one skill of an entrepreneur, the ability to sell. Also in 1978, I announced to the Xerox Corporation that I was resigning to start my own business, and thanked them for 4 great years of real education. In our spare time, a friend who also worked at Xerox and I had been building our startup business, the first nylon and Velcro surfer wallet company, across the street from the Xerox offices in downtown Honolulu. Our first shipment of 100,000 nylon wallets had just landed in New York from Korea. It was time to start selling wallets. My friend and I were both excited and terrified. It was all or nothing. As I was leaving, Elaine, the receptionist, smiled and said, "You're going to fail, and you will be back." Over the years, Elaine had seen many young hotshot salesmen like me leave to start a business, only to fail and return to Xerox. One of my sales managers was one of those hotshots who failed and returned. My friend, who is still one of my best friends today, and I succeeded. We were successful beyond our wildest dreams. Nylon wallets were an international hit. We were featured in sporting goods magazines, running magazines, surfing magazines, and even Playboy. Money poured in. We had achieved the American dream. We were millionaires. Then we crashed. We lost everything. It took me nearly 8 years to pay my investors back, one of them my own father. Poor Dad. It was a great, real education. My reply to Elaine on the day I left Xerox was, "I will fail, but I will never be back." And I never did return. I kept succeeding and failing. I will always keep succeeding and failing, no matter how successful or rich I become. That is what Nassim Taleb calls anti-fragile. Just as our body needs challenges, stress, and adversity to stay strong, so does the human spirit. And our spirit lives in our hearts. And that is how eagles learn to fly. We are all eagles. We all have wings. We all have the God-given spirit to learn to fly. The question is, do we have the courage? More words of wisdom. I've heard it said that, in the first place, God made idiots. That was for practice. Then he made school boards. When it comes to money, are school boards made of wise men and women, or financially blind mice? Rich Dad often said, "Any idiot can spend money. Spending money takes no special talent or education. It takes wise men and women to make money, hold on to their money, and most importantly, keep their money away from idiots." I think of Mark Twain's words and ask myself again, is this why there is no financial education in schools? I have my answer. What is your answer? And from Albert Einstein, education is what remains after one has forgotten what one has learned in school. Since most people learn little to nothing about money, how much can anyone forget? Einstein also said imagination is more important than knowledge. Rich Dad agreed, and he added, imagination is more important than knowledge, but Einstein did not say knowledge is not important. Knowledge is very important, for knowledge empowers a person's imagination. Rich Dad also said, everyone has million-dollar ideas. Without financial knowledge, ideas remain ideas, hopes remain hopes, and dreams remain dreams. Worst of all, without financial knowledge, many world-changing ideas, life-enhancing inventions, and products rather than weapons, products that could bring peace, remain trapped in that person's imagination. Without knowledge, information is worthless. Without knowledge, most people walk past millions of dollars every day. Knowledge has the power to turn imagination into reality and ideas into money. ROI, return on information, is only possible with knowledge. Without knowledge, information is meaningless, and information without financial education cannot be processed into wealth. As R. Buckminster Fuller wrote, I want you to think about this as individuals. An individual will say to me, "What can I do? What can I do? I'm just a little tiny guy." And I say, what you can do. I'm repeating something I said to you earlier, that we are really in the final examination. I did get last night to you that we are a function in the universe. We are here for local universe information gathering, local problem solving in support of the integrity of an eternally regenerative universe. But integrity is the essence. In an invisible world, there's no visible aesthetics. In an invisible world, there's no visible aesthetics. In an invisible world, the only aesthetic is integrity. In our great computer world we are going into. I thank my friend from Hawaii, Randolph Kraft, first of all for getting me to that event in 1981 in Kirkwood, California, near Lake Tahoe. Randolph was the first person who nudged me to attend the Future of Business event with Dr. Fuller. At the time, listening to Dr. Fuller was painfully boring for me. The conference sessions ran from early morning to late, very late at night. I kept falling asleep. Again, it was Randolph who nudged me to stay focused on the 5-day event rather than sleep through it as I did through most of my years in school. Randolph helped me stay awake by being a crew member on the event's video recording team. That is how I stayed awake and paid attention through one of the most important events I ever attended, a seminar that changed the direction of my life. When Bucky Fuller talked about the information age being the invisible age, and that the invisible age was the age of integrity, I woke up. At that time in my life, I was very unsuccessful. My business and my life were a mess. Fuller's words were my wake-up call, and his words made me take a look at my life and find out where I was out of integrity. And the list was a long one. After 1981, I was aware that I was out of integrity in many areas of my life and began cleaning up my act. At that first seminar, and during the 2 other summers I studied with Dr. Fuller, he would always say, integrity is the essence of everything successful. What stayed with me were Fuller's words from his talk on integrity. I want you to think about this as individuals. An individual will say to me, "What can I do? What can I do? I'm just a little tiny guy." And I say, what you can do, I'm repeating something I said to you earlier, that we are really in the final examination. I did get last night to you that we are a function in the universe. We are here for local universe information gathering, local problem solving in support of the integrity of an eternally regenerative universe. Fuller passed away on July 1st, 1983, about a month after my last time with him. I was driving along the H1 in Honolulu when I heard the news, and I pulled over and cried. I had assumed he would always be here to lead humanity out of this mess we were in, and now he was gone. His words kept ringing in my head. What can I do? What can I do? I'm just a little tiny guy. A few months later, I read Fuller's book, Grunch of Giants. As I read Grunch of Giants, the lessons from my childhood, from my rich dad and my poor dad, crashing in Vietnam, the tiny Vietnamese woman refusing to discount her gold, then returning to Hawaii to find my poor dad unemployed because he stood up to one of the most corrupt state governments in the United States. I thought about different perspectives and points of view. My poor dad wanting me to get my master's degree and my rich dad recommending I learn about debt and taxes. In 1983, I was still a little guy, but I knew what I was supposed to do. In 1983, I was in the rock and roll business. It was fun, but not my life's purpose. So I gave my share of the business to my partners. I asked for nothing. I was done. Fuller often said, "Free the scholar so he can return to his studies." In 1983, I became a student for the first time in my life. For the first time in my life, I was whole. I was complete. I was in integrity with my studies. I was no longer a fake student. I was now a real student. I became a student of grunch. In 1984, as I was preparing to leave Hawaii, I met the most beautiful woman in my life. We talked about our life's purpose, and we fell in love. Although I had no job, no money, and no future, Kim and I held hands, took a leap of faith, and left Hawaii for California. We were homeless for a while, met horrible people and wonderful people, and had extreme highs and extreme lows. But we never looked back. Kim and I were in integrity with each other, with our life's mission and our life's purpose. The harder life became, the more we became anti-fragile. Nothing was going to stop us. Fuller's words, integrity is the essence of everything successful, stayed with us then and now. Today we realize that they carry additional meaning for the invisible age, today's world of invisible technology, invisible change, and invisible money. Integrity, noun. 1. The quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, moral uprightness. 2. The state of being whole and undivided. I will leave you with words of wisdom from Bucky Fuller, words that kept Kim and me going when we were without jobs and often without money. If success or failure of this planet and of human beings depended on how I am and what I do, how would I be? What would I do? Your questions, Robert's answers. Question. How worried should I be about physical counterfeit metals, especially gold and silver? Sean T., Canada. Answer. You need to be aware that there are fakes and counterfeits and deal only with reputable gold and silver dealers. Question. Is there ever a bad time to invest in gold? Alexandra B., USA. Answer. Yes, when you are greedy. Question. I've been skeptical to invest in gold and silver because of fear that the government will confiscate it. Do you see a scenario where this could happen in 2019? Liu X, China. Answer. Anything is possible. I doubt the U.S. government will confiscate our gold. On the other hand, you never know. That is why I always have a plan B. Question. What do you think Dr. Fuller would say to you today if he were still with us regarding your success and the creation of the cash flow board game to teach others about money investing? Iru L., Argentina. Answer. I suspect he would be happier that I read his book Grunch of Giants and took action. A final thought. Today, education is more important than ever before. It has incredible power. The question I pose is this. In choosing your teachers, are you following 3 wise men or 3 blind mice? We are all eagles. We all have wings. We all have the God-given spirit to learn to fly. We all have the power to choose. The question is, do we have the courage? Thank you for listening to this book. Robert Kiyosaki.